and all of that. So I'm not just talking about, oh, you're not a, you're a CEO of a big company. No, leading is leading in any of those contexts. And leading pandemic edition is particularly interesting for a bunch of reasons. So I'm going to talk about kind of what's going on in our brains and what we can do personally. And then I'll talk about what we can do to kind of help each other as well, but kind of starting with ourselves and understanding our brain. So firstly, one of the things with a crisis is that we have to think really, really deeply, but also we have to think really, really differently. We actually need completely new ideas for responding to a situation like this. We need to think really, really deeply. And a lot of that is actually insight thinking. It's thinking that is about kind of the breakthrough coming from our unconscious into our conscious. We also need to do some pretty deep rational thinking, like scenario planning and, really, really imagining the different scenarios and kind of working through, scenario A, scenario B. So both creative thinking and linear thinking is really, really taxed in a crisis. And unfortunately, what a crisis does is dramatically reduce both of those right when you need them most. And we end up being much less capable of really responding adaptively. And there are two ways that we can respond maladaptively. And I think it's helpful to understand this pendulum. If you're going to draw, you might draw a sort of an arrow, a horizontal line with an arrow at each end. And on the left, you've got basically downplaying a situation. So sort of under arousal. So not really thinking this is serious right now, not really focusing on it, not really caring about it. It's not really adaptive in this situation. To some degree, you could say there are certain situations where it could be, but being completely in denial would not be adaptive. You would be hitting up against some big problems. Trying to fly without wearing a mask, for example, doesn't tend to end well. So it's not really adaptive to just be in complete denial. And one of the things that happens in complete denial with a crisis is you're basically not motivated to think deeply. There's no reason to. Why should I care? So there's no motivation to do the deep thinking or have the insights, right? The other end of the spectrum is over arousal. So you've got under arousal and over arousal. On the far right, you've got over arousal. And over arousal is basically catastrophizing, right? It's like, watching CNN constantly, getting constant alerts, constantly watching the data. And that's also not adaptive. And that's not adaptive because now, in the first case, you didn't want to think. In this case, you can't think. So in this scenario, over arousal, you literally just don't have the resources to actually think well at all. Certainly even to think decently, never mind think about, the really, really difficult things that we've got to do. So in those situations, it doesn't work. What you've got to do is stay in the middle. And it's a delicate balance. And the best metaphor I've had that's helped me and others is personified by the Stockdale paradox story, which is a story told in Jim Collins' book, Good to Great. And it's a real story about a Navy colonel that survived a real crisis, a prisoner of war camp. In fact, he led that prisoner of war camp. He was kind of the most senior person in that, and he helped folks through. And what he found was that people at either end of that pendulum I talked about didn't make it. And the people who made it had a particular kind of point of view, a particular mindset in the middle. And what they had was basically they actually had this quiet belief that eventually it was going to work out. Like every couple of times a week, we all have that. Like we go, oh, actually, there could be some positive things out of this. Maybe in the end, it's going to work out. Maybe it'll be a year or so, maybe 2 years, but it's going to pass. We're going to get to a point, 2 or 3 years. So we're going to look back, be amazed that we survived and proud of what we did and embarrassed about other things, but we're going to look back and feel okay, So you get those moments. So he says, you've got to hold that. You've got to hold this belief that eventually it is actually going to work out, and keep reminding yourself of that kind of quietly. But then, and this is the cognitive backflip, then you've got to actually accept the brutal reality of how hard it is at the moment. And that's really important. And this is sort of difficult. There's a tension in holding those, right? So eventually it's going to work out. Actually, it's going to be brutally awful till then, like really keeping your expectations low. And then the third piece of this that's super important is now do everything you can to make it even the tiniest bit better. And find what you can control, because a sense of control is hugely, hugely central in how overwhelming a stress response is. So right now we feel completely out of control. And then when we find what we can control, whether it's like, oh, wow, I can control my exercise way better than I ever have any other time in my life. Amazing. You're doing it, you're controlling it, actually feeling better. But whatever it is you can control, you start doing that. I'll give you the three components again. A belief that things are going to turn out, in the end, eventually, could be years. It's a quiet belief, real clarity that's going to be awful till then, and really looking at the data. And then the third thing is doing anything you can. And that middle state is the only place in which you can actually think deeply. It's really impossible to think deeply if you're basically catastrophizing or underwhelmed by the whole thing. You need to be kind of in that middle state. So that's important. Now then, what you do in that middle state, though, like how you stay calm, is really important. And I'll give you this next piece, and then we'll pause and kind of take your comments. But how you stay calm then in this state is important. So what's happening is we've all got kind of self-regulation strategies or stress management strategies for kind of like 2-foot waves, right? I like to surf. The last decade or so since I've been in the US, I snowboard more than surf, but I surfed for like 20 years. So still have a lot of those metaphors. So, you can surf in 2-foot waves, and every now and again, a set would come along, which would be like 4-foot. And so you've got strategies for that, right? You've got strategies for duck diving, and for big set comes, you're in or out. But then suddenly a wind comes up, something happens, and you're stuck out the back, and suddenly it's like 6-foot waves with 10-foot sets. And your strategies don't work anymore. You've got this like stuff coming at you that's completely different level. And that's kind of what's been going on for us. We've all survived different intensities of experiences, but unless you've lived through kind of war zone, literally, we haven't built the capacity to deal with what's been coming at us. And so we need these regulation strategies. And the simplest one to build, or the most important one to build, most important self-regulation strategy to build, is essentially not getting overly stressed, because once you do, you basically stay there for a long time, and it seriously debilitates you. So it's kind of what you do before the stresses hit you that actually matters the most, versus what you do once they're there. It's kind of avoiding them is the key. So let me give you some language, first of all, just to kind of distinguish what's happening in our brain, the different stresses. There's basically 3 different types of threat response we have. So we have a threat response or a reward response to every situation. There's some really good research on this, that the threat response is not like a continuum. It's actually a series of different zones that we have. And the first level is something we experience all the time. We just call it level 1 threat. It's basically you're alert, but not alarmed. You're like a tiny bit anxious, but everything's fine. And in fact, you're more effective at kind of simple work in that state. So simple work meaning like you're not better at creative work in that state. Creative work is better, neutral or positive. But like kind of process work or having to focus or having to do something you do well, a slight threat response literally shrinks your focus, has you be right here, right now, and get that project finished. So a level 1 threat is adaptive, for good it's fine. The problem is level 2 threat, and level 2 threat is your brain doing this whole Boolean like processing thing of real mortal danger could be imminent. Like the chances are high enough that you should actually prepare all the biological systems that take time to warm up. So your cortisol levels, your reduced stomach digestion, reduced brain digestion, which is prefrontal. All these things take a little time to warm up in case you're going to need to, run or fight. So the oxygen to the extremities, the motor cortex fired up. All this stuff takes a bit of time. So the brain says, look, just in case, like danger has become that much more likely. Just in case, we're going to prepare all that. That's great. The downside is basically everything intentional is now less adaptive. So anything that involves like paying attention, to incoming stimuli or holding information in mind or regulating emotions, all of that actually diminishes. And all the oxygen and glucose, not all of it, but good amounts of oxygen and glucose goes out of your prefrontal into basically limbic systems and motor cortex and other things. And so what's going on basically is you're preparing for physical activity, which is now better, but all cognitive activity is worse. And you don't necessarily notice that. You just feel kind of alert. You feel really alert and slightly alarmed. And that's what's going on. Now, the third level is the one we've all heard of, but the second level is the insidious one. The third level is the amygdala hijack. That's where you're actually at full tilt threat, right? So, level 1 is hearing about a hurricane, off the coast, maybe heading to your town, but it's fine. Level 2 is, the hurricane's going to hit you in the next 24 hours. Level 3 is the hurricane, overhead. So, literally you can't think at all. And so what's happened in this crisis is that, we were surfing, simple threats. Now we're surfing these really big threats. And our normal strategies are we're just ending up at level 2 and level 3 threat many, many days a week. We sort of wrestled it down. Most people have wrestled it down. But as a leader in particular, actually you need to stay neutral. So you need no threat at all and even positive. So, and you've got even more threats coming at you in the form of even more uncertainty and more like demands and more people watching you. So you've got even more threats on top of the, the uncertainty going on. So you basically need really strong strategies for maintaining yourself at no more stress than level 1. And kind of the best way to do that is put in buffers that catch it early or stop it happening. And the 3 areas that matter most are around certainty. So you got to put in buffers around certainty. So like stop watching the news and creating this kind of addiction to that actually decreases certainty, minimize that. Create order around you, actually create structures and systems so that you hack your brain's distance bias and that you're creating certainty around you. And really get into some routines and some structures. So you've got a lot more certainty than you're used to. So that's the kind of buffer that I'm talking about. Autonomy is another one. Autonomy is a feeling of control. So you've got to work on what you now can control. So yeah, you now can't control a bunch of stuff, but actually there's a bunch of stuff you can control now. Like your diet, if you're home a lot, your diet, your sleep schedule, your water, hydration, it's all this stuff, who you see, you could really control lots of things you've never been able to. And so as you focus on that, you actually are able to bring yourself back to more of a positive state. And the other one is relatedness, which is connection with others. And the more you actually work on that and, turn this time away from, wow, I'm disconnected to everyone, to, wow, I'm having hours of conversations with people intimately I never used to have. The more you can create that deeper sense of relatedness through this time, the more you're offsetting that. So certainty, autonomy, and relatedness are in the brain, they're not dissimilar. They're on the same continuum as like oxygen, water, and food, in that when any of these reduce as resources, you get an alert response that says, your resources are dangerously low, pay attention. So certainty, autonomy, relatedness all are they activate the primary threat network when they're reduced. In a similar way as physical pain, in similar way as thirst, similar way as hunger. All of these are basically your body saying, your chances of survival have diminished if you don't pay attention to this. And so you got to pay attention to it. So that's the cliff note. I'll pause there, but that's the cliff note for, for people who are leading, whether it's leading your partner, relationship, even just leading yourself, but in particular leading a partner, a family, leading a team, a small organization, a big organization. You have a lot to process. You got to process much deeper than ever before. Your ability to process deeply is directly proportional to how much threat you have. And what you've got to do is manage that threat ahead of time in many, many ways. So let me pause there. You can put a question in the chat, or you can come off mute. I'll see you if you come off mute and say, yep, let's chat. But questions, or just like what's coming up for you, what's this reminding you of, or comments you have. It'd be nice to have some interaction there before we go to the next chapter. CK, good to see you.
Good seeing you, Dr. Rock. Thank you for being here and sharing your wisdom. You dropped so many gems. Super amazing. You have just such depth of knowledge. So my question for you, my friend, is this. As a leader, let's say I am now self-regulated. I now need to hold space for others to self-regulate. What would you say would be your strategy as a way to somebody who's freaking out and make it like zone 3 or somebody's zone 2 to really help them calm down and get back center?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks for joining us from the dojo. I love that background. That's great. It reminds me of my Hapkido days. It was a lot of fun. So it's a great question. Look, the first thing is we automatically biologically resonate with other people's emotions, and in particular, people who matter to us, either their higher status or their authority figures, or they have control over us. Like we automatically resonate with their emotions, right? And if if you're important to someone, right, your emotional state is basically additive to theirs. So if you're like neutral and they're slightly anxious, you'll bring them up a bit, right? If you're positive, not completely Pollyanna positive, but just, like generally slightly happy and they're slightly negative, you'll bring them up, right? But what happens on the negative side is if you're already like at level 1 threat and they're at level 1 threat, actually you'll both go down, or certainly they will, right? So it's kind of weird the way it works. If you're in the positive, you'll sort of bring them up, but if you're in the negative, you'll take them worse. And so there's an automatic, action that happens. And that doesn't answer the bigger part of your question, but I want to start with that. So actually your state and illustrating your state, demonstrating your state is actually really important, like exemplifying it, demonstrating it with speed of breath or speed of talking or whatever, right? That's one thing for sure. The second thing is once people are at a high, like at level 2, right? Now we've got some great language. Level 2 or level 3 threat are really important to be able to recognize. So level 2 is like, they can still be, they're still pretty coherent, but they're definitely frazzled. Definitely like something's really up, right? Whereas level 3 is like they're not making a lot of sense. They're really, really, really agitated, can't focus. So, someone's at level 2 or 3, they often need a biological intervention at that point, because basically a cognitive intervention won't work, because the part of their brain that basically activates a cognitive intervention is in the prefrontal. It's the right and left ventrolateral prefrontal cortex, literally like the temple, right and left temple. And all the oxygen and glucose has gone out of that prefrontal during a threat response, especially a level 2. And so you're trying to like activate the brakes, but there's no, like, the brake line is gone from the brakes, right? You can't pump the brakes. And so often what you need is a biological intervention. The best thing often is like feeding someone. Like, when did you last eat? And often the answer is, oh, like 5 or 6 hours. Let me feed you, right? Or let me bring you a warm cup of tea. Just, stop whatever you're doing and let's just eat for a bit, right? Simple, right? Or, can you have a lie down, or can you take a walk? Let's take a walk together. One of my favorites is, let's take a walk together for a while. That backfired like nothing else yesterday when I took my daughter, 13-year-old, for a walk in the woods, and I accidentally stepped on a wasp's nests, and we both got stung up the wazoo and ran home literally a mile with the wasps following us the entire way, stinging us all the way to the freaking house. And we both now have level 3 threat. So there was no talking sense to us during that time. It was like, here, let me swat you, was about all I needed in that time. That's the intervention I need. Please pick up a log and swat me. I remember saying that to my daughter at one time. Take this log and hit me, please. And I had to ask her 3 times. So that, when you're really at that level of threat, true story, welcome to Burning Man. This was yesterday before the opening. When you're in that level of threat, there's no talking sense to the person, right? So it's like, what can you do to actually calm them down? Don't try cognitive strategies, but the cognitive strategies work at a level 1. One of the best ones is labeling what's going on. So let me just let's put some words on what's happening for you. That works well at level 1. People don't predict that it will. They think it'll make things worse, but it does actually make things better, as long as it's not rolling into venting. But labeling actually does work. It actually reduces that prefrontal to limbic response, and it goes back the other way. Or reappraisal is really helpful. Reappraisal is changing your interpretation of the situation and looking at it a whole other way. But those only work at level 1 threat. Great question. Anyone else, the question or comment on kind of taking care of yourself? And again, for those coming online, we're talking about, when you're leading, whether it's with a partner or a family or a team or a business, when you're leading, you have to be able to think really deeply and also really flexibly with insight thinking, which is really inhibited by the stress response. So we need to actually the most responsible thing to do is take care of ourselves really, really well, so that we're actually not experiencing any stress at all, that we're actually optimistic. It's a super responsible thing to do, to be slightly optimistic, just slightly, during this time, to bring people up. Any other questions from folks coming online? Or CK, you got another one?
Could I ask a follow-up question about, so you said that you had someone hit you with a stick after the wasp started chasing you? Is that what you asked your daughter to do?
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Why?
Well, I couldn't ask her to hit the wasp with her hand, because she would have got stung. So there were wasps on me.
Oh, I see. There
were multiple wasps on me, and I couldn't find anything to hit it with. So I grabbed a log and I said, please hit me with this log.
Thank you for underlining that. So quick question about the level.
She's listening in the background and laughing, by the way. So
the level 2 question about basically getting to the body, right? What would you say, something drastic like an ice bath or an ice bucket dump or something like that? Would that be?
Well, I mean, that person could see that as a tremendous threat. So you have to ask them, would be getting you an ice pack feel like a positive thing or a negative thing? And the person should have like a lot of choice in that, like that sense of control and autonomy. And when we choose something, we bring it closer. So yeah, you can definitely do things like that. But what's a reward for you can be a threat for others. And also if you're making it happen, then it can be a threat. But if they're choosing, it can be more of a reward, right? So those things are really super important. So give people a few wonderfully smart options to choose from. Can I get you a meal, an ice pack, or a hug? Pick one. Would you like me to help you find a place to nap, or a person to hug, or should we put some music on and dance? What's going to help you the most to settle down, in this time? So that's the best strategy, is give people some smart options that all could work.
Thank you so much. And
it's a question from M Tambo, firstly, and then I'll go to David. So I don't know your full name, but I have M Tambo.
Dr. Rock, my name is Millie Tambo. I follow you. I've read your books. I'm so excited to be here. And so I just wanted to see if you can talk more about the cognitive strategies, because I really love what you wrote about the labeling, the reframing. It really works for me. So share more about that, please.
Yeah, thanks, Millie. Thanks for being here. So they're two different things, right? Labeling and what's called reappraisal, but they both activate a similar network or a similar process in the brain. They both activate the brain's braking system, braking, and they turn the brakes on, which turns down the limbic system. It's like a seesaw. Labeling does it a bit, reappraisal does it more. And so the thing with labeling is labeling only works with relatively low threats. So for a stronger threat, you tend to need reappraisal. So labeling is essentially you've got a sensation. You don't have any words for it. That brings a bit of uncertainty and lack of control, right? So your certainty and autonomy is down. And it's just kind of the feeling of like, I don't know what's going on, creates noise in the brain. And then you go, oh, actually it's 2 o'clock and I haven't eaten. I'm just hungry. And then in that moment where you kind of realize or put words on what the sensation is, this whole map gets created of like, oh, okay, that's okay. I know how to control this. Now I know what's going on. I can predict what to do, and you feel better. So essentially labeling is putting a few words on a situation, not a ton of words. That becomes more like bringing the emotions up. But when we just summarize an experience, like literally no more than 2 or 3 words, when we summarize an experience like a label on a box, we create this increase in certainty and autonomy, and it creates this calming, okay? And you can do it at any moment. I mean, there's an element of mindfulness practice that's like that. We can do it at any moment. Just, you're walking along, something's kind of feeling weird, and then you go, oh, okay, there's a bunch of things in the background that are like going on that I have sensations about. It's I'm sad that I'm not at Burning Man. I'm still itching my finger from the bites yesterday. I'm wondering how my daughter is enjoying this lecture. It's the first time she's heard me do one. Like there's all these different kind of things, and as I label each one, it kind of frees up that space, right? So that's what labeling is. Reappraisal is basically, it's getting a little deeper. So do you remember the old days, like decades ago when we used to get on airplanes? My experience often at an airport was I was often kind of last minute, and I would, if I can't see the gate, if it's like 30 minutes before and I can't see the gate, my heart's up. And then at some point I see the gate, I see the long line, and I'm like, okay, I'll be fine, right? But 30 minutes before, there is a chance that it'll be busy and you'll be fine, but there's also a chance there'll be no line and they could leave without you. And just that feeling is really interesting. So anyway, so basically what happens is you have an emotional appraisal to every situation. And, whether it's the kind of, whether it's the line at the airport, or it's, what your partner is going to say to you this afternoon, or how am I going to deal with this pandemic tomorrow? You have this emotional response to every stimuli, right? And what reappraisal is doing is basically hacking what happens when you notice that line at the airport. When you see there's a long line, your body goes, oh, okay. And your heart rate goes down. You've got new data that says you're not really in danger. And so basically reappraisal is hacking that system, and it's changing how you see the situation so that your whole neurochemistry actually changes. And there's really good neuro studies on this. Kevin Oxner at Columbia has done this, and based on James Gross's original research on emotional regulation, and shown really conclusively that when we change our interpretation, the whole biology changes, both the cortisol levels, the braking system, all this stuff. You can be looking at a photograph of someone in a hospital that looks like they're, really dying. And then the professor says, actually, they were much worse yesterday. They're really on the mend now. This is actually them looking good. And as you hold that thought, your whole response changes, your whole chemical response changes. Or you see people that are crying and you think they're, at a funeral, and then you zoom out and you see, oh, actually they're at a wedding, tears of joy. And you're like, oh, and you have a different response. So often it's kind of taking a broader perspective or a different context, or seeing it from another human's perspective. So as you change perspective in some way, it changes how you see the situation, right? And that changes your emotional response. So that's what reappraisal is, basically. It's literally changing how you're perceiving the situation, and it literally does change the biological response that we have. And I think it's really interesting. There's a work by, I'm scratching a lot. There's work by a number of scientists. Lisa Feldman Barrett is really interesting on emotions. Basically, there isn't really a signature emotion until you put a word to it. Like there's no signature for like anger in the brain, or overwhelm in the brain, or sadness in the brain. There's no consistent signature. It depends on what word you actually have for it, and the frame you make around it. And so the framing that we have really impacts the biological response in many, many ways. Great question. Anyone else on yourself? We can continue on this path for sure. Oh, David, you had a question. Thank you for reminding me.
I think it might be dialing back a little bit, but I was just curious, in stress situations, the actual changeover into a leadership position or taking a leadership role in a group, is there something around the negotiation of that, or how that happens? Is there a need for one leader, or is it a response, whoever responds, or is there, I'm wondering if there's anything around that actual role definition and the transition.
That's actually great. It's a nice transition. And you're welcome, Millie. It's a nice transition to where I wanted to go next. So I sort of said the first half of this, and look at that, we're halfway. The first half of this will be about you, and the second half will be about kind of how you help others, right? So let's summarize the first half with stay neutral to positive by putting in buffers. And if threats come along, label and reappraise. Strong threats come along, take a biological action so that you can minimize it, right? But what about others? So firstly, really, really interesting, this whole question of, do teams need a leader, and why do leaders exist, and what happens when you become one, all of this stuff. There's a lot of research on that. Systems are more adaptive and responsive when there is a clear hierarchy. So or said differently, when there's no clear hierarchy between two people or a team, there's actually this weird like dysfunction that happens. There's this jostling for hierarchy, like it's uncertain. And then when there is a clear hierarchy, systems, two people or many, actually are more adaptive. Now you can play with it, you can alternate it, people in some realms have fun with that, but it's interesting. It's an interesting thing. Now, Cameron Anderson did a lot of work on this. He's at Berkeley. On kind of power and status and all this stuff. And there's some really good neuro work as well. But basically, we really, really do care about our status compared to other people's. In fact, we actually, with everyone we interact with, we actually unconsciously determine their status and our status and who's higher. And in fact, there are 3 different brain networks that light up according to the strength of the differential in status. And I'll say that again, 3 different brain networks that light up according to how different your status is. And then these different networks determine all sorts of things that happen next. In summary, are you, deferential, or are you more expansive, right? Dominant, submissive, you can use different words, but there is like a toward or an away response, right? Which is threat and reward, as mentioned before. It's all the same continuum, right? So, what's happening here is systems where there is a clear leader tend to be more adaptive when there isn't a clear leader at all. Now, we can get into all the sort of social psychology on that, all sorts of other things, but just from a neuro perspective, which is more my work, the brain does crave that certainty of who's in charge from that perspective. Now, what happens when someone does become in charge? We wrote a really interesting piece on this. We actually did some research. And when I say we, my team's about 200 people, lots and lots of cognitive scientists and researchers and others. And we worked for about a year on this question. There's this really interesting thing that happens in the brain to someone when they gain power. And let's talk about that. I think it's really topical. So essentially, a little bit of power goes a long way, both bad and good. And when I say a little bit of power, it's like you're working with 4 friends, you're all, working in a company, and now one of you is being told you're a little bit in charge of the others, right? You're going to just kind of make sure things get done. That's all it takes, just like a little bit of power over other people. Some really interesting things happen in the brain in basically 3 categories. And we wrote about this. I'll see if I can point you. It was in Quartz magazine. I'll see if I can point it to you if it comes into my head, the name of it. But the basically 3 things go on in your brain. The first one is that you start perceiving humans as concepts, not humans. Right? So there's 2 ways we can perceive other humans. We can perceive them in their fullness as people with like intentions and goals and emotions, and we can have unconditional positive regard, we can hate them, doesn't matter. The basic thing is we're really thinking of them as a human. Or we can conceptualize people and think of them as literally concepts, right? Now, what happens when you basically have a little bit of power over people is you start thinking of them in a utilitarian way. And you stop thinking of them as people that have, emotions and intentions and, all that. And you start thinking of them as kind of pawns that you can use in some way. Now, there's adaptive value to that, because taking the data out of your, when you're trying to hold a human in mind, holding all their intentions and goals and stuff like in mind while you're thinking about them, and then trying to add another person and another person, and like holding all that stuff in mind and then trying to work out how to organize a project, like your working memory is completely full. So it actually makes sense to kind of go to a stripped back model of the human, right? When you're trying to put humans together on your mental stage and you're saying, hey, human A, human B, human C, who should I pair to do this project? You just don't have the actual working memory, the stage space, the mental stage space to hold all that. So what we do is we basically kind of get a straw person concept. So now we have this straw person of a human, a straw person of a human. Now we can move them around faster, right? We can sort of a little bit like the way, in a graphic design program, a simpler image can be moved faster because there's less recoding of all the data. Does that make sense so far? So what's happening is we basically think of people as concepts. The upside of that is we can think much faster and deeper and wider about lots of people and work out what to do with them. The downside of that is we completely misread how people respond. And so that's the first thing that happens is with a little bit of power even, it's really interesting. And the second thing is around risk. So the first one's around people, the second one's around risk. What happens with a little bit of extra power, you basically downplay risk, and you start just being very optimistic. Now, it's partially because a little bit of status actually creates a reward response. So feeling higher status than other people activates the reward networks in a similar way to beating your personal best at something, also creates a reward response. There's a reward response in the brain for being better than either yourself or other people. Both, by the way, are just representations in the brain. But there's this reward response for being better than another human. And what happens is we've got this slight positive response, right? A slight status reward. And what goes on is that we sort of laugh off the risks. Now, again, this is a double-edged sword. So this is actually important because leaders have to do really difficult things that are actually scary and uncertain. What's that saying? How do you leaders have to do something that basically they have to see things no one else can see, right? They have to see things no one else can see, and then keep imagining them and keep believing that they're possible, and literally seeing things other people can't see. Do you know what that's also called? Crazy. People literally think that you're crazy sometimes. I don't see that, right? I know you see that the business could look like that. I don't see that, right? I literally haven't got the mental model of that. You're crazy. So you're dealing with this thing of seeing things other people can't see, right? Which actually creates a status threat for you now. So now you've got this status reward to balance out the status threat. So again, adaptive, this risk thing, right? But then maladaptive because you don't take it, you don't pay attention to actual downsides and you make mistakes. And the third one is details. So people, risk, and details. The third one is details. So basically what happens, a little bit of power, is that your level of construal goes up. Construal is level of abstraction plus meaning. So you're basically lifting up from like, from like, this is low construal is, lifting an object. Higher construal is drinking. Higher construal is making my voice sound clearer so you can hear this easier, right? So higher construal is more abstract plus meaning. A little bit of power, you start thinking much more abstractly, much less about where you actually put the drink down, and much more about staying, quenched, to speak well. And so you miss the details. The thing drops off the table. I'm terribly guilty of this one. I think very high level quite often, and I, stumble into trees and do all sorts of things because my mind is often very kind of up in the clouds, thinking about the future of leadership and all this other stuff. And so I miss really important things in the details sometimes. So people, risk, and details, basically you have an effect on all those three things. That's what even the smallest bit of power does. And it's a real issue. Great. Is that good, David? Is that a thorough enough answer there? Great. CK, you've got another question there. Please, anyone else, just know you can ask a question or just make a comment in the chat, or you can also come off mute. And if you're willing to go on camera, it's nice to see people. It's lovely to see people. Thanks to those who've been willing to do that. Oh, there we go. Some more faces. Thanks very much. So CK, what actionable tactics do you have to navigate co-founder dynamics? Yeah, interesting. You have some startup implosions. Yeah, the challenge with like a startup, the co-founder, is there is a real jostling for power, right? Like a partnership between two people, even that is really difficult from a power perspective, because the power changes as one person has more money or more resources than the other. And like, power is a really challenging dynamic between two people. When it's between 3 or 4 people, it's really difficult. And often what you're jostling for is really a status question, is who has more power, who has more responsibility. I mean, the one thing I can say is, is be labeling these things as much as you can. Be like recognizing and labeling these things early before they become, really fraught. And take these things seriously. The power dynamics, when someone feels like they're in the shadow of someone else and they shouldn't be, it becomes a real issue if it's not kind of identified and brought out. Social pain, like feeling someone else is higher status than you and shouldn't be, like, it's actually very painful. It activates the same network as physical pain in the brain. So social pain is actually something to take really, really seriously. So watch out for the sense of unfairness. That's a type of social pain. And watch out for the sense of like reduced status when you thought it should be higher. Those are 2 really social pains. Now, I talked to you before about certainty, autonomy, and relatedness. Now add status and fairness to that, and put the S at the start and the F at the end. I'm just doing a giant puzzle for you. And you have a word, and the word spells SCARF: status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, and fairness. And SCARF is kind of, if I was a musician, SCARF's my double platinum album, of kind of an idea that's like turned around in people's heads, literally millions of people's heads, that literally is like a frame that helps you see the world at a different level. And so SCARF is essentially the 5 things that are driving threats and rewards all the time, in particular strong threats, like a feeling of low status or unfairness or all this stuff, right? And with all of these, I went through certainty, autonomy, relatedness before, but status I've explained, fairness is literally just a sense of equity. With all of these, the threat is stronger than the reward. And what's really strong is multiple things in a threat state. So if you have all 5 in a threat state, then you have a really, really strong response. And in particular, people of color in the last few months have had, long-term status reduction. Now that's felt even worse, right? Also, even more uncertainty and even less autonomy, and even more disconnected. And then this enormous dose of unfairness. Watching some of those videos just was unbelievably animating. And so you had all 5 in a very strong threat, and now you have people feeling what feels like inescapable pain and willing to do almost anything to heal that pain because it hurts so much. So that's the negative jackpot, not a positive thing. And that's an awful place. And we want to do everything we can to help anyone in that negative place to, find a way out of that that's healthy and safe, because it literally is painful. And, there's a whole bunch of studies on this. The sense of unfairness you have correlates to your health outcomes right across life, by entire states and entire countries. Sense of, equity and equality in that correlates to positive health outcomes for everyone, including people with resources. So That's a whole other conversation that one day someone might shoot me for bringing up, but there we have it. Great question, CK. So SCARF, let me tell you, let me get back to then the punchline. So SCARF is a way of thinking about how you interact with other people. So as a leader, people are already in a threat state. Maybe their status is down because they're feeling like they're not capable of this thing. Their certainty is down because life is crazy, right? Their autonomy is down. All these things are kind of down. So what can you do? So the question is, how do you put in a positive signal? Which one of those domains can you put a positive in? It's status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, and fairness. That's the frame. If you look that up online, you'll find a million things about it. The best reading is probably a piece I wrote called Managing with the Brain in Mind. It was in Strategy and Business magazine. That's kind of the best summary. But, leading in a time of crisis, or, the neuroscience of leadership, pandemic edition, the cliff note there is send positive SCARF signals everywhere you can. Now, what does that look like? For status, just reminding people how they're winning and actually that they're doing okay, and that, because we're feeling down on ourselves. For certainty, you can't actually increase certainty, but you can go a long way by increasing clarity. And it's non-obvious how big an effect that can have. And the smart companies are doing that right now. Like Microsoft back in April this year said, all in-person conferences, events, meetings, everything are canceled until July 2021. And this was in April, and everyone's like, wait, what? That's ridiculous. Like, why don't we wait and see? Actually, it wasn't just prescient. What it did is it created a huge amount of clarity for people. And now everyone could actually prepare for the worst rather than be, in the space of what's going to happen. Ambiguity is uncertainty, and uncertainty is debilitating. Whereas when you create clarity by saying, nope, that's done, that's off the table, it's actually freeing up resources, even if it's bad news, right? So you can create clarity by defining things. You can also create it by timelining, right? So I could create some clarity for you right now by saying, the first few months of this was basically shock. It was psychological shock. It was called acute distress disorder. You then, in the last few months, have been in a stage of pain. And probably in a year's time from now, you're going to be in rehabilitation. So exactly like you've broken your leg, you had a stage of shock, a stage of pain, and a stage of rehabilitation. And you're still in the stage of pain, and you should basically do whatever you can to mitigate that pain, because it's going to last a while, right? I've just helped you create clarity on a timeline, right? And actually it gives you a frame, right? So you can create clarity by taking things off the table, by creating a timeline, or by going back to your principles. Like, look, there's craziness coming at us. Here are the 3 principles we're going to keep working to. Help the humans, manage our safety and love each other, or something. So what are the principles we come back to? Again, you create clarity. So that's what you can do for certainty. For autonomy, it's all about giving people more control, letting people make more choices. In the organizational settings where I am, I'm just telling, thousands of managers to give control to their employees every way they can over what they work on, how they work, when they work, where they work. Just give them much more control than you've ever been comfortable with. And it will really, really help people through this time. Relatedness is all about shared experiences, people feeling heard, and shared goals. So shared experiences and then shared goals. So bringing people together. And then fairness is, about really treating people as individuals and really listening deeply to drive fairness. So that's the cliff note on what we've got to do as leaders, and, hear these threats, and then identify what you should do to move people forward. All right, let me pause there with presenting. We've got 12 more minutes. Let's take some questions or comments or connections you're making. What's coming up for you? No question is a bad question.
Dr. Rock, last year, you talked about the neuroscience of insight. And that's one of my favorite things. And I'd love it if you'd give the cliff notes of that, about being in a positive state, so we can have insights, and the power of that to help us have insights in the time of pandemic, in the time of theoretically, fewer options.
Yeah, no, it's great. Thanks, Dr. Love, for asking. I opened with that somewhat and just said, during this time, you need the insight phenomena, as well as you need deep rational thinking. And both are inhibited. But let's go a click further into that. So essentially, you have this working memory capacity. We all have this working memory capacity, which I call a stage. It's like actors going on a stage. It's quite limited, and literally you can't do much more than add up 4 digits in your head before it starts to be really dysfunctional, which is extremely small amount of data when you think about it. And so complex questions, which just about every question right now is complex, actually requires your non-conscious resources to solve them. So you need basically your unconscious brain to solve the problem and put it into your conscious brain. The trouble is, the noisier your brain is, aka higher threat level, the noisier your brain is, the fewer insights you have. And there's a whole body of research on this. I wrote like a whole other book on this called Quiet Leadership that looks at kind of how you bring people to insight. But the basic mechanism is that when you ask your brain a question like, what time should I finish work today? The deeper regions of your brain do start activating. But essentially, if there's a lot of noise in the brain, then it's a very dysfunctional kind of search. So imagine like a big, kind of almost like a Google search in the deep regions of your brain. The noisier your brain is, the noisier the search is. And more importantly, the signal when the answer is found is a quiet signal. So when you come up with the answer, it's a small number of neurons speaking to each other quite often. Often the answer is in like a distant memory or something you read once or a solution you found once or a conversation you had once, right? So when we hit a problem we can't solve logically, the answer is often buried in our memories, which means that it's a small number of neurons speaking to each other. And the spike that puts off, those small number of neurons, the spike that puts off is basically quieter than the noisy signal of our stress right now. So it's like a quiet cell phone at a loud party, right? When we used to actually see other humans thousands of decades ago. So that quiet signal at a loud party is basically the insight phenomenon. So the more you can do to quiet your brain, and not just threat, but literally less activity overall. So it's basically about helping you notice quiet signals, the tickle at the back of your head, the sort of hunch that you have. It's a very subtle signal. And basically, downloading all your emails first and having all that in your head wipes it out. So one of the techniques you want to have is leave insight space early in the day and early in the week, especially early in the week. Like try not to schedule anything at all on a Monday till like lunchtime or later. And try to leave your mornings open before you do your emails for things that are urgent or not urgent, but things that are creative. Like tackle your creative questions before anything else when your brain's quietest. Writing questions or anything that's really stumping you, like tackle those things in a novel way, like by taking a walk, before you kind of make your brain full of noise. That's basically what goes on. So there's a lot more to say about that. But if you look up just David Rock insight or how to have more insights, you'll see a bunch of my writing on that. There's a bunch of stuff free online on all that. So that's really what's going on. Deanne has a question. Deanne, do you want to, thanks, CK. Yeah, so there's a lot of really interesting stuff on insight. And the basic hack is anything you can do to help your brain notice quiet signals is really, really helpful. And one of the things that, and you'll sort of notice this, if you play a game on your phone, like a word game, for example, and you get stuck, leave it for 5 minutes, come back, you find the answer, right? The brain has got quiet down, sees the information fresh and sees the pattern. So it's basically let the deeper regions of your brain solve problems for you. Great. Deanne has a question. And then thanks for coming on camera, other folks. The question is, what does a leadership model look like in collaborative conscious communities? It's a great question. I think they have a lot more labeling for a start. I see a lot more honesty about what people are really feeling, what's going on. So I definitely see a lot more of that. As something really interesting to me coming into the Mystic community. So I'd never been to Burning Man before. I've been at Mystic 3 years running. I missed last year. It was a tragedy in itself. But before that, I was there 3 years running. And, I found it really confronting the first few days when I was there because I've kind of spent a lot of time in my life. This is going to be embarrassing and a bit of self-disclosure, but I spent a lot of time in my life working really, really hard to basically have luxuries, and I wasn't born into them, but I really, really like my driver and my seat at the front of the plane and my suite at Four Seasons and all that stuff, to be honest. And I really like those things, and that's where I spend my life. And I was like, I've got to do what? I've got to hang on, didn't I just pay money? And I would never say that, but I'm going to say it anyway. And I definitely struggled with that for a few days. Can't I pay more money and not do that? I got lots of that. And I was really struggling with it. And there was something about the equal status Like there's definitely some leadership, and I love the leaders of the camp. I just adore the way that Genevieve leads and all the other leaders. I actually learn a lot from them. They're doing an amazing job. But there's such a kind of shared goal, like a strong relatedness. So there's a really strong relatedness in terms of we're all in this together, and the status is not played up. The status is really neutralized, and there's this incredible sense of fairness as well. So they really value relatedness and fairness. Looking at SCARF, they devalue status. Status is off the table. Certainty, who the crap knows what's going on moment to moment, right? Certainty's out the window. Very high on autonomy, relatedness, and fairness. So everyone's got a lot of personal choice, but we're all in this together with a goal, and we're going to be super, super, thoughtful about fairness in every way. That's what I see in conscious communities. They're really anchoring on the A, R, and F in that way. And I love the work they do. And every year I go and I get something different, and I'm reminded of that I'm a human like everyone else, and I do my chores, and I also go and play bongos, which is awesome. Thanks. Yes, the Mystic leaders are truly awesome. Got 5 more minutes. Other questions? What would you like me to dig into? Dr. Love, you said you had some questions. I'm sure you've got some.
You answered my question about insight. And frankly, my brain is kind of processing what it is that you've shared and how I can implement this in my life. Like SCARF is so powerful. And I recently met a young lady who's very, very smart and who I've been collaborating with. And she and I are kind of like bumping up against each other because we haven't established any sort of status hierarchy. Right. And it's fascinating. I'm like, man, I'm really not getting along with this person, but she's beautiful and intelligent. I want her my life long term, but we're just like, there's no status at all. It's fascinating how it's creating this friction.
Yeah. No, it's a status battle for sure. You should talk about it and maybe each have higher status on different things. So, you have final say on that stuff because you're just really smart at that. And maybe I have final say on this stuff. And because I'm really smart at that stuff. And so that can be one way to do it. So there's no absolute status between people, but there's status that's relative to different issues. Yeah.
Thank you. That's so helpful. I see really smart power couples like Annie and Eben, who are two leaders in our camp. They have a lot of conflict. And they're both, and they say we're on equal status. And I think that creates challenges because I don't know if they've differentiated, but they share their conflict in their work together because they work together a lot too, which creates conflict. I think that differentiating status in different places is really helpful.
Yeah, it's a great question. CK is asking me, how do I cultivate the quiet times in my life? It's only with a hyperactive mind. Actually, bongoing does it. That's my favorite thing of all. Bongoing really quiets my mind. I can't really hold a thought. I mean, I've been playing drums since I was a kid, so I completely can lose myself with my eyes closed deep in this pattern. But I can mind wander a little bit, but I really love the feeling of being immersed in this really like 8 layers deep of patterns and hearing the space and the music. And, so I lose myself in that. Snowboarding, I try to get like 4 or 5 snowboarding trips a year to really kind of get quiet. I love that. And just walking long walks lately, long walks in the woods, although those are on the back burner right now after, for those who hear this whole session, after the experience. Something that I deeply enjoy, something that I'm really immersed in. I try to meditate most days. I always fall asleep afterwards, which I've made peace with. And like a little meditate and a 10-minute nap, 15-minute nap is amazingly refreshing. And the science of that is you come back up to full brain. But physical activity for me is really the thing to kind of, I come out of physical activity with a quiet mind. So that won't work for everyone, but for me, that's really the thing. Any final question? I've got a couple of quick announcements. Any final questions? Just thank you for being here. Just a couple of closing things. I've written a ton of stuff online about everything that you've just heard. So if you and almost all of it free. So just if you Google David Rock and any topic that you're interested in, like David Rock SCARF, you'll see 50 million pieces. Or David Rock Insight, any of the sort of topics, reappraisal, all that stuff. Got a big blog at neuroleadership.com, hundreds and hundreds of posts, more organizationally focused, but neuroleadership.com, all free. Tons and tons of blogs on diversity and inclusion and habit, and changing cultures and, the talent management and leadership development world. So tons there. I've got a blog at Psychology Today that's got a couple of hundred posts on kind of more personal things, including like, all sorts of weird and wonderful things, Psychology Today. And then I've got a blog at Forbes that's more about kind of organizational stuff. So just David Rock Forbes. And I write there every week or two. We wrote a big piece on kind of what leaders need to do in this crisis right now, which is listen deeply, unite widely, act boldly. So we've got a bunch of that, those are some places, depending on what you're interested in there. I will also say, I know I'm not allowed to make any commercial things, but I will give a gift to you and say my team is hiring, and you'll see that all at our website. But we're 200 people and growing and making organizations better for humans through science. That's our world. So if you know any wicked smart people, either yourself or others who are wicked smart, passionate about complex systems and science and have some skills, send them our way. But thank you for being here. Wonderful to have you here. Dr. Love, thank you for facilitating this. You and I should chat and some one of these times, and wish you a wonderful rest of the burn.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for coming, Dr. Rock. Happy burn to you. And I hope to play with you in the, I hope to listen to your bongos in the MysticVerse or in the Infinite Playa. We have the capacity to listen to those that are nearby inside the multiverse. Really? I hope to hang out with you in there. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, everyone. Take care of yourselves and look after each other. Take care.
So that was a great kickoff to our day here on self-development, personal evolution, and self-help with Dr. David Rock. And we have a wonderful treat for you. Next, we have Dr. Wyatt Woodsmall speaking. He is a neurolinguist. He is an NLP master trainer. In fact, the first NLP master trainer. And Wyatt is the mentor of my mentor, Eben Pagan. And Eben described Wyatt as one of the smartest living humans on planet Earth. I think that is an understatement. I think he might very well be the #1 smartest human on the face of the earth. Every time I listen to him, I have to write down almost every word he says to really kind of grasp the significance of what he says. Not only that, but Wyatt is also a very, very free spirit. And it's so great to have him here at Burning Man, sharing his wisdom and his energy. And so, Wyatt, thank you so much for joining us. Let me just double check our technology here. We are still recording. Wyatt, I think you can unmute yourself. We are streaming in the MysticVerse and YouTube and Facebook, and Twitch is looking good. And you are renamed. David, I'm having trouble making him a co-host. I was wondering if you can help with that. And then Wyatt, let me spotlight you. So you're now in everyone's screen. Okay, fantastic. Wyatt, I was wondering if you could start us off with that fun story of Bandler talking about how life is a good party. And if you don't want to party, if you don't want to have fun, life is too short to be messing with the likes of you. And I think Burning Man totally embodies that we get this 1 week a year to really be whoever we want to be and do whatever we want to do. And life is a really good party, especially when you're here celebrating Burning Man with beautiful people.
Okay, great. So the story that Dr. Love is referring to is one of the co-creators of NLP, a gentleman named Richard Bandler. And he's kind of a hippie from the 60s in California. And his philosophy is life's a party and I give good party. And so what he doesn't like is he doesn't like whiners, and he doesn't like people that are discontent with life. He thinks life is about having a good time and enjoying yourself. And he thinks that technology should be designed to help you have a good time and help you enjoy yourself. And if you don't want to, then he doesn't want to work with you. So it's like, why should you waste your time dealing with miserable people when there are enough happy and fun people out there in the world that you can relate to? And you'd be better off choosing to do that than spending your life trying to solve the problems of people that have decided they're going to be miserable. So we actually created a society in honor of him, because as we looked around the world, there seemed to be a problem. And there was a disease that seemed to be everywhere, seemed to be highly contagious, and seemed to be very prevalent. And we called it, for lack of a better name, heavy seriousness. And people that take life too serious take themselves too serious. So we created a society to eliminate seriousness. So it's the International Society for the Elimination of Seriousness Now. And the motto is more ecstasy. And so why be miserable when you don't have to? So Bandler created neurolinguistic programming, which we're going to talk about today. He said because he wanted the technology so people would no longer have an excuse to be miserable. And if you wanted to be miserable, it was your choice, but it wasn't required. So frequently when I do a training, I'll put up a sign, suffering is optional, but you have to provide it for yourself. And if you really want it and you're having a hard enough time, then we will appoint somebody to assist you in being miserable, but we suggest there's a better alternative. So NLP in a way is a technology to eliminate misery, suffering, unhappiness, and to create happy, well-adjusted, fun people, because you'd rather hang out with fun people than with miserable people. And so part of the problem is people have all sorts of so-called problems, and they allow these problems to run their lives, and they're not happy, and if you hang out with them, then you become not happy. So that's the story that Dr. Love had asked me to tell. So today we're going to talk about neuro-linguistic programming. This is a behavioral science change technology. It's been around for about 50 years now. It was created by Frank Pucelik, Richard Bandler, and John Grinder in California in the 50s and 60s. And it comes from a kind of an interesting place. It's based on a process called modeling. And modeling is a process of figuring out how experts do what they do and designing ways to transfer those abilities to other people. And when they originally created NLP, or neuro-linguistic programming, first, let's just say what that stands for. So neuro, your behavior is controlled by your neurology. Linguistics is the way you communicate with your own and with other people's neurology, both verbally and non-verbally. And programming is the order and sequence of that communication, which is going to depend on how well you're able to communicate with yourself and how well you're able to communicate with other people. So, neuro-linguistic programming. Some people think it's a horrible name, and nevertheless, it's what we're stuck with. And so I frequently call it behavioral science change technology. How it came about, I was getting ready to talk about, is that Grinder and Bandler and Pucelik worked with some of the people that were some of the great change technicians at that time. And three people particularly they focused on: Fritz Perls, who was the creator of Gestalt, one of the creators of Gestalt therapy; Virginia Satir, who was the mother of family therapy, which has to do with working with systems; and Milton Erickson, who was probably the world's greatest medical hypnotist. And what they did is they set out to figure out what these people did that allowed them to be successful. And so a lot of people out there have theories about what works and what they do. And most trainings are based on somebody's theory of what works. The idea behind modeling is figure out what the experts actually do, not what they say they do, not what they think they do, but what they actually do. And then design a training based on that. Now, most experts don't know how they do what they do. And you might think, well, that's a pretty bold statement to make. But the evidence for that is quite simple. If they knew how they did what they did, and they were able to communicate that to other people, their students would be as good as they are. But in most cases, the students are not as good as they are. And it's because experts operate out of unconscious competence. They don't know how they do what they do, they just do it. And that's what allows them to be an expert. So modeling is a process of unpacking unconscious competence. And so Grinder and Bandler and Pucelik then set out to figure out how Erickson, how Pearls, how Satir, and some other therapists then were able to do what they did. And originally they were working with therapy. And then they branched out into other areas, into coaching, into business, and neurolinguistic programming came into being. Now, NLP is based on 4 fundamental principles. Number 1, know your outcome. So what do you want out of life? People go through life in one of 2 ways. They're what I call the floaters that have no outcomes, that just are like a ping pong ball, continually bounding all over. Whatever it hits last determines on where it's going. And that they live their life randomly. Sometimes they're up, sometimes they're down. And sometimes they're going one way, sometimes they're going another way, but they're not going in a single direction. So NLP first rule, know your outcome, have an outcome, live life on purpose, have a purpose for what you're doing, know what you're doing, set out to achieve that purpose. Rule number 2 is you need enough sensory acuity to see whether you're getting your purpose or not. And so therefore you got to pay attention externally and you got to pay attention internally. So therefore calibration, the ability to look at other people and look at situations and determining what's actually happening becomes critically important. So you need to be then to have some kind of an evidence procedure for your outcome. And we'll come back to that in a minute. And so you're looking therefore to see, is what am I doing working or not? Now, if what you're doing isn't working, then stop and do something else. Anything else has a higher probability of success than what doesn't work. So most people continue. If they are trying to do something, then they will beat their head against the wall and think eventually then that simply by beating their head hard enough, they'll break the wall down. Normally, it just gives them a bad headache. So that it's not simply working harder, it's working smarter. So rule number 3 is have sufficient flexibility of behavior to vary your behavior till you get the response you want. So if what you're doing isn't working, stop doing it and do something else. And keep trying experimenting till you find something that works. In order to do that, you got to be flexible. So if I want to get from here to Chicago and I'm driving and I've got a route picked out and I'm going by the turnpikes, but if there's a wreck on the turnpike or something, or the road's closed, then if I've only got one way to be there and get there, then if the road's closed, I can't get there and I'm just stuck. But fortunately, I've got a GPS, so I can get off the turnpike, get on the side roads, and figure out a way to get around the blockages. So life is like that. So we need to have a destination. We need to have that in mind, but we need to have flexibility about how we're going to get there. And if we're too stuck in the way we want to get there, then we may never get there. So we need to have that flexibility of behavior. And rule number 4 is take action now. This is not a theoretical discipline. This is a practical discipline. So chunking back up again, the big picture. So neurolinguistic programming is a behavioral science change technology. It's about change. And if you don't like change, then NLP is your enemy. So it's about change. Now, there's some interesting things about change. I had a friend of mine that came to me and she said, Wyatt, you do all this NLP. Can you help me with my life? And I said, certainly, would be very happy to. What do you want? And she said, oh, great, great, you're going to help me. I said, what do you want? I can't help you unless I know what you want, what your outcome is. And she said, oh, great, great, great. And she got all flustered and she said, I want this, this, and this. And she gave me 3 things. And I said, great, wonderful. And she goes, wait a minute. How can it be great and wonderful if I want these 3 things? And I said, if you want this, this, and this, all you have to do is this, this, and this. And her face kind of falls and she looks at me and she says, but I can't do that. And I said, why not? And she said, because that wouldn't be me. And I said, precisely, you're absolutely correct. That wouldn't be me, and that's the problem. Change is about becoming not me. You can't stay me and get rid of your problems. In order to get rid of your problems, you got to become not me. And until you're willing to become not me, you're going to continue with these problems. If you want to get rid of the problems, you got to become not me. And now there's also further bad news that most of your friends have spent their life figuring out how to control you and manipulate you the way you are based on your patterns. And they don't want you to become not me. They want you to stay the way you are. So they're going to do everything they can to try to put you back into the box. And that's a problem. So once again, change is not that easy. And particularly since we exist in an environment, and in the environment then tries to put people back into the boxes that they're in. When they first started doing therapy, was an interesting thing happened. They would solve the person's problem, getting straightened out in the therapy room, and then they'd leave the room and they'd come back a week later and their problem was back again. What happened? They got rid of it, but in a week it regenerated. So they got rid of it again, sent the person home. They came back a week later and the problem was back. So they started scratching their heads. What's going on here? And they realized that what was happening is the person's environment was reinstalling the problem. And this is the basis of family or systemic therapy, that you can't just treat the individual in isolation, because the individual doesn't exist in isolation. They exist as part of a system, and you've got to treat the whole system, which is what Virginia Satir was an expert at doing and working with families. So we've got neurolinguistic programming, we got our 4 outcomes, and rule number 1 was know your outcome. And now then, we have certain well-formatus conditions for outcomes. So among the most important of these is that it needs to be stated in the positive. It needs to have an evidence procedure, so you'll know whether you're getting it or not. A lot of people have vague, ill-formed outcomes, and they've got no way then of verifying whether what they're doing is working or not, whether they're getting their outcome or not getting their outcome. So therefore, they can't apply rule number 2, which is have enough sensory acuity to see what you're doing is working or not. So your outcomes need to have an evidence procedure. What will you see, hear, taste, touch, smell that allows you to know whether you're getting your outcome or not? And so, the evidence, so your outcome needs to be stated in the positive. In other words, you need to know what you want rather than what you don't want. Now, a lot of people go through life knowing what they don't want, but they don't know what they want. So a well-formed outcome is not about what you don't want, it's about what you do want and about going after what you want. Okay, so then other part of the well-former's conditions is it has to be something you have control over. It's initiated and controlled by you. So a well-formed outcome is not that other people change, it's that you change in order to influence other people to change. So you need a well-formed outcome then. Okay. It needs to be appropriately contextualized. We need to know where you want it, when you want it, because you don't want it all the time and everywhere. And so these are some of the main ones. And so everything starts with this. Now, NLP's approach to change differs from a lot of the traditional models out there, particularly from psychotherapy. So the traditional therapeutic model says, okay, there's some problem you got now. We'll say you're screwed. So first you got to accept the fact we're screwed. Okay, so what psychotherapy says, if you are screwed, then we got to figure out how you got screwed in the first place. And that's going to be necessary to help you get unscrewed. What NLP says is, it's not necessary to go back and find out how you got screwed in the first place. In fact, there's a negative consequence to that. And the negative consequence is now you have a rationalization, justification, and excuse for why you have your problem. And that doesn't help you get rid of the problem. It simply makes it even worse because now you know how you got it and you earned it. You've got a right to it. And so therefore, this is a problem. NLP says we don't need to know how you got screwed. We simply need to get you unscrewed. So we operate out of what we call a present state, desired state model. What is your outcome? Where are you now? And what do we need to change to get you from where you are to where you want to go? This is different than from the traditional therapy, present state, past state model, figuring out how you got screwed in the past to figure out how you got to where you are. Not necessary. Simply start with where you are and where do you want to go, and then operate out of present state to desired state. It's interesting that I've been doing this technology now for almost 50 years. And in doing it, then I've seen that people seem to have a couple of characteristics. And one is that people are addicted to suffering. And when you try to take away their suffering, they fight to get it back. They fight to get it back. It's like, I've earned it. I've got a right to my suffering. Don't try to take it away from me. Well, once again, we were talking about at the beginning about Bandler. He likes to, his philosophy is warm, full, dry party. He wants to be around fun people. He doesn't want to be around suffering people. If you want to suffer, then that's okay. That's an option, but go do it by yourself and don't inflict it on those people around you. And we'll have a lot better and a lot happier world. So once again, so all you got to do is give up your suffering. So we operate out of a present state to desired state model. And NLP is about a bunch of techniques to help you to get from the present state to the desired state. Now then, so the basic training in neurolinguistic programming, when I did my basic training in NLP years ago, the initial training is called a practitioner training. My training was 24 days, 8-hour days with additional sessions. It was 24 days 3 days a month for 8 months, with study groups twice a week in between, and with evening sessions on Friday and Saturday of each of the training. And so it was like something like 500 or 600 hours when you added up all of the time in it. The next level is called a master practitioner. And in that, then you repeated the practitioner, but had another additional 12 more days of advanced training. And so that was like a 36-day training with, once again, over 9 months, 3 days a month, plus an additional 4 3-day sessions thrown in with study groups and practice sessions. And in order to get good, you got to practice. So a lot of trainings, you just go and listen to a lecture, and then you may do an exercise. But if you want to be good, you can't just do an exercise once. You need to have done it a number of times. So practice comes from doing it and gaining experience. Okay, actually what you want, and I talked about this the other day, is that there's what we call the hierarchy of information. So the world is data. So frequently when we go out to learn anything, there's data. The world is drowning in data. Data is increasing at an exponential rate. We get bigger and bigger hard drives so we can store more and more data. When I first started working with computers, my first computer was a 386-4. That meant it had 4 megabytes of data. And then from there, then we started moving from megabytes to, I started getting hard drives that were 10, 20, 100, 200, and then gigabyte hard drives. And today you get terabyte hard drives. And it's up to something like 5 or 6 terabytes for a relatively inexpensive one, and bigger terabytes for a lot more. So data is just increasing at an exponential rate. Now, most of this data is irrelevant. 99.99999% of it is totally and absolutely meaningless to you. A very small percent is meaningful, and that small percentage is determined on what your outcome is. What your outcome is. So you got to know your outcome, because your outcome allows you to translate data into information. It's information if it informs you about your outcome. So you got to be very clear on your outcome, because then you can constantly be searching the world for information, which is news of difference, that will inform you about your outcome. Now, organized information is knowledge. And in a training, then, it's the function of the trainer to organize the information relative to the outcomes and to put it into an organized system, and that's called knowledge. Now then, it doesn't end there, and this is where the important thing is. Knowledge plus experience equals understanding. Knowledge plus experience or being equals understanding. Knowledge is of limited value. Understanding is of infinite value. What you memorize, you forget. What you understand, you remember. So it's important to understand. To understand in training, which is different than teaching. Teaching is simply transferring information or models or knowledge, whereas training is developing skill. Skill development occurs through systematic practice, through putting into place the knowledge, through using it and discovering it, where it works, and what the nuances are that allow you to be effective in using it. So that we need practice. So in any effective training, And in neurolinguistic programming, we learn certain maps and models about how the human being works and how the world works and how communication works. And then we apply those and we do exercises. So we practice and we get skill. So in order to master NLP, you can't just read a book. To be a master, you need practice, practice. And once again, well, a lot of people don't like practice. A lot of people are only interested in information or maybe in knowledge, and they don't apply it, they don't use it, they don't do anything with it, and that's a waste. So NLP is a skill, and the skill is developed through exercises, through systematic practice, through study groups. It's interesting. In the martial arts, there are basic patterns, or what are called katas. And a kata is an imaginary, was originally an imaginary fight or combat. And so in the combat, then you would do striking, you would do kicking, you would do blocking, you would do a series of maneuvers. And so when learning martial arts today, you may practice then, and you practice a kata, and you may do it then in class or over a year. You may actually do it 30 or 40 times or something. Whereas one of the martial arts experts, who's Japanese, Kanazawa, says in order to master a kata, you need to have done it at least 10,000 times. 10,000 times to master it. Well, most people today, you do it once or twice and you're bored and you want to go on and learn another kata. And you think the more katas you know, the better. And you never master anything. Well, that's one of the problems. And that's also one of the problems with neurolinguistic programming, because once the technology was created and people started teaching it, people started going, well, how can we get it faster? How can we teach it quicker? How can we just tell people rather than give them experience? So today, whereas my practitioner training was 24 days, today the standard for most practitioner trainings internationally is 18 days, but you get people out there doing 6 or 7 day trainings. So you got to be really careful if you're interested in getting training in NLP. Now then, so where can NLP be applied? So it's an ideal adjunct to coaching. So many of you are involved in coaching of one form or another. So in coaching, then, you really need a change technology to understand what you're doing. So the ideal application of NLP is coaching, because it gives you all sorts of techniques in order to help other people to change. And also it gives you experience in calibrating, or other words, interpreting other people's verbal and nonverbal behavior, and helping them get a well-formed outcome, and assisting them in making changes in their life. It's a whole technology of achievement. It's a technology for change. So in 40 minutes today, all I can do is tell you that the technology exists, because as I said, if you really want to learn NLP, then you need to go through at least an 18-day practitioner. And then if you want to go beyond that, another 18 days for a master practitioner. And then beyond that is a trainer to learn to be a trainer with NLP, which is another like 20 days. So if you add that up, you've got about 56 days of 8-hour days. And that would be the equivalent of a couple of years of college as far as the number of hours actually spent. But it prepares you for a lifetime and gives you skills that'll allow you to be effective in communication and working with other people. One area NLP particularly focuses on is what's called emotional intelligence. And so Daniel Goleman, who was the creator of emotional intelligence, did exhaustive research, and he found that successful people in business and positions of leadership, it wasn't just that they had high IQs, because everybody was smart at the top. It was because they had high emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence consists of four things. It consists of being able to know what emotions you're experiencing. Second, in order to be able to control your emotions. Three, being able to read other people's emotions. And four, being able to influence other people's emotions. These are Goldman's four aspects of emotional intelligence. And what he says is that these are the things most correlated with success in life. What's insane is that there's no school system in the world where you're taught emotional intelligence, the single thing most correlated with success in life, and nobody teaches you. It's an insane world we live in. Whereas in neurolinguistic programming, you learn how to calibrate your emotions, how to read other people's emotions, and how to control your emotions, how to influence other people's emotions. So neurolinguistic programming is real good training, properly done, in emotional intelligence. Goldman tells you what emotional intelligence is, but he doesn't tell you how to do it. And in NLP, we learn how to do it. So how does NLP work? So once again, giving you the 5-minute version of it, whereas as opposed to the 56-day version of it, so that we take in information through our senses, and then we store that information inside. So we call these rep systems or representational systems. We see pictures outside, we hear sounds, we experience sensations, we have feelings, we talk to ourselves. We live in four worlds. We live in a visual world, which is a world of space. We live in an auditory world, which is a world of time, since all auditory distinctions are temporally sequenced. We live in a kinesthetic world, which is the world of internal sensations and emotions and feelings. And we live in a digital world, which is a world of meaning. And so we take in information simultaneously in these four different ways, and then we process it. And so we process it internally in terms of the ways we represent the world outside. So we remember pictures, we remember sounds, we remember sensations, we remember meanings. And we're also able, and this is critically important, to create pictures we've never seen. It's called imagination. We're able to create sounds we've never heard. We're able to create sensations and feelings we've never had. We're able to create new meanings. And this is the basis of all creativity, all growth. So NLP works with these representational systems. And it's about how do we know which processing we're doing and how we're internally processing that information. We call these strategies. And so we have strategies that allow us to do what we do. Strategies are simply repetitive patterns. NLP works because we are creatures of habit, because we operate out of patterns. NLP is about pattern detection and utilization. Each person has their own particular set of patterns or life habits that they've developed through their experience of interacting with the world. And we tend to repeat those patterns. And once we know what a person's patterns are, then we know how to communicate with them. We know how to assist them to go about changing, because it's about changing the patterns. So first we have to be able to detect the patterns. We need to be able to utilize the patterns in working with the person. And we need to assist the person in changing the patterns. And if the patterns they're using are not getting them what they want, then they need to change the patterns in order to do that. Okay, so we're talking about neurolinguistic programming, and there are trainings in it out there. And I warn though and caution you, be careful about who you train with. There's a lot of hype, a lot of distortion, and a lot of people out there doing short trainings that are not going to give you the advance or the level of skill that's really needed to be effective or to be a master of NLP. So if anybody's doing a practitioner training or a master practitioner that's less than 18 days, then avoid the training, particularly avoid at all costs people that are doing 6 or 7 day practitioner trainings. Those are just a glorified introduction. So if you're in coaching, NLP would be of incredible benefit to you. If you're in business, and I'm particularly interested in business applications. So in business, one of the things I do is I'm a modeler. And modeling is the process through which NLP was created. And so it's about figuring out people that are really good at what they do and designing ways to transfer those abilities to other people. So as a modeler, I've met some amazing people. One was Michelle Thomas, probably the greatest educator of the 20th century, who could teach people to speak a language proficiently in 5 days. So the question was, how did he do that? So my wife, Marilyn, and I wrote a book called The Future of Learning, the Michelle Thomas Method, which was describing how he did what he did. I've modeled, my wife and I, Marilyn, modeled Olympic athletes. We worked with the U.S. Olympic diving team for 12 years. And whereas after Greg Louganis, who was one of the world's greatest divers, retired, and we modeled how he did what he did, and we passed those abilities on to other people. And diving was then able to go out where the U.S. wasn't expected to win anything as a result of the training programs we developed. Then we won a couple of gold medals, several silver medals, several bronze medals. And I modeled a salesman that sold $500 million of product over 5 years. So anyway, so modeling and NLP, when applied to business, can be an incredibly powerful technology to allow an organization to function and to allow it to function even better and more effectively. And by modeling the top people in a business, then you can then pass those abilities on and you can bootstrap an organization. So I could go on and on. As I said, the training in NLP that I've had was started with 24-day practitioner, 36-day master practitioner, then a trainer's training on top of that. So that's up to about 80 some days plus additional study groups. So there's a lot to be learned there. It's a powerful technology. There's not a lot out there that teaches you how to control yourself and how to influence other people. And so NLP is one of the best things available. And so if you are really serious about change, if you're serious about growth, if you're serious about personal development, if you're serious about spiritual development, then NLP can be a powerful technology that can help you and assist you in that process. So,
well, excuse me, Wyatt, we're getting some questions right now. I was wondering if you could share with us, is there a simple technique you could share with us to demonstrate how to use NLP to modify behavior?
Okay, so once again, the answer is yes and no. So NLP is not about simplification. There are techniques that can modify behavior. They're not simple. They require training. They require ability. They require work. So one of the simple techniques, as I said, nothing is simple, is what's called reframing. And reframing is based on that all meaning is context dependent. In other words, it all depends on how you look at it. And if you can get people to look at it a different way, then suddenly it changes the meaning of the situation. Things that they thought were a problem suddenly are not a problem and may be a benefit. Things they thought were a benefit, then if they look at it this way, they realize it's a drawback. So a lot of NLP, people frequently operate out of disenabling beliefs, beliefs that are creating problems, preventing them from achieving their outcome. And so by then reframing so that they look at it a different way, it all comes down to it's how you look at it. And looking at it in a different way then would allow you then to suddenly see opportunities where you saw only drawbacks. So reframing is one of the techniques. And to try to explain it in a couple of minutes, that would be about the best. We've got techniques for, one of my favorite is what's called change personal history, which is frequently the problems and challenges people have started when they were children. A child's mind lacking a developed cortex makes many false to facts judgments about the world. And as they grow older, they continue to hold these false to facts judgments that create problems for them later in life. And if you can go back, and NLP has a technique called change personal history to go back and change these basic patterns that they started and able to create new patterns. So you can get rid of things that happen. So let me give you a quick hero story then. So one of my students lived in Hawaii, and he had a hairdresser. So he would go to a barber and this lady would cut his hair. And so he was talking to her, and all of a sudden she starts kind of choking. And he says, "What's happening?" And she says, she takes a minute. She says, "Well, all my life, periodically, I've had a feeling that I've been choking and I can't breathe. And it started when I was a little girl, and I went to, my parents took me to doctors and they couldn't find anything wrong. The doctors said this was obviously a psychiatric problem. So they sent me to psychiatrists. They said there's nothing wrong with this person. Go back to the doctor. There's something he hasn't discovered." So after going back and forth several times, the parents who were concerned started looking for other options that might solve our problem. And they never were able to get anything. And periodically she would have this experience. So my student said, "Well, maybe I can help you." So we did what we call timeline work, which is how you experience time. So he had her float up above her timeline, and he had her go back to when in childhood she began to experience this. So he had her go back, and she was taking a long time. And he says, are you, she says, "I'm still going." And then she says, "Oh, okay, there I am." And then she said, "Oh, okay, it's over now." And he said, "What happened?" And she says, "I'm in a previous lifetime and I'm being hung. There, I kicked, I'm dead now." And he said, "Oh." And so then he brings her back and says, "Well, you don't need that noose anymore, do you? Take it off." So she like symbolically pulls it off, throws it away. And now then, I saw this student again 10 years later. He still goes to the same hairdresser, and she's never had the problem ever again. What happened? I don't know what happened. All I know that he gave her unconscious mind a way of dealing with this situation that was satisfactory to it, and the problem was eliminated. The problem was dissolved once she found out what it was. And so amazing, NLP can do some amazing change and do it in amazing ways, frequently ways that therapists can't do and that therapists take forever, because therapy can be ongoing forever. And so NLP is not about going on forever. NLP is about solving the problem and getting on with it. So it's about solutions and not about lifetime going back to the therapist every week for the rest of your life.
Thank you, Wyatt. That's a great answer. I was in a therapy session with a former girlfriend, and the therapist said, we're going to deal with these problems for the rest of our lives. And I got so angry. I said, excuse me, doctor, would you not tell my girlfriend she's going to have this emotional challenge for the rest of her life? I'd really appreciate it if you wouldn't program that into her mind. And so I so appreciate that you're sharing with us technology that's about freeing ourselves from our past, rather than, I got to see you every week for an hour to try to stay sane.
Correct. We should not be a victim of our past. And the therapist then, because their model is past state, present state. Anyway, so other questions?
Yeah. So one of them was, if you had to give a real high level summary of personal development and self-help. So we got the 80-20 model, right? And then you mentioned modelers. It's about the 1%, the critical 1% that they do. So what's the critical 1% for self-help, for personal evolution? Either what's the mistakes people are making that's preventing them from changing themselves, or what's the number one thing they can do? What's the 1% that we on this call, that those of us who are attending Birdie Man, which is a transformational experience, what's the 1% that we can do that will make 90% of the difference in our lives and in our personal evolution?
Okay, that's a big question. And so the first thing is, obviously, transformation is about change, but it's not just about any change, it's about a particular kind of change. So one of the more powerful models out there comes from Ken Wilber and also other people, which says that we grow and go through certain stages of development. So therefore, we can change in one of two ways. We can change from moving from one level to a higher level. This is called transformation. Or we can take the model we're at and the level we're at and try to get a more sophisticated form of that, and that's called translation. And interestingly, the greatest enemy of transformation is good translation. So we first need a developmental model. If we want to develop spiritually, then Wilber lays out in his framework that we've got, depending on how we chunk it, we've got 10 to 12 different levels. And each of us then in our life starts evolving through these levels. And we stop and start at certain points. At the end of our life, we've reached a certain point. So if we want to grow and evolve, we need to know where we are, and we need to have a technology then that will allow us to actually transform ourselves to the next level, to become not me at a higher level. So the first thing is then to be able to tell what's transformation and what's translation. You need a map of transformation, which Wilber provides. And then you need technology then in order to do this. And so traditionally in personal growth, or we call it in personal growth, at the high end of it, we have spiritual growth. And so, and in spiritual growth then, that we're growing in our, we have a different understanding at each level, and we're dealing with different challenges at each level. And so that we've got contradictions that exist at each level. So a truly transformative technology provides us a map of where we're going, and it provides us technology to allow us to move from one level to another level. And so traditional spiritual schools frequently share their beliefs, but they don't share their methods. But they have methods, although today more and more this is being made available, particularly meditation techniques and things like this, and working with mantras and yantras and various transformational technology, what I call trans tech. And so we live at an age where this stuff has never been publicly available before. And so the challenge, though, is to be able to work with it and to be able to let go of the old, to accept the new, and to be open. And the challenge is we tend not to be aware of where we're at. Gurdjieff says we're asleep. And so asleep means we think we're conscious and awake. We're operating out of mechanical, unconscious processes. And so first is to become consciously awake and alert, to come out of trance, to at every moment be living in the moment and be directly experiencing what's happening, and at the same time to be experiencing ourselves, what he calls self-remembering. So NLP and other technologies then can assist us in this process, but it boils down to being in the now. You see, Ram Dass' famous statement, be here now. The question is, if you're not here now, then where are you? If you're not here now, you're in general in one of three places. You're either stuck in the past about something that happened to you that you're still upset about, that you can't let go of, or you're stuck in the future anticipating or dreading something that's about to happen, or you're living in a fantasy world and daydreaming and fantasizing. And if you're doing any of those things, you're not here now. So he's not talking about physical presence. He's talking about being aware in the present. So so all change only occurs in the now. Change doesn't occur in the past. Change doesn't occur in the future. Change occurs in the now. So we got to be living in the now. And we got to be aware then of everything around us and everything inside of us. And we've got to be aware at the same time of who we are, of I, what is I? And so when we're aware of those things, that's going to be the basic foundation on which all transformation and personal growth is based. So we could go on, and that's another topic for another lecture and another discussion. If this has been of benefit to you, you can go to my YouTube channel, Wyatt Wood Small YouTube, where they've got a lot of other material available for you if you want more information. And so,
terrific. Why, we have just one more question that's hopefully quick. This is from CK. He's asking, what is your definition of wisdom, and what is your definition of spiritual development?
Okay, wisdom, according to Gregory Bateson, comes from multiple perspectives. So as I said, wisdom comes from knowledge plus experience. And when we have, and that gives us understanding. And when we have understanding and we have more experience of a diverse kind in multiple contexts over multiple time, we create and achieve wisdom. So wisdom is understanding plus further experience. So in other words, we're looking at things from multiple perspectives because we've been there, we've seen it, we've done that. That's what wisdom is. wisdom should be the goal of education. But to get it, we need not just knowledge, we need understanding from experience, and we need more experience of a diverse kind to create wisdom. Now, your last question was, what is spiritual growth?
What is spiritual development?
Okay, the word development, to develop means that there is a set of stages that you are going to go through. It's about change. It's about becoming not me. So development requires a map. It requires a map. What are the stages of development? You don't just develop randomly. You develop in a certain stages that are in a certain sequence or a certain order. And Ken Wilber, more than anybody, lays out that map in detail, particularly the higher dimensions of it. Somebody like Claire Graves has laid out the first basic 7 or 8 stages of it, but Graves himself said he was at a lower stage, and he was projecting what he thought the higher stages were, whereas Wilber has reached the highest stage himself, where he's able to maintain consciousness 24 hours a day, whether asleep or awake, where he's able to produce delta, which normally you only produce in deep sleep brain waves. He's able to produce those in a normal waking thing while he's giving a lecture and a normal conversation. So there are indicators which are known to the people that are in spiritual schools at the levels to evaluate where people are on the developmental sequence. These are not publicly knowledge, but they're there, and these are indicators. And so what is development then? Development is moving from one stage to the next. And what is the most important level? It's the next one above where you are. So wherever you are, there's another level. And what you need to be focused on is how to get to the next level, then the next level. So don't be jumping ahead. Stay where you are. Focus on what is the level of transformation you're dealing with. We could go on and on, but it's somebody else's turn. So
yeah, she's right here. But Wyatt, I want to ask you super quick. What are 5 or 10 books you'd recommend on self development? If you just want to rattle them off for us self development junkies out there.
Well, once again, I would read Wilber. There are a lot of books that are around. Pathway Through to Space is perhaps one for people at the beginning. Once again, I don't think you can learn personal development from a book. That's, I think, first part of the problem is. So everybody is always wondering, what do I read? Well, reading frequently takes you in the wrong direction. You need self-observation, and you need to be taught how to do self-observation. And that's what you're taught in a good school. And there are not a lot of good schools out there. So you got to find your own path and find your own school. Okay, so we're taking somebody else's time. So I've enjoyed being with you.
Wyatt, thank you so much. So if you want to check out his material, it's going to be WyattWoodsmall.com. If you want to watch not WyattWoodsmall.com, excuse me, check out his name on YouTube, and Wyatt's going to make the replay of this available on his YouTube station as well. And he's got a lot of other great information out there. Wyatt, thank you so much for all the knowledge you've shared with my mentor, Eben, and the many thousands of people who have come through him and come through you. Deep, deep gratitude. Thank you so much, and happy burn to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Wyatt. Okay, up next, we have a really exciting, wonderful speaker. We have Andy X, and she is the perfect speaker to follow Wyatt, because Wyatt was just talking about the need for emotional intelligence. And wouldn't you know, we have some playa magic here. That is exactly what Andy X is going to be talking to us about. So she's going to come on in just a moment. And since it's a Burning Man, we thought we'd start off with just a little bit of dancing, and just to get us moving and and get the blood pumping. David, if you're helping monitor this call, if you can help make here, I'm going to spotlight my video. There we go. And so if you're in a space where you can dance safely, not driving, but if you can dance and move your body safely, now's a great time to get that stretch going on and have some fun. So let me see here. You can go into the next person. Where am I? Cosmic Peace. All right. All right, shake it. All we really need is love, 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 love. The age of peace, where hearts run free. All we really need is love, 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 love. Right. Stop share. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen, and Homo sapiens. We have a wonderful, very talented expert in emotional intelligence, Andy X, here to share with you today about emotional intelligence, which is a really essential part of self-development and your personal evolution. So, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah. I'm gonna tilt this down quite a bit, if that's okay.
Yeah, let's make sure this is.
Put that there.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. It is my grand pleasure to be with you and everyone else tuning in from everywhere. Thank you, Wyatt, for what you've shared. NLP is something that I've never really studied because, as Wyatt expressed, you either have people who are operating at a level of unconscious mastery where they're not really sure what they're doing, they're just really good at it. And then there are people who work with systems and modeling to figure out how those people are doing what's just natural to them. So it's like a translation of flow state. And it was a awesome talk for those of you who were on, to be able to understand. Should we turn this fan off for the sound? Thank you. To be able to understand really what the field of personal growth looks like and how it is oriented. And I think I want to start through simply mentioning first and foremost that whereas everything that Wyatt said was super valid and empowering on the level of those people, again, who are more structure oriented towards modeling, that there is potentially another way to look at existence, self-growth, spiritual development, that is less what we would call kind of the polar active, you might call it masculine or whatever word you want to use, and one that is much more about listening, much more yin, much more passive, much more feminine. And so I work professionally as an emotional intelligence consultant, and it is one of, I would say, arguably the fastest growing fields today because, you know, these soft skills are what is so missing from our corporate infrastructure. And so for someone to be able to come in and hold up that mirror in a way that's non-judgmental, non-threatening, and inclusive, and focused more than anything on the individual's trajectory of self-growth, that's kind of priceless. So there is a price to the work that I do. Nonetheless, it is this quality that you kind of can't learn it. To truly have mastery in the realm of emotional intelligence, it exclusively comes from your own self-work. and your own self-development. And so as I've been ruminating this morning before being here, it's 2 p.m. here in Boulder, Colorado. It is Thursday of Virtual Burning Man Week, and I've been speaking on different topics every day. And this, like every other, is a culmination, it's building. And so the first day I was speaking about future physiology and looking at the work that I do in What's Beyond AI and how the human physiological signaling will interact with our lifestyle design. Applied epigenetics is my mastery in the career that I had as a naturopathic doctor. And from there, then I lectured on focus, presence, essentially. And then yesterday we talked about neuroplasticity and the ability to expand cognition and get better at thinking and processing as a human. And so today, as we dive deep into emotional intelligence, I have been, as I said, ruminating on this topic this morning. And I want to bring in something that I always bring in. And some of you know, astrology is my worldview. And it's not something esoteric or even spiritual. It's kind of like magnetism of plants, you know, of planets. The tides rise on a full moon, and as do the waters in our body. And if we know that there's scientific proof and validation for that effect of the cosmological impetus upon our individual experience and the experience of the environment around us, guess what? Every single planet and every movement in the solar system has an effect upon us. And every culture throughout history had a system of deriving meaning from this, which was some sort or form of astrology. And modern humans are the only ones that are like, I don't need that. I know everything I need to know. You want to tell me that something can dictate how I am? Like, yeah, no. So that is why we have such high rates of depression today. That is why we have such high rates of suicide, such high rates of like use of antidepressants, right? There's a loss of meaning. There's a crisis of purpose in modern humanity. And it's really, truly up to us to be able to come into a state of self-awareness, which is the core tenet of emotional intelligence, to be able to kind of expand up. Do you want to watch it upstairs? Okay.
Yeah.
I think no, you don't? Okay.
Unless I'm distracting you.
I think, yeah, it might be better if you watch it upstairs. I have a live audience as well. But whatever is good for you. So I am going to see if I can share my screen with you. And we will get boogieing with just some networks. Thanks, Robert. I kicked him out. Now it's just intimate. Now it's just me and you guys, and you're in the digital facade of this Burning Man virtual reality in the multiverse. So beautiful. Right here, I have some diagrams. What I was saying is that through astrology, I have more or less understood that my own challenge as a human in this lifetime, and that's of course of no matter to you as different humans, and yet for whatever reason you've been brought right here to listen to me right now, so there must be some kind of message that's supposed to be coming through this human body at this moment in time for you. And in that interaction, I can tell you that this human, right, the skin suit that I'm wearing this lifetime around, has had a challenge with communication, right? I have my Venus, which is your feminine, and as a woman, that is the ego self at its seed, in the sign of Aries, which is the youngest sign of the zodiac. And it's the one that is fast, quick, heavy, now, loud, right? It is the Wonder Woman archetype. And yet at an immature level, when I was 5 years old on the soccer field, my coach pulled me aside and said, Andy, you can't yell at the other girls. Right? So I learned quite early what a force, a tour de force that had been given to me as a human this lifetime around, that I would have to learn how to kind of curtail and mold into something that was more acceptable to the masses, or perhaps less threatening. And I mean, radical self-expression, right? There's nothing wrong with being unacceptable to the masses or threatening. In fact, it's something that I'm sure most of you aim to be. And yet I knew that to do the work that I wanted to do in this world, that it would be responsible to do massive amounts of inventory of how much of that fire was something that I got from my father, right? And his father, and that male lineage of, you know, very kind of toxic masculine anger. and how much of it was my own, of just like having so much fire burning up inside of me, wanting an outlet. And so through years of work, through a very early spiritual awakening, at the age of 20, I went to India for the first time and was studying in the largest intentional community in the world, and the oldest. It's called Oroville, and it's in the southeast of India, just south of the third biggest city, Madras or Chennai. And there I was able to have a laboratory, a living laboratory, an incubator. And the spiritual tenets of Oroville are based upon the work of an Indian sage named Sri Aurobindo, which Wyatt in the previous talk about NLP mentioned. He mentioned Ken Wilber several times, and a lot of Ken Wilber's original work stems from Sri Aurobindo's philosophy and thought, which was essentially that man is a transitional being, that we are not the end point of evolution, that it's not like monkey, ape, man, done, right? That we have further evolution to go, and that this evolution will not be physical or necessarily biological, that this evolution will be on the level of consciousness. All right, and everything I know, trained as an anthropologist with a master's in ethnobotany and several, travels to more than 100 countries around the world, I understand that the challenge of humans today is self-awareness, and yet self-awareness is what makes us uniquely human. It is our prefrontal cortex that allows us to conceive of any moment other than the present moment. Right? So some of you might glorify animals, how they're living all the time in the concurrent now, and they're living all the time in flow state, and they're just present, and they're there, and they're doing what they need, and they're reacting and acting. And, us humans, we get stuck up in our mind. And so how to unravel that, how to take what we've been given, both if you want to look at imprints archetypically, through astrology or other systems, whether it's human design or whatever kind of archetypical system you want to use, or whether it is through embracing the fact that we inherited a lot from our parents, and that the traumas that we experienced as a child in early childhood development dictate more or less how we're showing up as an adult. And more than anything, it's the stories that we're telling ourselves in between our ears. And so in this, I recognized as well that my Chiron, which is the wounded healer, right? It's the part inside of all of us, and all of you have a different placement of Chiron in the natal chart, which is the map of the cosmos at the moment of your birth. My Chiron in Gemini indicates that I will have a challenge with communication for my entire life, and that I will spend so much time and effort and energy trying to heal that. And through my journey and what I learn, I will garner truths to be able to teach and share with others. Yeah. So with that, I give you that history to show that I became an emotional intelligence expert and consultant, not from going to an NLP training course, right? And as valuable as it is, I think that there's a certain softness that it lacks, a certain spirituality, if you will. A certain receptivity, and what's in that space is truth. And so I'll reiterate something that Wyatt said, that NLP is a system that you study to learn how to control yourself, and essentially, I don't think the word was manipulate, it was maybe modify the behavior of others, right? So to control yourself and to change the behavior of others. And you see, just in that languaging, there is a massive amount of penetrative masculine energy, a force field of like, I know what's right, it comes in and this is how you do it. There's not a whole lot of listening. And yet when it comes to any kind of trauma-informed practice, therapy, presence, self-work, right, which is the work that we are in crisis of needing today. And thankfully the psychedelics movement and psychedelic assisted psychotherapy is on the rise, gaining legalization, making massive, amazing clinical trials. And later this afternoon in 2 hours, Rick Doblin will be speaking about that. So please stay in this space and listen to the work that we're doing in order to uplift humanity. Nonetheless, right, that work, that receptivity, the presence that's needed for you to truly do the work rather than to wear the clothes of the worker. Do you understand that? I'll repeat it. For you to truly do the work and show up as the one who has evolved rather than just wearing the clothes of the worker. because that's what we see a lot today, especially in the world of spiritual materialism. You know, someone's wearing a mala and it's like, yeah, I meditate. I have a premise that anyone who talks about how much they meditate has missed the point of meditation. And, you know, sure, personality types and whatever, and everyone enters this journey from a different point. Like I have lived in, you know, the most spiritual of spiritual worlds, from Central America to Bali to different parts of India for the better part of the last 12, 13, 14, 15 years. And so I've seen a lot in terms of the upcoming scene, the rise of the millennial awakening. And it is really a huge responsibility that I feel that I hold as a torch holder, showing the way of light, of truth that comes from inside and is not dogmatic, right? So knowledge, which was eloquently defined by Wyatt before in an NLP lecture, knowledge I define as someone else's wisdom. Right? So it's translatable, again, these models. And yet to truly be the worker, to truly show up with a level of self-mastery, it requires you to do the work and for you to accrue your own wisdom. And so the practices in this are many. I'm not someone who really subscribes to systems and, you know, that kind of hierarchical leveling of here, this is where you're going. No, where you're going is present. So close your eyes right now. Let me just give you a taste of this. Soften your knees if you're standing like me. If you're sitting, soften your shoulders, allow your knees to be heavy. Feel the feet into the ground wherever you are. The next inhale makes the belly nice and big. Exhale through the mouth. Sigh. You're muted. No one can hear you. Inhale. One more side. Do it, do it, do it. One more time, just for fun. And as you're present right here, feel an awareness in the pelvic floor. This comes from more advanced physical practice. Start now. Lifting the pelvic floor, lift the sternum, relax the shoulders down the back, relax the jaw space between the back teeth. A calmness, a smile behind the eyes. Remember the last time you felt that everything was okay, and it might have been when you were a toddler in your mother's arms. Maybe it was in a girlfriend's arms or a boyfriend. Maybe it was in the arms of another family member or the arms of yourself. Maybe it was hiking deep in the wilderness, wherever it was. The last time you remembered embodied awareness, maybe it was your last psilocybin trip. That memory that everything's going to be okay. Ground down into your feet. Realize that there's nowhere you need to be, nothing else you need to be doing right now except for right here, inside of you. Lift the pelvic floor again, lift the sternum, let the shoulders, the knees, the hips relax, elbows relax. Smile behind the eyes. You can bring your focus, your attention to the third eye, the point between the eyebrows. Eyeballs roll in and up in their sockets. Deep, full body breath. So the belly expands, the ribs expand, the shoulders gently lift, all on an inhale. Don't force it. Allow it to be natural. Notice a sensation across the forehead. Notice the space between the skin and the skull. Notice your state of awareness. Remember what it's like to remember that everything's okay. Think of everything that's happened in your life up to this point really fast, really fast. Elementary school, middle school, high school, university or work, further study, relationships, people who have come and go, different places, cities, countries you lived. Think of the past week, what's happened, where you've been, all the way until the current moment now. Feel yourself, feet on the floor, pelvic floor lifted, chest lift. Next breath. Bring that sense of remembering that everything, no matter what it is okay. Bring it into your awareness, into your presence. Breathe into it. Allow it to reprogram your neurology through inhaling, massaging the vagus nerve. Exhaling, releasing. And see if you can tickle a sense of gratitude that you are who you are. Fuck, you're cool. You have so much to share. And your story is like the hero's journey that you're on is explicitly meant for you. And yeah, there's going to be challenges for sure. Would life be fun without them? And as you come back into the present moment, that slight jest, the memory that everything is okay. And that the biggest mistake we can make is taking ourselves too seriously. Gently, slowly allow your eyes to open, soft gaze at the floor in front of you. Come back into this space. Notice where you went. Notice your body, the surroundings of the room right now. Notice the screen, notice my voice. That is presence. That is self-awareness. And to have an embodied experience of that is accruing wisdom. And wisdom is what's required for emotional intelligence. Wisdom is what's required to truly work with people. Because if you have knowledge, if you have bookshelves of books, right, and certificates of courses, but the way in which you show up is not present, or not fulfilled, or not fulfilling, then it's like, what was all that worth? And so emotional intelligence is actually a diagnostic process that I do with people. When I go into workplaces, when I work with startup teams, when I work with high achieving CEOs or people of massive influence, athletes, I work with them in seeing how willing they are to be present with what is. And the core tenet of this is acceptance. It's at the heart of every spiritual teaching that you'll ever come across. And that's not like acceptance. People are being raped and murdered and I have to accept that. No, it's like, oh, cool. So if it's within my arm's reach, as one of my spiritual teachers once said, then it's something that I will act out and with and in, right? If it's something on the news, you're going to hear plenty of stuff on the news today. Can we look at it as mythology? Can we look at it as an understanding of something that's meant to teach us or show us something? And when we engage with life like that, a bit more mythical, as the hero on a hero's journey, we've passed through the threshold towards self-awareness. Because otherwise, we're just going to have a bunch of opinions. And frankly, there's too many variables to have opinions because you, my beloved, you've been given one tiny little perspective on a multitude of existence, right? In this multiverse. And your perspective, even though your ego so badly wants to know what's right and what's wrong. You hear that little 5-year-old voice? That is still subjective. There's no way that from our small self, our ego self, or from our opinionated self, we will ever know objective truth. And so the only way to truly know objective truth is to be present and to say, oh, this is what's passed before me today, And so that can manifest in a ton of different ways. And I want to make today really practical for you. I have no desire in waxing esoteric or staying off in some philosophical realm. Imagine a rat ran across my toes right here. There would never be a rat in my brother's house. But if it did, right, the rat ran across the floor, some people might freak out. Get it out of here. That's an opinion. Right? Any kind of attraction or aversion that we have to something is it is a version of having an opinion. And so rather the rat crosses and I am self-regulated enough in my nervous system and you are self-regulated enough in your nervous system, consciously, constantly aware of your breath. One of the biggest pathways to spiritual development, right? Because that's hacking into your nervous system, which is going to program everything else, going to release your neurotransmitters and determine what mood you're in or how available you are to be empathetic in the prefrontal cortex or not. Regulation. So regulated that a cannon could go off in the background, a gunshot, and I'm here. We're here. We're calm. We're present. So that rat runs across the floor. And it's like, interesting. First, I wonder where he was going. Looks like a little saucy rat. Must have been having fun. Okay, so empathy. Second, right, presence with maybe a mythic, cosmic conception of what is rat mean in animal spirit medicine and indigenous traditions from the past. When they saw rats, were they messengers? What did they have to say? Right? And all of this has to do with a holographic reality and an understanding of a core tenet of the kind of pan-Asian philosophies that include something called Maya. And Maya is illusion. It is the fact that we are living a holographic reality that we take so seriously in this matter, in this body, and how I look, and all of this. And yeah, so I'll just say that. I mean, and I also want to celebrate one of the students in the institute that I ran this morning. I was on a call with her, and we have 18 months. So Wyatt was talking about the importance of finding a program that's not 7 days if you actually want to learn something, right? Being held in a container. And so we're halfway through our 18-month program, and I was on a call, one of our one-on-one kind of coaching sessions with a student this morning. And she said, you know, the other day I was almost in tears because I don't care what I look like anymore. I spent so much energy on that. Right? And so as we start to identify, if you're looking for a framework for growth, as we start to identify more with that objective truth that doesn't have opinions and rather just is and accepts and is present and tries to read into the mythical reality of what happens in the life before you, right? Then we have less identity with this small self, which was me as a 5-year-old, you know, screaming out on the soccer field, yelling at the other girls. And so as we start to shift our awareness and our identity, not from the shadows or the traumas from which we've been programmed, not from a sense of who we are trying to be, again, the clothes we are trying to wear, your mala or your spiritual or whatever, you know, like I make fun of it in jest. I spent too long in the yoga world, so I own my jadedness, right? But going into a level of self-mastery where it's like, hey, I could be naked and it's okay. So nudity is kind of a good pressure point test of how seriously you're taking yourself, how identified with this material realm of existence you are. Yeah. Other good points are when something happens, whether it's the rat coming across the floor or in your workplace, injustice, people yelling at you, anything like that, whether it's judgment that people cast upon you, often from their mother or father, right? And so that judgment comes, and rather than allowing it to trigger your own trauma, lack of self-worth or need to be perfect or whatever it is, you show up and, like, interestingly with love, observe in acceptance, oh, this person's trying to throw guilt or judgment or shame or whatever it is at me. And it's like, cool, I'm not interested in playing that game anymore. I'm not interested in having opinions. I'm interested in this presence and acceptance of what is. And in that, you become powerful, not in a powerful, dominating, masculine, penetrative way where we're trying to control ourselves and manipulate others, but rather in a way where you can be resilient, go anywhere, do anything. And you're showing up with a level of self-acceptance and not in like, the antithesis to fat shaming, like, I'm gonna celebrate my cellulite. Like, not, I mean, that's a part of it. But I really hope there's a video somewhere of that. But in a way of true understanding and knowing of the self. And so I taught yoga teacher trainings for most of the past decade. And yoga is not asana, right? Yoga is self-knowing. And at the end of the day, that's what emotional intelligence is. So my pathway to emotional intelligence wasn't through Tony Robbins and like all of these tics and these things that you can do to program. It was through deep introspection and asking every thought, every statement, every opinion that might come up, right? Where's that coming from? Is it coming from this place of objective awareness, where I trust and I realize that everything's okay and everything that's happening is happening for a reason? Or is it coming from a place of identification with the self and a need to be seen in a certain way and a desire to perform? And I mean, clearly you're hearing a lot of my shadows here. So your shadows, to include them, might be not being embarrassed, or might be having, knowing what's right, being an expert in your field, right? Having a big title before your name or whatever it is. And these are growth processes that we go through, right? These are layers that we shed. And so in emotional intelligence consulting, the entry point is a diagnostic of self-awareness, right? Within minutes, I'm able to tell where someone is in their path of evolution without judgment of good or bad, because hallelujah, we're on a path of evolution, you know, and that's why we have a beautiful path, and that path is not something that's slated, and it's not something that is predetermined. It's something that you were discovering. So it's a little bit like being on a hike and just trusting the path and not knowing where you'll end up, or the rainbows or the waterfalls. So let's see, share screen. I'm gonna do this. Share. Did you guys see that work? If someone can say yes, that would be
yes.
Thank you so much, Robert. So here we have kind of the core tenets of emotional intelligence. And this is the work of Daniel Goleman, who was the masculine who was perceptive enough in his receptive feminine awareness to be able to delineate that there isn't just core intelligence. You know, like I'm the first person to admit that Mars in Sagittarius, I'm an intellectual elitist, Mercury in Aquarius, right? I do value people based upon how smart they are. And yet I have been to NASA headquarters in Silicon Valley. I've been to Singularity University and their meetups. I've been to all of these places where you think you'll meet really smart people, and I walk in and their emotional intelligence score is like 2. I don't know if that's out of 100 or 10, I'll let you guess, but I'm like, wow, cool. So if you have tremendous amounts of intelligence, but almost no emotional intelligence, and this is the glorification of being a little aspy or on the spectrum in Northern California and Silicon Valley, right? Where it's like, I'm super hyper smart, I'm a geek, but I can't talk to people, right? You know, people like that, or you've heard of people, you've seen people like that on a TV show. Right? And so there's like a glorification of this polarization on one end, whereas on the other end, someone who's emotionally intelligent might not know anything about the world, and yet there's enough love that's circulating in and without and round them that they're showing up in a way that they can be anywhere. They can go to Silicon Valley and communicate with the geeks. And so if you're going to like weigh out which one is more valuable, IQ or EQ, looks like it's tipping in the favor of EQ. And this is why emotional intelligence is the most celebrated of skills, the soft skills today, because you can't just read a book and get there. It only comes from your deep self-work. Yeah. So self-awareness is our first tenet here. It's a significant one. Again, just that understanding of, is this coming from, and for many years I asked myself, is this coming from my spirit or is this coming from my ego? And that was my deciphering question for about, I think probably 2 years in my very early 20s. And that gave me a ballooned amount of growth, because I was constantly demanding myself to metacognate or become aware of my thoughts. And in that, your level of self-awareness will grow tremendously, that you'll have much less, if any, unconscious moments where you're just acting and reacting without being aware of what's really going on. So I'm going to hop over to here. Social skills is the next one. So social skills, this is a quality of knowing the environment, knowing the place around. And of course, this relies on empathy. I would kind of draw a map between these. But nonetheless, social skills, the question that I give you as a tool, and all of these things are tools. So if the first tool is hydration, always. The next tool is going to be, is this coming from my spirit or is this coming from my ego? Why am I saying this? Why am I talking about my experience, right? Is it to actually relate to you, or is it to show off to you? Yeah. And so to be really honest with ourselves, because at the end of the day, emotional intelligence is being honest with yourself. And the world is filled today with people lying to themselves. That is the era of social media and filters and all of this other, distraction that we are drowning in. So social skills, the question for that is, what is really going on here? what is really going on here? And a lot of this will require mastery of understanding power dynamics. It will require a massive amount of observation of a space and people. And I mean, I don't want to even bring it esoteric and energetic awareness. I have no desire to talk in that level, but you'll just, you know, good vibes only or bad vibes. You know, you'll feel things, vibes that are not said. You'll be able to read between people's words. And when you start to read power structures, you'll gain social skills. And then when you show up with someone, you'll show up not first with your own story, you know, falling out of your sleeve or coming out of your chest. I'm so absorbed in my own reality that I can't be present with you. And the next one we'll go to is empathy. And understand what it is that you are experiencing in your human experience right now. And it's of crucial importance to connect with people from a level of putting yourself in their shoes. And I spoke about this yesterday quite a bit in the lecture on neuroplasticity. And when we come into understanding emotional intelligence, empathy, which is a uniquely human quality that comes from the prefrontal cortex, it's putting ourselves in someone else's shoes and doing it at the expense of being overly expressive of our own experience. So interestingly enough, this isn't very Burning Man, I guess, with the radical self-expression and immediacy principles. Nonetheless, it is required for emotional intelligence that we stop for a second and we stop being so absorbed in our own story and what it is we want to share with the person, or our current view or our current triumph or trauma. And we gain a level of presence with what's before us and the human before us and what they might be experiencing in that moment. And so I do this through travel. I've been able to acutely put my pulse on the reality of a nation and a people through just, you know, sitting in a tram and feeling into people and imagining what their life might be like, observing how they get along, observing where their eyes move, observing how they're showing up as a human. Everything is here. When you start to study body language, everything is here. So a huge part of emotional intelligence, the translation of it, is embodied awareness. And so this will come into account when we start to talk about self-regulation, right? Self-awareness, self-regulation, and how these two map over one another. That our awareness of ourself doesn't stop at the mind. It also translates to the body, because guess what? What happens in the body is a product of what happens in the mind. And this is the core tenet of psychosomatics. Yeah, you have a shoulder problem. Hey, cool. What are you holding? What's the world on your shoulders? What could you let go of, you know, to get some weight off your shoulders? How can you be more honest with yourself? And so I think you're starting to get the idea of a lot of this. And then the motivation part of emotional intelligence is super important. I don't know if I can zoom in. Hopefully you guys can maybe see this. Probably not. Anyway, it's just a summary. Motivation being driven to achieve for the sake of achievement. I would change that. Emotional intelligence doesn't have that kind of masculine oomph. Instead, motivation is here because you are committed to a path of evolution. You are committed to waking up a more receptive, present human today than you did yesterday, right? And so let's see if the last one I had planned to share with you. So these are the 4 key tenets. This is also very small, or known as the 5 domains. So self-management, relationship management, social awareness, and self-awareness. And so let's see, I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll come back to you. And as I do, I want to just let you know that it all starts with self-awareness, right? There is no relationship management if you don't have a level of self-awareness, because guess what? You have a story, but your story is only one part of the story. So the next tool that I'm going to give you for relationship management, and this is for your romantic relationships, this is for your relationship with your parents, this is the relationship with any authority figures in your life, whether they're bosses at work or teachers at school or your landlord or whatever, is curiosity, right? So here's a gift. gifting it to you on the playa. It might look like chocolate, but it is curiosity. It's a massive gift. If you can hold this gift, make a necklace, wear it with you everywhere you go, and enter into any space with curiosity, that will be the antidote to the toxicity that can come from having opinions. Right? Because when you have opinions, you've defined reality. You've set what you think is right based upon your limited knowing and the constantly changing variables. Right? Whereas if you go into a situation with curiosity, and questions that come from curiosity can be things like, what are you experiencing right now? Or I just want to check in, where are you at with XYZ? Or how is this translating into your reality? Or what effect does that have on you? Right? And it's definite practice to ask it in a way that isn't coming from that opinionated, judgment-based self, because I could ask the same questions of, what are you experiencing right now? Or what is your reality? Right? And you can hear embedded within the same words a different question. And so if you can enter into any kind of space with a level of curiosity that is distributing a tremendous amount of emotional intelligence, not only to yourself, but to others, because it's engaging them in their own process of self-awareness. And it's only when we become self-aware that we can radiate out to others the permission to become self-aware. When we can admit our faults, right? Fall on our own swords. When we can say, hey, like, remember 5 years ago when we had that falling out? Like, God, I was super opinionated and I thought I was right. And that was based upon, you know, a need to be seen and heard because I wasn't by my mother in childhood. And so, you know, I acted out that way, and I see that you must have been having a totally different experience, and really that my opinion isn't the end all be all, because there were more variables than I could ever account for. And I just want to not necessarily say sorry if I'm not really sorry, but I want to own responsibility for what happened there. And I just want to, you know, acknowledge that I've grown. And if you can show up tomorrow and the next tomorrow and the next tomorrow as a more enhanced version of yourself than you were yesterday, then we're winning, right? This isn't a path that I need to map out for you. This is an inherently only truly like internal, it's an inside job work that you are walking on at your own pace, in your own speed. And anyone who's forcing you to go faster is not acknowledging you. And so you see where when we have that quality of acceptance, it's also for growth. I mean, these are definitely lessons that I've learned in at least this past class of the 18-month program that I run, because there are times where I want the students to be able to be more honest with themselves and see themselves. And I see my opinion of just wanting them to be more honest with themselves. And yet if they're not there at that level of self-awareness, all I can do is be curious and ask questions. And so this curiosity is a tool that you can use with your loved ones, right? And yourself. And that comes back to the question of, what are we really doing here? What's really going on here? So, trying to think if there's anything else I want to say. I do want to leave space for questions. We have about 15 minutes left. So I suppose I can open back up this chat. Okay. Rick Doblin is speaking, Ken, in an hour and 15 minutes. So anyone who has questions, put them in there. Let's see if over here you guys have any questions. Hi, Tata. Marina. Nothing? I can keep talking. I mean, I hope that this is kind of hitting home. I would actually like to hit home more so that this is more palpable to you. I'll give you examples maybe of showing up emotionally intelligent. Imagine that you were walking into a fire, and it's a metaphorical fire. It's not a literal fire. Very ironic since we're here in Colorado. But this quality of walking into maybe someone having a fight, or walking into crisis mode when it's crunch day at the newspaper before it's being published, or whatever kind of fire it is. And you're walking into it, and rather than aversion or attraction, right, of I can help and I can be the hero and save the day, or oh God, these people or this situation is so toxic, or whatever it is. not having any of that, but just like accepting it, being present with it, and, you know, showing up self-regulated enough. So again, regulation of your nervous system is pretty much everything. That you can enter that situation and just say, how can I help? Right? And especially if you're someone who has better things to do, right? You're someone super important and you just show up with that quality of humility. Right? How can I help? That's huge. And that's a marker of emotional intelligence. Another marker of emotional intelligence is the number of times during the day where you feel a need to be right. And the less you experience that need to be right, often the more right you'll be. Right? Because if it's coming from that place of, I'm going to share something, it's probably from my human experience. I'm going to say something, I'm going to offer something. I don't know if that's true. Right? And that's not self-doubt. What that is acceptance and flow with all things that are. Right? The less shame and embarrassment that you have, and like this takes probably years to disinherit, and there's many different practices that you can do. Anything from nudity I mentioned to singing in public, especially for Westerners, it's not that big of a deal in Asia. Things like that can help you shake off, right? To moving, dancing, right? Things like ecstatic dance. We often have a level of embarrassment there, and that level of embarrassment is barring you from full experience. Addiction to substances, whether they be food or alcohol or drugs. Right? You need to escape yourself in order to feel free. What would that experience be like if you stayed present and you allowed for a sensation of looseness in your existence, right? Right now, everyone, pretend you're drunk, right? If you've never been drunk, make an impression of someone who's been drunk. I hope you're doing this in your house. Oh, you're so cute. Yeah, like that. Like just be able to channel different states of being. And by kind of being resilient in that way and very versatile, you will thus have less identification with a traumatized autopilot state of being, which is how most humans walk around today, right? We're carrying our childhood wounds all over the place. Highly recommend Stephen Kessler's Personality Patterns. If you know the work of Wilhelm Reich, who was one of the prominent students of Freud, and Robert Brennan is another, and Adia Judith is another who has taken this work out and shown us that, wow, all humans today have massive childhood traumas. And it's not like, I think I mentioned this yesterday, it's not like you were raped, or it's not like you had a parent die or something like that. It can be tiny, it can be small things. But because of those small things, which are a natural part of life, it has imprinted the way in which we view the world. And if we're viewing the world through foggy lenses, or through lenses that are not from a more objective space, we are coming from a subjective, often traumatized, opinionated, wanting to be validated in some way space. And when we can let go of that, right, that's an up level. It's a huge up level. And it's not just something you're like, oh yeah, I'm done with that today, right? It took 9 months of like constant work for that student that I mentioned earlier to show up and be like, I don't care what I look like. And for that to come from a place of truth, rather than to come from a place of mental philosophy of, yeah, I don't care what I look like, but like secretly you totally do. Yeah. And so at the end of the day, it's a conversation that you're having with yourself, and no one else can really truly know the journey that you're on and what you're experiencing. And so I encourage you to have that conversation. Writing is an incredible tool. Flow state writing, set a timer for 8 minutes or 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Let the pen go to paper. Open a book, look at a random word on a page and allow that to be the first word you write and see where you go from there. Poland, right? And just go and write and see what comes, because when you do that, you're opening to a portal of knowing from beyond. You are being able to detox not only the physical, but the emotional, the mental, and these are integral pathways and parts on our journey for evolution. So yeah, let's see if we have any other questions. Anyone? You guys are doing great. You want to play a song for us? Huh? No questions? Really? All right, how about someone give me a problem? Give me a problem. You want to give me a problem?
Along the lines of what?
Any problem you have in your life. We're going to apply emotional intelligence, because applying it, practice, as Wyatt said before me, is how we really learn. It's not through theory and knowledge, which is someone else's wisdom. It is through applying it to our life and our own experience, which becomes our wisdom. No problem.
Yeah. How about the problem that you run into?
You want to come here? Come here. This is my brother's other roommate.
Hi.
Hi.
So something I've been running across and coming across in my life recently is the difference in like the actual energetic exchange that you have, like online platform versus meeting somebody in person, and like how when you meet somebody, all these things that fall down the storylines that you've been building and like actually fall into authentic relating. And so like how to remember and like where to like navigate your cognitive mind when you're not in front of people to remember those things about them and like how you actually feel about them, instead of the storyline of what you think, you know. So
is this meeting people in a certain context? Like, is it dating?
I think it's any kind of relation, really. I feel like especially it's really prominent now because we're not seeing the people that we see on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing them behind a computer screen or behind a phone screen. And yeah, I feel like there's a tendency to create more storylines and more like projections and like principles of like the way that you're navigating or the way that you want somebody to interact with you. And I feel like a lot of those fall down when you meet each other. So like, you know, how do we, you know, more actively remember those things?
Okay. I love this. This is a theoretical problem, not a personal problem. Thank you for this. Yeah. I can speak to it too. Nonetheless, like, how do we apply emotional intelligence to our new digital reality? I'll summarize the question as such. The way that we are able to engage is to realize that ultimately it's a conversation with ourselves. And so if you're on the phone with someone and you're not seeing them, you're talking or you're listening, and how you're listening, the ears that you're listening from, or the assumptions that you're making about the other person and their story, or you're multitasking maybe while you're listening or whatever it is telling you something about yourself and your presence, whereas you wouldn't be able to get away with that if you were in person with them. And so that's one huge tenet. And the other side is just being really honest, and this can be first with yourself and hopefully then with others, of what am I hoping to get out of this? Like, what is the intention or the motive? What is the desire for this interaction? And yeah, that's going to really curtail you into a space of like, do I want to be seen as handsome or as an expert or as someone capable or as a good friend or as a good son or whatever it is, right? See, like, what is going on for you in this conversation? And I would almost argue that the digital existence that we have now as a human is almost forcing us to face ourselves. We are in our cave. We're alone. And it's only when you're alone that you can truly do this work, right? True spiritual growth happens in a quality of captivity, right? I went off grid and went into silence for 40 days before I decided to leave my career. Like, that quality of self-knowing would have been so implicated by other people and their opinions and thoughts had I not had that space. And so what COVID's done is it's given us a tremendous amount of space. And as we move forward into an even more hyper-digitalized existence, where I'm going to be talking to you, but I'm also going to have like my glass here that's going to show me in a way that only I can see in a projection of a clear, like, translucent screen, right? There's no screen there, but it's going to be projected. So I see it as a screen. So I can essentially like look at my Facebook feed as I'm having this conversation with you. So as our really presence and awareness gets even more fractionalized, is it coming from a place of inner presence, or is it coming from like a passe, casual, yeah, this is what we do, we're humans, we talk to each other, and we're not actually present? And so before we get into that hyper digitalized existence, I think what's being asked of us is to do this work of self-awareness, which is the core tenet of emotional intelligence, so that we are in a space of knowing, of self-knowing, of that regulation of like, this is what I'm experiencing. This is what the thoughts that are circulating my head are. And that's what meditation is. Meditation is not about having a clear mind, right? I'm sorry if you've been misled in that way. Meditation is about becoming aware of the thoughts that come through your head and starting to be able to categorize or see some themes in them. And then through that awareness, you're able to communicate and translate with and to others. And so, yeah, at the end of the day, there's a lot of projection, especially when things are virtual, because you don't, as you said, have that in-person energetic experience. The 90% of what's happening between us that's not being vocalized, right? So in the digital version of that, it's really helpful to vocalize a lot of those things. My intention for this conversation is to serve you and to have your problem serve these people, right? My intention is to be in flow state and not know anything, but rather just say what's coming through me without attachment. Right? And I'm feeling touched and like loved by your engagement with your human experience. And if I can communicate that to you, it doesn't matter if we're on screen or in person. Yeah. And then maybe I would use this tool of curiosity that we talked about to ask what your experience is. We can do that off camera. Right? But this quality of communication is what bridges our humanity in the age of technology, in the age of digitization and virtual realities. And so I really hope that the self-knowing that is the foundational baseline for emotional intelligence is a journey that you will continue on for the rest of your life. And yeah. Robert, are you transitioning over? Thank you everyone for listening. I see that Peter's here with us.
Fabulous. You all finished?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andy X. That's beautiful, powerful information on how to improve ourselves with emotional intelligence, one of the things that's majorly lacking in the world. Stay tuned. Up next, we have Peter Diamandis, founder of SpaceX, and he is a burner. So Peter, we're going to do a quick technology check here. I'm going to change your name to speaker.
And I think Elon would be very upset if he called me founder of SpaceX versus X Prize, but that's okay.
Thank you for correcting me there. We don't want to upset Elon. Peter Diamandis. Anybody else's discoveries I can give you credit for? Oh, Peter
Sure,
Peter discovered electricity, created the polio vaccine, and he's also founder of Zoom. So you wouldn't be here without Peter. So thank you, Peter, for making all this possible. I'm going to make you co-host.
Awesome.
Okay. So, and then I'm going to check the streaming, making sure that is all good. Let me X out of that. Okay. So let's check the restream here. Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube are looking good. Okay. The streaming is going well. Fantastic. Peter, I'm going to, here, let me introduce you here. All right, so Dr. Peter Diamandis is founder and executive chairman of the X Prize Foundation and executive founder of the Singularity University. He's the best-selling author of Abundance, Bold, and The Future is Faster Than You Think. I just checked that out from the library, and it's super duper good. I can't wait to ask you some questions about that. And fortunately, recently named Peter as one of the world's 50 greatest leaders. And he is a burner, and he's taking time out of his busy schedule to share with us some really cool, exciting things about the future. Peter, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome, Robert, and welcome to Burning Man 2020. Actually, I think I have my mom watching, so it's nice to have my mom join Burning Man as well. But anyway, it's a pleasure, and hello to everybody out there on whatever channel you happen to be watching and listening to. I have some friends from X Prize, from my abundance community, from a whole group, Singularity University. So a pleasure. So what I'd like to do is actually speak for just a little bit and then get into Q&A, which is the most fun. And I'll start by saying we're living during extraordinary times, made more extraordinary by what's going on with COVID-19. I talk to the notion that the world is moving at extraordinary speeds and accelerating. And the fact is that the future is faster than we can possibly imagine. And a lot of people fear the future. We fear what we don't understand. And we fear that the world is going to change in a way that's not recognizable. And the reality is that it will. And it's not going to be recognizable, but the world we're in today is not recognizable to our great grandparents and to the people before them. Our job is to use the extraordinary tools that we have access to now, the extraordinary tools that enable us to be godlike with a small g, to be omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, to be able to go and find the world's biggest problems and solve the world's biggest problems. I think one of the biggest challenges we have is we are all so empowered to do amazing things. There's more capital than any time ever in human history. There's more access to knowledge and communications and manufacturing capability and design capability. And so the challenge and sort of the message I want to get out there is stop complaining and start solving, because that's what is now possible. We're living in a world where there is no problem we cannot solve. It may be difficult, may be hard, but we have access to enough capital, enough technology, and enough people to actually take on any problem, any challenge. So I think about the world changing, and I want to give an analogy that I'll come back to a few times. That some 65 million years ago, this asteroid comes and pummels the Earth, and it changes the environment so fast, so dramatically. There's this massive change that all of the slow, lumbering dinosaurs go extinct. They're gone. They're goners. They cannot adapt to the rate of change of the environment. And these furry little mammals that are scurrying along back 65 million years ago eventually evolved to become us, the dominant species on this planet. And it was really because of agility that they had that enabled that. Over the last 20 years or so, there has been yet another asteroid strike. And that asteroid strike has been exponential technologies, computation, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology, augmented virtual reality, blockchain. All these technologies are changing the world in such a rapid fashion that unless you have some level of agility, a lot of companies are going extinct. So you look at all of the major retail stores and a whole slew of other companies that can't keep up with that. And just when people are feeling safe, boom, here comes COVID-19. And that changes the world in an extraordinary fashion, in a way that, again, a lot of companies and individuals and even governments are unable to adapt rapidly enough. And so if I had to say what is the most important asset that we need as leaders, as entrepreneurs, as good humans, is adaptability, because the world is going to change. Other thing that we need is the ability to take the tools that we are being given and to use those tools for the force of good. So what do I mean by that? Well, we're heading into a world where there's more computing power in my Aura ring than there was on the command module of the Apollo mission taking us to the moon, where computation is going to be embedded in everything, everywhere, where AI is going to become embedded in everything and everywhere. And I think that scares some people, but the reality is what that's going to enable is the ability to democratize health and democratize education. So I just had a chance to write a book called The Future is Faster Than You Think. Thank you for going to the library to get that. Robert, I didn't realize people go to libraries still, but I think it's a good thing. I guess I go there for peace and quiet once in a while. But one of the things I realize is that we humans like stability. We like things to be the way they are and the way they were, and we feel uncomfortable when it changes. But you know what? The way it was sucks for most people. It really does. For most people around the planet, having the world the way it was 10, 20, 30 years ago, 100 years ago, 500 years ago, meant that you worked at the bottom of the pyramid and you were basically serving these stacks up to the king and the queen, up to the pharaoh, up to the wealthiest people in the universe. So where we are right now is the technologies that I write about, that I invest in, that come out of the X Prizes, that come out of Singularity University's companies, that come out of a lot of the companies, all of these exponential technologies are all about democratization. They're all about literally enabling every single human on the planet to have access to all the food, energy, water, healthcare, education, entertainment, knowledge, communications that they want and that they need. And that's extraordinary. So when people fear, if we could mute on whatever channels we're not muted on, that'd be great. When people fear technology. And when they say, slow down, I don't want that technology, what you're doing is effectively fearing and slowing down the ability to bring abundance to every human on the planet. There is a future, and it's the one I work toward, just the one that X Prize and Singularity and Abundance works towards, a future in which we can meet the needs of every man, woman, and child. To slow that down, what it means is that every child born on the planet should have the ability to get the best education possible, period. Every child born on the planet should have access to the best healthcare on the planet, period. Access to all the knowledge, communication skills, access to fulfill their dreams. You know, the two industries that are most baroque and most broken is healthcare and education by a long shot. And right now, you know, ashamedly in the United States, we spend more money per capita in those two areas and get the least results anywhere. And so I think about this, and it's not going to be, you know, unfortunately, spending more dollars on medical school educations or spending more dollars, though I think teachers are probably the most underpaid profession in the States. Ultimately, for us to get to scale, for us to be able to allow every man, woman, and child to have access to what they need, it really is going to be flowing in the impact of these technologies. So again, let's take healthcare as an example. Today, we don't have healthcare. We have sick care. We have a system that takes care of you after you're an identified patient with a disease, and it is giving you the pharmaceuticals to take care of you, putting you into an ICU or some kind of a hospital system that is expensive and that is, you know, impersonal at best and is scary. And by the way, nosocomial diseases, those are diseases brought on by being in a hospital or from a healthcare worker. I think the number is, you know, killed 250,000 people in the last year. It's more than, you know, COVID-19 by like a factor of 2 or 3. So this is error, or being in a environment that's filled with germs. What if instead of waiting for you to get sick, we were able to have our bodies constantly monitored and measured by sensors that we consume, that's under our skin, that we wear, whatever it is, that our body is being measured. So, you know, I'm a pilot. I love flying. I have a Model S car that I love from Tesla. And at the end of the day, and by the way, this is a Telluride hat, not a Tesla hat, for those of you curious. At the end of the day, those vehicles, my car and my airplane, have more sensors in them than any human does. And I know before I take off that the airplane is in perfect condition, that everything is working great before I, you know, head off into the wild blue yonder. And ultimately, that's the way that we need to be as well. We need to be monitored 24/7, all of that data going to our personal AI, our version of Jarvis, who's making sure everything is perfect in our bodies. And if it's not, we should want to know immediately so we can solve it. We can solve it by eating the right foods. We can solve it by getting the right amount of sunshine or whatever it might be. And sometimes it might be medicines as well. But the medicines we have access to now are extraordinary. There's an entire generation of what we call biologics, which are sort of B-cell grown antibodies. We have access to gene therapies. If you're unfortunate in having been dosed, you know, 3.2 billion letters of your genome, but having one of the genes be defective, and this is called genetic disease. There's a large amount of it out in the world that has survived through evolution. You can finally think about fixing that. You can finally thinking about editing that genome through CRISPR technology or replacing that gene with gene therapy. And both of these are miracles. They're fundamental miracles that are now possible. And we're going to start to see the concept going from, oh, I'm so sorry you have that disease, to why aren't you fixing that disease? Just like if you were going down the road with a flat tire on your car, why aren't you pulling over and fixing it? You know, the notion that we should say that's just the way it is only is true if you don't have the way to fix it. And I think we're heading towards the technologies. Again, this is the combination of quantum computing, AI, you know, and CRISPR and gene therapy and a range of other technologies, enabling us to understand how the body was ideally meant to work. Let me slow that down again. And some people say, well, you know, I don't know about this stuff. You know, I don't think we should be fixing this. And, you know, I'm a big believer in longevity. I'm focused on making 100 years old and you 60, and then making 120 years old and you 60, and then 200 years old and you 60. I'm like, I love this life and I love living on this planet. I want to live here as long as I possibly can. Just my personal bias. Everybody, it's up to you how long you want to go. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that our bodies were never designed to live past age 30. Back 100,000 years ago, a million years ago, you'd go into puberty at age 13, maybe age 12. And by the time you were 26, your baby was having a baby. And if that was a situation, well, then, you know, if you had grandparents around who were 30 or 40 years old and you were taking food from your grandchildren's mouths, that was not the best way to perpetuate your species. So what happened? We would die by age 30. 30 was, you know, you were done. You had reproduced, you'd passed on your genes. You were the best contribution you could make to your species. And so we were never designed as humans to live past age 30. So just think, if you're over 30, all the years you've gotten for free, but the body began to dysregulate. All of the genes that had been turned on start getting turned off, and the genes that were off start getting turned on. And there's a whole slew, and there's an amazing book by Dr. David Sinclair called Lifespan that I commend to you, that talks about the sirtuin systems and DNA repair systems and the value of NAD plus and NMN and a whole slew of things I won't go into here. But Lifespan is an amazing book, one of my favorite books of the year. So we have the ability finally to add healthy years, not years in a wheelchair, not years in pain, healthy years in people's lives. And I think that's a beautiful thing. So we're going to reinvent healthcare to make it true healthcare, not sick care. Education today is, again, just a travesty for most. And I feel sorry for the kids going through school right now on Zoom rooms, which is the best people are trying to do, but it's a very difficult situation. I know it from it personally with 2 9-year-olds. But we're going to reinvent that, right? It's going to be the combination of a whole slew of different technologies. And you may say, well, I don't want my kid on tech. I want my kid getting, you know, education from teachers and so forth. Listen, a lot of parts of the world don't have that luxury. And our ability to democratize and demonetize the best education, where eventually I can take a child in the middle of any place, put them on a pair of VR glasses and say, I want to teach you about ancient Greece. And you say, okay. So you put on your glasses and you go back and you're in VR, and everything in the VR screen that you see is super high resolution. It looks lifelike. It's at, you know, a resolution that your visual cortex of your brain cannot distinguish from the real world. And we're not far from that. And God knows that the GPUs, the graphical process units coming from NVIDIA and from lots of different companies are getting us to a point. Why? Because of gaming. Gaming is driving photorealistic visual experiences that are off the charts amazing. And so imagine that instead, when I put on my VR goggles and I look over there, I'm in ancient Greece, there's a slab of marble, there's a guy in a white toga, and he says, hi, I'm Plato, come on over, let's talk. And you walk over to this virtual version of Plato and you have a conversation. And he says, come on, walk with me and I'll show you where I live. I'll introduce you to my friends. I'll tell you what I've been thinking about. And you have this experience, and that virtual version of Plato is an AI. It's an AI and neural net that's been trained by all of the writings of Plato and Aristotle and all the historians. And that AI is as accurate as could be. And you have a one-on-one relationship with that virtual version of Plato, and it's extraordinary. And you remember that. You remember experiences rather than read about him in a book or read about, or see a TV movie. To go and live a day in ancient Greece or ancient Rome or on the savannas of Africa, or wherever you want to go, what an extraordinary experience that will be. That's going to become education, to go and learn and live and be with anyone. So, all right, so we've covered healthcare, we've covered education. You know, there's so many other fields that are going to be transforming. I'm a space cadet. I grew up passionate about space. You know, for me, it was the Apollo program and that scientific documentary called Star Trek that got me going. That was like, you know, it was like, this is the way the future is. This is the way the future is going to be. It's taken us a good 30 years to get here, but we're finally almost there, given what Elon's done with SpaceX and hopefully what Blue Origin will do through the $1 billion a year that Jeff Bezos is spending there. But we're heading towards a world in which in the next 10 to 20 years, we are going to become irreversibly a multi-planet species, a multi-planetary species. So whatever we evolve into 1,000,000 years from now, even 1,000 years from now, we're going to look back at these next couple of decades as the moment in time that the human race moved off the planet irreversibly. And so that's going to be extraordinary. And, you know, when I think about what is that going to enable, it's going to enable for us to experiment with virtual governments, to decide how do we want to live. One of my mentors, who is a professor at Princeton, a guy named Gerard K. O'Neill, had proposed the idea of these large O'Neill colonies. And these would be colonies of about 1 million people each. And these would not be on the surface of the moon or the surface of Mars. These would be free floating in space. They'd be large rotating cylinders, about 1 kilometer in diameter around a rotating axis. And they'd be built from either lunar material or from asteroidal material, but they'd house 1 million people. And you'd live on the inside this rotating sphere. And, you know, centripetal acceleration, omega squared r, would keep you on the inside at 1g. And the beautiful thing is you'd grow with a population of 1 million people, a nice small town in Colorado, wherever case might be. And if you ended up having differences of opinion, if you ended up having a group of people who said, we don't agree with the policies here or the policies there, well, then the colony would bud. You would build a second colony out of asteroidal material. Half people would stay, half people would go to the next location, and you would, you know, literally fill the solar system with these. And, you know, whether or not we are going to become a multi-solar species, if we develop faster than light travel, who knows? I do believe, for one thing, that we're living in a world where, or in a universe in which life is ubiquitous. I'm still waiting for them to come and grab me. So if you're listening, come on down and take me away. But you know, that's sort of what else did I want to talk about here? I'm sort of on a rambling slide here. Let's see.
Food. You're going to talk about the future of food.
Future of food. All right. Here, I can talk about future of food. All right. I'll come back to this slide afterwards. So where are we? What is food? Food is the energy from the sun entering your body. That's all food is. So if we think about it, you know, in a fusion reactor, 93 million miles away, hydrogen becomes helium, helium becomes carbon, and down the atomic periodic table. And the energy from the sun comes to the earth in the form of photons. The earth captures like 1/1,000,000th of the energy coming from the sun, hits the surface of the earth. Some of those photons get captured by chloroplasts, by a molecule called chlorophyll, and it becomes a high energy hydrocarbon, a sugar or carbohydrate. And either you eat it, or your cow or pig or whatever form of protein you want eats it. And then you eat that. That's what food is. Food is a process by which we get energy from the sun into our bodies. Now, the challenge is that as we've become the dominant species on this planet, we want healthier and higher quality foods. And as we go from a world of scarcity and a world of poverty to a world of middle class and higher class, or not higher class, but middle class and wealthy, people want higher quality protein. They want pork, they want chicken, they want beef, they want whatever they want, fish. But for us to sustain that is devastating to the environment. And we are actually a planet of livestock, not a planet of humans. And it is impossible for us to continue to provide high quality protein the way we have been providing it. And so I want you to think about something differently. What if instead of growing an entire cow or an entire chicken or entire tuna and killing it in order to eat it, what if instead you could take a few stem cells from one of those animals and take those stem cells and actually proliferate them and activate them to become muscle tissue, effectively meat? And what if you could actually grow an entire hamburger or pork chop or chicken breast from stem cells? I mean, this is, for me, one of the most interesting ideas. Now, it's not a matter of if, it's only a matter of when. And our ability to actually feed the entire planet with high quality food, in fact, food that is cheaper, food that is higher quality, tuna with no mercury in it, tuna that doesn't destroy our fisheries and oceans, beef that doesn't, cause us to deforest large tracts of land. I mean, this is a future that is extraordinary in a multitude of different ways. So now the challenge is, and this is something I pose to my kids: if I took, one of my stem cells and grew it into a steak, would that be cannibalism if I ate that? I'm just curious, but that's a whole different conversation that we can have at some other point. So future of food is there. I am someone, when people say I don't like, genetically modified organisms, GMOs, my response to that is, listen, GMOs have saved millions of lives and killed nobody. It is one of the most important. Our ability to live the life that we're living in today is a function of our ability to actually transform agriculture worldwide. All right. What other subjects, Robert? Anything else?
I think those are the three that you were going to talk about.
I was going to talk about brain-computer interface, actually, BCI.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so let me talk about that. So when I want to do something complicated on my phone, dictate to it, ask it difficult questions and so forth, what happens? Well, the phone does a certain amount of processing on the phone, and then it goes from my phone to the edge of the cloud to go and actually get the answer, to do the difficult processing of the image or the voice note, whatever it might be, and bring the answer back to me. So that's interesting. But our brains don't do that. So if I want to get an answer from my brain, our brains are 100 billion neurons, 100 trillion synaptic connections. And our brains cannot get any bigger than they are right now. Why? Because the female birth canal. If the brain got any larger, it would kill your mom when you're giving birth. And that is not a good thing to do if you want to perpetuate the species. But what you could do instead is actually connect your brain to the net, to the cloud. And so we're on the verge of doing that. So Ray Kurzweil, who's my partner at Singularity University, he's the chancellor and co-founder. I was the executive founder and co-founder with him. And Ray has two predictions that I think are super cool and super relevant to keep in mind. First, that we're going to have human level AI by 2029. That's some 9 years from now. And that second, we're going to have brain-computer interface. We're going to interface our brain at high bandwidth with the cloud by the mid-2030s. Call that 14 years from now. So what is so cool about that is our ability to think and know, be able to actually have access to the world's knowledge instantaneously. But what's even more interesting, and I write about this in the last chapter of my book, The Future's Faster Than You Think, is the notion that imagine if I'm connected to the cloud, and Robert, you and my mom and anyone else here watching is connected to the cloud as well. As I connect with it, my thoughts and your thoughts and everyone's thoughts are connected in a way that is extraordinarily truthful and intimate. And it's a way of connecting 8 billion humans in a fashion never like before understood. It's a level of connection and intimacy that allows you to appreciate someone. When someone does well, if you're connected with them, that means you're doing well. If someone does poorly, it means you want to go and help them. So each of us is a collection of 30 trillion cells. There's no, just single me. It's 30 trillion me's in terms of human cells. And then there's a whole slew of additional viral, fungal, bacterial, cells that each of us have in our microbiota. And, I don't take a knife and stab my arm if it's itching because it's me. I don't want to harm myself. So imagine a world that is so intimately connected among 8 billion people that we don't want to do harm to anybody because we are all being uplifted together. That's a version I can go into in Q&A, what I call a meta intelligence, but there's just an extraordinary world ahead, a world in which we can extend our healthy lifespans, a world in which we can be connected to individuals in a way which is extraordinary, a world in which we are opening the human species up to the stars, a world in which we can preserve environments and not destroy them selfishly for food, whatever the case might be. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, and I can spend the better part of 5 days talking about the subject. So, but let's go to some Q&A here.
Okay, so next year at Camp Mystic, we'll give you a full 5 days, Peter, and you just be on the stage talking about the future. It'll be really cool.
I do it often.
It'll be really fun.
Any subject other than sports or politics, I'm good with those.
Can I ask you a politics question that you can pass on if you like? It's about technology and voting.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you have any technological solutions or ideas for solutions to the problems around voting or it could be coronavirus voting or just voting as far as voter fraud? And then the second one is solutions regarding our current challenges around police and people of color being disproportionately.
Right. Two simple questions. I have a yes/no answer for both of those.
Right.
Just kidding. So on voting, listen, we don't live in a democracy. Let's be clear about that. We live in a representative democracy. It's the only option we had when we started this country a few hundred years ago. Today, we have the option of having an absolutely true democracy. We could have a democracy in which every person gets to vote. And in fact, the better democracy is one in which, I vote on the issues I know about. And if there's an issue on women's health, honestly, I'm looking, there's Deanna, I would hand it to her and say, you're my proxy on all women's health issues, but if there's a space issue, why don't you give it to me to vote for you on, right? So in other words, you can create a representative democracy for people that you care about, who you respect, who sign up and say, listen, I'm going to vote on all issues on the environment, all issues on energy, all issues, and you can get those people you respect to vote on your behalf. And when there's a space issue, or there's an issue on AI, I'd raise my hand and say, I care about those issues. I'm knowledgeable. If you like me, let me vote for you. So that's a version of a democracy because none of us can truly be cognizant of all of the things. But I'm clear, there is no congressman or senator or president who knows about, a minute minority of these issues. So I could reinvent it that way. And we can live in a digital world. I trust my finances to the digital world. I trust so many things far more to the digital world than I would, trust a voting machine. So there is a way to do it. The challenge is that democracy or governments do not change gracefully. They change disruptively. They change by major revolution. And so it means toppling a system that already exists. Or there are two ways that we're going to start, and I'm not here to foment revolution, though maybe I am, who knows, but we can talk about that later. There are two ways to do this in a better fashion. One is we're going to eventually, when we get off planet, and we're going to do that very soon, the next 10, 20 years, we're going to start to see people living on the moon and on Mars and on colonies. We'll start to move a significant portion of individuals in that fashion. And hopefully they're not going to bring an existing form of government with them. They're going to start with tabula rasa and do a hell of a better job than exists right now. But the second place that's going to be interesting is going to be in the virtual world. We're getting there slowly. But right now, what this represents is the potential for me to have, yes, I'm a US citizen, but I'm going to have additional citizenships in other worlds. And just like Philip Rosedale, a dear friend, came up with early on in Second Life, is I'll spend my daytime hours here, but at nighttime, we're going to get there soon with super high resolution VR, especially with brain computer interface as it comes online, is I'm going to live my true self, my burner self, in a virtual world. And in that world, we're gonna have an amazing democracy. We're gonna pick the rules that we want. And if people don't agree with that, the world can split. We can vote on it. Everyone who wants to go with those set of rules, you go there. These set of rules, we go there. Or we sit and fight it out until we have actually set of rules. So the true evolution of government is going to occur in the virtual worlds that we're going to be creating in the years ahead, not too far from now. So that's the first thing. Okay, the second thing on the much more important and touchier issue of rights and prejudice and such is I'm giving a talk to the MIT Club in a couple of weeks on this exact subject, and I want to give the human race some credit, and I want to project where we're going. I want to contextualize where we've been. For most of human existence, we have been the king and the queen on the hilltop and everybody else in slavery, right? I mean, just please understand that. It was the pharaoh and whatever, what's the female version? I don't know. Empress, whatever. And everybody else, you know, in some level of destitution and slaves. So it was the entire populace working to support the needs of a few at the very top. That was reality. That's the world we lived in. And we've been moving slowly away from that, where each of us have a set of rights, not equal around the planet, some colored by where we live, and some by the color of our skin, and some where we were born, and some by the language we speak, and some by the religion we believe in, but better than it was 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago. And this is moving in the direction of a democratization. What I mean by that is that we're heading towards a world where every man, woman, and child can have access to all the information, all the communications. Energy will effectively become, you know, the poorest countries in the world are the sunniest countries in the world. And as we move towards an all solar economy, we're going to have, you know, most of Africa, most of Asia, South and Central America be the energy richest countries in the planet, which is amazing. You have abundant energy, you have abundant clean water from desal and pulling water out of the atmosphere. And then if you have abundant clean water, half the disease burden on planet Earth, half the diseases are due to unclean drinking water. So all of these dominoes begin to topple in an extraordinary fashion. So what I come back to, you know, so from the issues of the racial injustice and unrest that we've had, partly comes from the glimpse and the knowledge that we can have a level of equality. And I want to just say that this level of equality is going to be accelerated and made stronger and more capable by these exponential technologies, where the cost of the best healthcare and the best education will effectively be zero, independent of where you live, independent of what you do, who your parents were, what religion you have. And I just want to be, if everybody, you know, if we're having access to all these extraordinary capabilities and we're not battling for, my child is sick, where can I take them? Or my child wants to learn something, where can she go? That alone has got massive equalization capabilities. And ultimately, we have to solve systemically the challenges we have. But, you know, if people are focused on taking care of their kids and their basic needs, they don't have the energy or the time to stand up for their basic rights. So I just want to show that directionality and that hope, because it's important for, I think, people to see the value that technology has. And I don't want to be, you know, a techno-utopian on this, but these are tools that are important for us to recognize the value they have in society. End of rant.
Thank you. Those are great solutions. I think you're so right about looking at our history. I've been studying a lot of Roman history recently. Almost like one Roman senator said we should put uniforms on all the slaves so we know who the slaves are, and that didn't get passed because they said there are more slaves in Rome than there are Roman citizens. If they all had a tag that said, you know, I'm a slave, or they all had a shirt, there would be a revolt like immediately. And so the understanding that unfortunately this great discrepancy has existed throughout human history is really important to understand what has brought us here today. There's a question on, so you mentioned putting on a VR headset for education and talking to people from history. If you could choose, let's say 3 people from history, who would you want students to meet from history and why?
God, that I suck at that answer. I really do. Just to be clear, really bad at that answer.
Well, then give us 1 or 5, whichever one's going to be easier.
Oh my goodness. So I love eras of exploration. I love, for me, going back and meeting the great explorers. I mean, like, what the hell was Columbus thinking when he headed west? You know, I mean, that was incredible. Or just the fathers of this country. What were they? I mean, just, you know, I enjoyed watching the play Hamilton, and the point is made when George Washington steps down, instead of being a monarch, being, you know, to saying, we're going to change your, you know, teach everybody to change. I mean, just those moments of the birth of a nation for me, and going back to those days, those moments versus the individuals, those moments in time. I think that's those are areas of interest for me, and yeah, and of course the great physicists of our time. I'll leave it at that. Let's get some more. Let's get some less Peter-centric questions.
We had a question about kind of the food of the future. What should we be looking for? And so, you know, in your book, you talk about how kind of food grown in a laboratory went from, I'm making up the numbers here, but I think I got the idea right. It was, you know, $10,000 a pound for meat grown 10 years ago in a lab. And now it's down to $10 a pound or $50 a pound. It's reducing dramatically. And soon it'll be cheaper to grow meat in the lab, grow protein in the laboratory than it will be to graze the animals on land. So that's one thing to look for. But what should we, if we want to be healthy and we want to be environmentally sustainable, what should we be looking for in the food industry?
Yeah. So first of all, I went vegan about, I don't know, I was pescatarian for the longest time. I went vegan probably about 9 months ago, just for health purposes. And I've enjoyed it and found it amazingly easy to do, right? So there's no question that if you're looking at your health metrics, a vegan diet is going to add years to your life. And it's just, the science is really strong across the board. Independent of what my mom says. Mom, I'm sorry, I love you, but you know, you're a great cook. I'll make exceptions on a basis here and there. All right, but now the question becomes, when we're eating food, you're eating all of the molecular makeup, the vitamins and so forth. It is possible to know what's in that food. And unfortunately, a lot of the food products we eat today, because we're trying desperately to feed a population of 8 billion people, is a lot of the food is driven by chemicals, pesticides, hormones, and so forth. So we're going to be able to actually understand what is in the food and what is the healthiest food to eat. You know, I would love to be living in a place where every morning my robots go out, they pluck the vegetables and the fruits and they wash it. I'm not going to have the workforce do that, and they feed me something straight off the farm. That would be great. Before that, I'd like to at least know that the food is the freshest possible. One of the areas that we can look at is local farming and vertical farming. So today, the food that we eat, the average meal that you sit down and have at a restaurant has I think it's like 1,500 food miles, meaning the wine comes from France, the beef comes from Texas or Argentina, the broccoli comes from here and so forth. It isn't made, I live in Santa Monica, California, it wasn't made downtown here or wherever you might be. The food had to travel a long distance, and while it's traveling, it's losing a lot of its vitamins And by the way, half the cost of the meal is travel miles, is petrol dollars for moving the food around. What if instead the food could be manufactured locally? So Kimball Musk has been doing that with part of his work, and he's supporting, but we're heading towards a world where we can utilize sensors and better better systems to actually grow food in a 24/7 cycle at just the perfect frequency of light, at just the perfect micronutrients in 3D structures. And so manufacture food that is not 1,500 food miles from you, but 10 food miles, and it's literally what do you call it, plucked that morning. That is a possibility as well. So not just in terms of the protein, but how do you get your vegetables and fruits from local sources?
And so what do you think we're going to be starting to be seeing soon? Do you think we're going to start to see inexpensive, fake meat is plant-based meat, or inexpensive meat grown in a laboratory? Is it going to be inexpensive fresh food all the time, or is it less pesticides on our food? What changes should we be looking for?
So here's the challenge. All of this stuff in the beginning is expensive. And I want to just bring people back. It will eventually become cheaper because from first principle thinking, it's a cheaper way to do it, and it's a healthier way to do it, and it benefits everybody. But in the beginning, it's expensive. So if you bring back to the notion of the cell phone, right? The cell phone, that there are more of these devices on the planet than there are humans. And the poorest people in the favelas in Brazil, I was in Brazil back 2 weeks ago for one of my companies, Kovacs. The poorest kids all have a cell phone. But if you go back to when the first cell phones came online in the mid 1980s into the early 1990s, the first cell phones cost $1 million, and they would drop a call every 2 blocks, and they were the size of a briefcase. And so when the shit does not work well, it's expensive and it's only available to the richest people. And then when it finally works great and it's cheap, it's available to everybody. And it's going to be the same thing with all of these products, our food products. So I think we're going to see food manufactured locally. I think we're seeing, beyond meat, we've got incredible, sort of plant-based meat lookalikes that I happen to enjoy tremendously. But the stem cell grown meats, we're getting ready. So I run an organization, I don't run it, I'm now executive chairman. An amazing woman named Anusha Ansari runs it, the X Prize Foundation. And we're getting ready to launch a very large X Prize for feeding the next billion people. And it's an X Prize that's coming out of Abu Dhabi with backing from a number of individuals, including Tony Robbins. And it's how do you take, in particular, chicken and fish to huge quantities of safe stem cell grown meat products. So, we're going to start to see this stuff come on markets and begin to accelerate. Are we still 10 years away from this being available every place? Probably, but it's within sight.
It's beautiful. I love your perspective on the cell phone. The idea that the poorest people today have access to a cell phone, which gives them the power to listen to music written by geniuses, performed by people who spent their entire life learning to play the violin. You can listen to that for free anytime, anywhere. And 200 years ago, we only had chamber music that you could listen to in your home. It's amazing what quote poor is today. It's being one of the richest people in the history of our planet.
We forget, yeah.
And so, as the singularity approaches, and life extension is increasing, a lot of people are concerned about their brains and their brain health. If you reach 80 years old today, there's a 50-50 chance you'll get Alzheimer's or dementia. And so people really want to protect their brains. And there's thoughts that, hey, if my brain's healthy, but maybe my body isn't, I can merge with the singularity, or I can at least, I'll get a new body when that happens and so forth. So what are things that people can do to protect their brain? And if you want to share any of your personal health practices regarding brain health and optimizing your brain, that would be terrific.
Sure, happily. So first of all, let's define what the singularity is. Singularity is a notion that was put forward by a science fiction author first, and then Ray Kurzweil popularized it in his book, The Singularity is Near. So we can predict the reasonable near future. We can predict what's going to be happening in roughly 5 to 10 years. When people say, what's it going to be like in 20 years? I'm like, oh, can't do that. Sorry. And when I get asked to speak about, the world 50 years from now, I'm like, no way. There's like zero way of making any prediction there. What's going to happen 50 years from now. And that prediction time horizon is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And what we're seeing is that converging exponential technologies, which means not one, not two, 3, 4, 5 technologies coming together, are reinventing every industry. And there is a moment in time where your ability to predict what happens next, like 5 minutes from now, disappears. And that is a moment called the singularity. If we truly have human level AI that is is able to reinvent itself and make itself faster and faster and faster, and you combine the 3 basic elements are sort of bio, info, nano. So biotechnology, this is what we are. We are wet machines of ribosomes and DNA and Golgi apparatus and the plasma reticulum and cellular and nuclear membranes. We are biological machines in that regard. So bio is one big area of technology. CRISPR and gene therapy is what's happening there with great speed and progress. Info is AI, it's computational, it's quantum computing, it's AI, that whole realm. And then nanotechnology is the ability to effectively manipulate atom by atom. Richard Feynman was the first person to really write about this in the late 50s. And then K. Eric Drexler, who I had the pleasure to spend time with learning at MIT, wrote about it in Engines of Creation. And it's the notion that there is a point in time in which I can have what he calls an assembler. An assembler is a device that can pull atoms together and create them in any way, shape, or form. So if I have a nanobot in my hand, I can say, replicate yourself, grab atoms out of my skin and replicate yourself, 50 times and give one of these nanobots to everyone listening. And now you each have a nanobot. And with one of those nanobots, you can toss it into the ground and you can say, hey, build me a electric Lamborghini. And the nanobots take the atoms out of the ground and reorganize them. And then they say, I need some titanium or some lithium, and you add whatever it needs, and it builds you that electric Lamborghini from an open information set and from the energy from the sun, right? So everything eventually becomes the cost of information, energy, and raw materials. These are sort of the asymptotes that we're moving towards. So the singularity is a future in which that rate of change is so fast, it's not predictable. And the question becomes, okay, is it gonna happen? Am I gonna be part of it? Is that scary? So the reality is that we as humans are undergoing evolution. We have been. We've been evolving on this planet for, on the order of the start of life was probably 500 million years after the Earth formed, about 4 billion years ago. But we're going from evolution by natural selection, which is Darwinism, right, to evolution by human direction. We're beginning to evolve ourselves. And we're beginning to evolve ourselves by the use of machines like CRISPR and gene therapy. But the next level of evolution is when we start connecting our brains with the cloud. I'll give you the analogy that I use, and I'm usually just talking about this after a few tequilas, but I'll try it now after a cup of coffee instead.
So is that the brain boosting drug you take? It's not aniracetam, it's not lion's mane, it's tequila. That's the
No, just stuck on the subject. I can give you my chemical formulas in the morning. All right. So life began on this planet as a very simple organism called a prokaryote. A prokaryote was a bag of cytoplasm, free-floating cytoplasm with some free-floating DNA, and it was the simplest life form that existed. And as it evolved, it went from what's called prokaryotes to eukaryotes. What are eukaryotes? They were still single-cell life forms, but inside this single-cell life form, they had incorporated technology. What technology? Well, incorporated mitochondria, and these were probably single cell life forms that got incorporated into them. And they were able to manipulate energy more efficiently. So the mitochondria were the technology enabling these simple cell life forms to use oxygen to create more energy, to move around faster. They incorporated nuclear membranes and chromatin and chromosome structures to manipulate information. And so we went from prokaryotes to eukaryotes over the course of 1 billion years. And that analogy of those simple life forms incorporating technology into them is what we're doing right now. We're incorporating this kind of technology into our bodies. So I have an Oura Ring, an Apple Watch. I have a small little RFID chip that I inserted into my hand a couple of years back just for fun. We can talk about this some other time. The second step that life took in the next 1 billion years was going from eukaryotic cells to multicellular life forms. So these these cells that incorporate technology into them became multicellular life forms, 100 cells, 1,000 cells, 1 million cells, 1 billion cells. You and me, 30 trillion cells. And it was those multi-cell life forms collaborating together that allowed us to step out of the muck onto the land and eventually into the stars. And so we're doing the same thing as humans. We're the equivalent today of prokaryotic cells, simple life forms. We're incorporating technology into our beings, whether we like it or not. Every one of us right here is using technology to communicate, and we're becoming, by virtue of this meta intelligence, all of us together are smarter together, right? We're not connected at an intimate level yet, brain to brain, but we're connected around an idea. We're connected in space and time around a conversation. And so we're going to start to become this meta intelligence. And it's at that point that I believe we're going to become sort of birthed to a new level, a new level of evolution. So when I think about this, the singularity, I think, yes, it's important to be alive, to be part of that, and to be in a reasonably good brain health. I think the most important element in the universe is passion and love and curiosity, right? So it comes down to passion, love, and curiosity. Are you passionate about what you're doing in life? Do you love? And are you curious? So I'll leave it at that.
Wow, the most important element in life is passion, love, and curiosity. That's fantastic. You know, in Daniel Goleman's research, he talks about how loneliness is the greatest threat to health. It's not cigarette smoking, but people who are lonely did better than the smoke, or did worse than the smokers, and like, you know, who got sick. And so you're so right. Without love and without passion, without being interested in something, you know, we shrivel up and die. Peter, if you were the average American, and I'm going to make some really gross generalizations, let's say you're 35, you're overweight, you might be pre-diabetic, and maybe you only have $600 in the bank account. What would you do to prepare for the future?
Fall in love, be curious, and find out what you're passionate about. So listen, at the end of the day, I mean, I believe in that as well, but at the end of the day, what's also fundamentally critical is just to read. To learn. We're living in a time where you can learn about anything you want, anytime you want, anywhere you want. And so, I mean, one of the things I've been building is a product called Future Loop, along with Eben Pagan, that some of you may know, and Morgan McDermott. We've been building an AI program called Future Loop. It's free. Go to futureloop.com to get information about it. And it's a means by which we scan the world's information for positive, future-forward news about topics you're passionate about. So here's one of the biggest diseases out there. One of the biggest challenges and problems we have is we're living in a world of dystopian information. And I talk to my mom about this all the time. Turn off the goddamn news, Mom. Turn off CNN, turn off Fox, stop watching it. It is poison, right? So it's like our brains are neural nets. Our brains are shaped by what we let into our brains. If you're letting in constant information about all the negative news going on, every murder, every problem, every challenge on the planet, you're going to wake up in just crisis mode every day. And yeah, there's lots of negative stuff going on, but the news media, and I jokingly, and I say this to the face of my friends at CNN, it's a crisis news network. It's a constantly negative news network, whatever you want to call CNN. I have a few versions of that for Fox as well, but nothing I could say publicly. So, at the end of the day, the news that's important to you, use filters to bring it to you, whether it's Google News or Apple News or Future Loop or whatever the case might be. But it's news that is relevant to you, that you actually love and are curious about. But I do that like for 10 minutes a day, not for an hour or 2 hours a day, because our brains are, how you shape your brain. We learn a lot about algorithms, neural nets. And like when you're shaping a neural net for an AI, if you show it just cats, right? You show it images of cats, and then you show it an image of a dog, it says, oh, that's a cat. That's all it's learned. You've shaped the neural net to look for cats. And so if you are constantly in negative abusive relationships or watching negative news and are always in a negative environment and the people you're hanging out with are negative, et cetera, how can you possibly have a positive outlook in life, right? The old saying is, if you're overweight and you want to be thin, hang out with thin people. If you're weak and you want to be strong, hang out with people who are in good health. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So, ultimately, I think we can shape our lives by virtue of who and where and how our environment helps shape us. I forget what the question was, but that was my answer.
Thank you so much. We're almost at time. I'd love to give CK a chance to ask you a question, and then we have Rick Doblin. I wanted to ask you a question about psychedelics. While Rick Doblin is
sure,
on the call, I feel like that's a unique opportunity. So CK, let me see if I can raise your hand here. Let me. Can I unmute you, CK?
Yeah, CK.
Right. Thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate you. So as a visionary who have started Singularity University, all these beautiful forward-looking organizations, you have shared with us 2 strategies that you have in terms of consuming good news, following interesting technologies. What are some of the other ways that you use as a way to peer into the future? You really concretize that vision, because you coined the term visioneering, right? So how are you concretizing what that future look like as far as possible?
CK, it's a great question, and thank you for asking it. I would say one of the most important things is what is possible from first principle thinking. Just because something isn't that way, just because it doesn't exist, doesn't mean it can't. It just means that one has to create a vision of what is possible in the future. And I've had these conversations with some of the greatest entrepreneurs in the world who go back and look at what is possible. So when Elon Musk looked at building Tesla, he was looking at from energy density standpoint, energy density, and from a cost of lithium-ion batteries, what is possible. Now, he turns out he fooled himself miserably when he started Tesla, because he was basing on existing batteries in the Lotus Esprit body. But he said he would never have gotten into it if those things hadn't existed. But when he was halfway into it, he had to reinvent everything. But from first principle thinking, this is possible. So we're living in a world where the way things are have been shaped because of the industrial military complex or the governmental structures. Remember, the people who are in power shape the world to keep the way the world is today because it's what serves them. But what could be the world in the future? And how do you get us there? And sometimes it's sneakily, sometimes it's deceptively, sometimes it's just creating something that's 10 times better, so people have no other way than to change the rules or change over or reinvent what's possible. But I'm clear that there is no problem we can't solve, and I'm clear that we can reinvent the fundamentals right? Food, water, energy, healthcare, education, entertainment, all of these things can be massively, I call them the 6 Ds of exponential. Whatever you digitize, the early days is deceptive, then it becomes disruptive, then it demonetizes, democratizes, and ultimately demonetizes, democratizes, and dematerializes our products and services. So, Rick, good to see you. Nice handover.
Peter, yes, thank you.
Peter, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us and be with us here at Virtual Camp Mystic and Virtual Burning Man. So based upon your experiences in life and your wisdom, what do you think the future of psychedelics is like? They're becoming legal in place. They're almost legal in Denver. People like Rick have pioneered the science and the research behind this. Just based on a scientific perspective, what do you think the future is of psychedelics in both creativity as well as growing new brain cells to help prevent dementia?
I thought you were going to say growing hair, but that's a different matter.
I could use that help. I'm getting close there. So if you got that, I'd love that.
So listen, I'm a huge fan and believer of the use of psychedelics from a self-growth perspective. I think that the potential for good is orders and orders of magnitude compared to other drugs that have been legalized before. I'm super excited about for the work that you've been doing, Rick. I've had some of the most transformative moments of truly understanding the force of love in the universe from use of various medicines, and a huge fan and supporter. So at the end of the day, again, the world has viscosity, which means that change sometime is slow. And what viscosity means, if you stop pushing, the world stops you. And ultimately, it means we need to push for the things that we love and we believe in most, right? Finding your passion, finding your purpose, what we call a massively transformative purpose. When you have that, and it's no longer work, it's joy, it's purpose in life, then you keep going. And you know this, Rick. I mean, many of us know this. A lot of the work we do is overnight successes after a decade or two of hard work. Yeah. So.
Or 4 or 5 decades.
Or in your case, 4 or 5 decades. Yes. I wasn't going to put you there.
Peter, thank you so much. Deep gratitude to you and for sharing your time with us, for sharing your wisdom, for sharing your vision of the future, and for the work that you're doing in the world to democratize not only information, but technology to lift up the lives of everyone on the planet.
A pleasure, a pleasure. And over to new technology, over to Rick. Robert, thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter.
I'll go off camera here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for being here for Virtual Camp Mystic here at Virtual Burning Man. I am delighted and excited and honored to introduce our next speaker, Rick Doblin. Rick Doblin is I mean, truly, if you've been to Burning Man, he's a hero of yours. You just simply may not have known him or had the privilege to meet him yet. Rick has devoted his life and truly, I believe, risked his life for the benefit of humanity. Rick has spent his life on the scientific research of psychedelics. And if you do things that the government does not like, they will often imprison you and threaten you and potentially take away your loved ones and your livelihood. And Rick has been bold and brave and risked life and limb and family to commit himself to science and to making the world a better place by making the science of psychedelics available to all of us. And Rick, it's just an honor to have you here. Thank you so much for the work you've done in the world, and thank you for sharing your time and your wisdom here with us at Virtual Burning Man.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I'll say 2 things. One, in response to Peter, is that while some of these drugs are new technologies, like LSD from 1938, but really discovered in 1943, and MDMA 1912, invented by Merck. But really, these are ancient technologies that have been used for thousands of years and are really part of the human evolutionary story. The other part about the risk is just to say that I've always felt that it was riskier not to do this work. There was just an article in the New York Times today about Deepak Chopra talking about humanity committing collective suicide and how we're going in all these really dangerous directions on multiple different levels. And so it always felt to me like, even though there was some risk involved in what I was doing, the risks were much greater from doing nothing. And that's what really kept me going. So I really feel that I've been propelled by fear, but fear at a manageable level. You know, the fear of what we're seeing with environmental destruction, the fear of the Holocaust, the fear of genocide, the fear of racism and fundamentalism and all of that. So that fear of progressive thinkers, you know, being imprisoned or whatever, just felt like my situation was always so much easier than others who were in the midst of really suffering the weight of repression. You know, I was here in the U.S. and free and supported by my family and supported by democracy. And so I always felt like I had the luxury of being able to take these risks, a luxury that many other people didn't have. And that's what really made me able to do this. And whenever things would get tough, I'd think, you know, how hard is it that the DEA is blocking me or the FDA is blocking me compared to, you know, people waking up in the Warsaw Ghetto or in the concentration camps or in China or whatever. So, you know, whatever little things the FDA or DEA could throw at me was no big deal.
Thank you, Rick. I wanted to give your, I forgot, I got so excited introducing you, I forgot to give your introduction so people, people can understand where you came from.
Okay.
So Dr. Rick Doblin, PhD, is the founder and executive director of the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, MAPS. He received his doctorate in public policy from Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, where he wrote his dissertation on the regulation of the medical uses of psychedelics and marijuana. Rick studied with Dr. Stanislav Grof and was among the first to be certified as a holotropic breathwork practitioner. And today he's going to be talking about MDMA, from therapy to criminalization, back to therapy in just 60 years.
Yes, it's now what I'm going to do is show a slideshow, a PowerPoint slideshow. But I'd like to know that people can interrupt at any time. I don't know how we would technically do this, but I'm thinking that we could wait for you know, questions at the end, but I much prefer for people just to interrupt whenever they have a question. And I think that's much better. So can we manage that somehow? Or
so Rick, we've turned on the chat. And so if you're able to see the chat while you have your slides open, and so people can message you that way. Another thing is they can message me and I can read out the questions as they come in. I'm a little nervous about allowing people to unmute themselves because it can get a little noisy and chattery. What would you prefer? What would be best for you?
Well, I guess if they can just, well, if it gets noisy, then we can do something different. But I think if they just want to unmute and ask a question, and then if it's a problem, then they can just maybe text it to you or something.
Okay, great.
Chat, and then you can monitor that.
So for those in the Zoom, if you have a question, feel free to unmute yourself and interrupt. Please be in a quiet space where we can clearly hear you and understand you.
Okay. All right. So now we'll do the screen share here. Let me get this, and then this will be. Let's see. Okay. All right. Now, can everybody see that? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, so basically what I'm going to tell a story from therapy to criminalization, back to therapy and licensed legalization. And I guess the first thing I want to just say is that 60 years is actually not that long when we think about it. You know, it's within one person's lifespan. For those of us that are parents that have had children, you know, you think when they're little, they're going to be with you forever. And before you know it, they're off on their own after 18 years or so. So a 20-year plan is not really that long. 60 years is not that long. And cultural change is slow. And, you know, if you look at writings from the Bible or other things from thousands of years ago, it doesn't sound like we've evolved all that much. So in any case, what we can do with 60 years is not that much. It's not that long. So Stan has talked about psychedelics are the study of the mind. What the microscope is to biology and the telescope is to astronomy. So I think that's really a very good point to begin. First off, Stan has been my mentor, and I'd like to, honor him in that way. And he's mentored many, many other people. He's sort of the one that kept the flame burning for a long time. When psychedelics were criminalized, he went on to develop the holotropic breath work to show that with simple hyperventilation, you can produce a lot of the same kind of experiences that you can with LSD or other classic psychedelics. And like the telescope, where Galileo and others were imprisoned under house arrest, the things that you're able to see with these tools sometimes disrupt the basic cosmology or the basic understandings at the time. And so the telescope itself was very controversial. We don't think of it that way anymore. So this is, I think, the crisis that we're at, I'll just say, is this crisis of consciousness, that we have brilliant developments through our prefrontal cortex, through our mind, through our logic, through our rationality. Just the fact that we're talking to each other right now is like a magic trick almost of incredible technology, technological prowess. But we really don't have the emotional or spiritual maturity to deal with the technology that we have. So to give you just an oriented sense, this is a pretty psychedelic looking slide. This is from about a year ago. Maria Sabina, the mushrooms, ayahuasca, and why
Rick, Rick, sorry to interrupt. We see all your slides, not just the one you're on.
Oh, thank you for
not on
that.
presenting mode.
See. Oh, good. Okay, let me see if I can change that.
This is Jade.
That's very good. Okay, how's that?
Yeah, now we have it. Thanks.
Great. Okay. All right, thanks. Okay. And then let me get rid of that. There. Okay. So this slide was created by the FDA. And I think that's really important to say that the FDA, up until recently, it's a bit of a tragedy, but up until recently, Trump has stayed away from politicizing the FDA. He's now politicized the FDA, the Center for Disease Control. But from 1992, when FDA opened the door to psychedelic research, really we've had a fair playing field, and it's been science over politics. And this is just to show that the FDA is now really getting excited about the potential of psychedelics. And so much so that they announced at this particular meeting, American Society for Clinical Psychopharmacology, that the FDA is going to be creating a guidance document for people who want to do psychedelic research. So we have the laws, we have the regulations, and then one level below that is guidances, which are not you must do this, but best practices. And so the FDA is consulting with a bunch of us and others, and they're going to be developing this guidance document for how to work and develop psychedelics. Okay. Oops. Now, when we talk about, let's see, okay, there we go. We're talking about 60 years. I just want to go back to the very long-term perspective and talk about how at the Eleusinian Mysteries from 1600 BC to 396 AD, these mystery ceremonies were celebrated every year. Sounds kind of strange, but you could be a woman or you could be a slave, or you could be a man, and you could still go to these things. They were sort of democratized in that way. It was under pain of death. You couldn't talk about what happened, but through more recent scholarship, it looks like it's ergot, which grows fungus on wheat and rye, and has got molecules very similar to LSD, that they would make these potions that people would drink. It's called Kikion. So what we're talking about so much is this mainstreaming of psychedelics, bringing psychedelics up from the underground, introducing them to our culture. But really what we're talking about is reintroducing them, that psychedelics were a key part of Western culture. Everybody that we know that's famous from the Greek times, Plato, Aristotle, Pythagoras, all these people participated in these mysteries. And it was wiped out by the Catholic Church in 396 because it was kind of a competing spirituality, you could say. It was about direct spirituality. It's about each person experiencing their own connection to the divine. And what the church and the hierarchical authoritarian structures wanted to do was to be the mediator between you and the divine. And so the Eleusinian mysteries were wiped out in 396. When the conquistadors came over to North America, they killed a lot of the shamans who were working with peyote or mushrooms. So there's this kind of tragic part of humanity's story. But what we're talking about, in a sense, is 3,224 years from 1600 BC to where we are now, to the current psychedelic renaissance. And so I think it's important to think about how, when these kind of technologies of the sacred were suppressed, criminalized, massive numbers of women witches were burned who were sort of closer to nature, closer to some of these tools. You could say that helped facilitate the development of our rational mind, the suppression of the emotions and the irrationality. So the rational mind has now, created miracles, as we've said, through technology, but now we need the other parts of our psyche to catch up, or else we're not going to be able to survive. Einstein said, "It has become appallingly obvious that our technology has exceeded our humanity." So that's the point I wanted to make. And that Edgar Mitchell said, "When we see our fundamental unity with the processes of nature and the functioning of the universe, as I so vividly saw it from the Apollo spacecraft, the old ways of thinking and behaving will disappear." So he's talking about this cosmic perspective, but it's very expensive to send people up in space. We'll see what Elon Musk and SpaceX can do, and others. But we need other approaches. So the important thing here to say is that it's not, when you take a psychedelic, you don't have a psychedelic experience. You have a human experience that the psychedelics catalyze. And you can have those experiences with meditation, with breath work, with going up in space and looking back at the earth as the wonderful thin blue marble in the sky. That there are sort of basic understandings that the ancients had that we've lost, and now we're trying to get back to them. This sort of validates for me this theory of change, why it was so important to bring psychedelics to the fore. Robert Mueller here was the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations. He wrote this book, 1983. And again, you can see he put the Earth from space on the cover. And he talked about New Genesis shaping a global spirituality. And his thesis was that the United Nations is to help mediate conflicts between countries, but a lot of those conflicts are religious based. And so we need a global spirituality, which doesn't mean that it's one world religion. Just as the same way as the UN doesn't mean it's one country, it just means that we understand that religions are like languages, that there's an underlying need to communicate. We've found ways through evolution to do it with our voice, and we've created different coding systems for different languages, but it's not like English is better than German is better than French, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're serving a common purpose. They have differences in different emphasis, but fundamentally they do the same thing. And so that was this thesis. So Robert Mueller didn't say anything about psychedelics, though. So I wrote him a letter, and he responded to me shockingly, and said he agreed with my approach, that psychedelics really were a tool to build this spirituality, and he would help try to bring back psychedelic research as well. And he did help in a couple of different important ways. And his view also was that mysticism is the antidote to fundamentalism. The sense of how we're part of the whole makes it so that we should be more tolerant to people that are doing things differently. And we should no longer be dehumanizing people or scapegoating them or trashing the earth and thinking the earth is separate nature, something separate from us, and we can just trash the earth. So all of this points to the necessity of bringing back psychedelic tools, because even though you can get to the same place without psychedelics, we could presumably get to a similar place if we took bunches of years and wrote each other letters instead of doing the Zoom call. So I think psychedelics can be accelerant at a time of crisis when that's really what we need. Now, modern research, this is done by Robin Card-Harris and others at Imperial College in London, has sort of confirmed this approach, that this ego dissolution experienced during participants' most intense psychedelic experience positively predicted liberal political views, openness, and nature relatedness and negatively predicted authoritarian political views. This is not to say that you couldn't take psychedelics and still be authoritarian or still be right wing or still be willing to trash nature. This is sort of like a general trends that this kind of change can happen. And Robin has been criticized for even doing this research and putting it out. You know, the concern people raised was, will people stop supporting the research? But I think we really have an obligation to honestly report what we find. And I think that we've other things that we're doing that sort of balances that out, that these kind of understandings. And again, it doesn't have to happen to everybody. You need to do these experiences in a supportive therapeutic way and then integrate them. But in general, this is the hope that we can move as a species to a more spiritual place. Now, there's all these different ways of feeling the sense of global interconnectedness. On the right hand is global warming, and we're losing the polar bears, and hopefully they won't go extinct, but there's a good chance that they might. On the left end is the coronavirus, which, you know, never before in history has the entire world been so linked at the same time with lockdowns, with understanding of the virus. But in the middle is some psychedelics. So I think that's a more preferable way to really get the sense of global interconnectedness in a safer way as well. And this is the spirit that I think we need to approach these things, quest into the unknown. Back when I was at college in 1971, I had a t-shirt. This is Mr. Natural from Mark Crum. And so every time I wanted my friends to know I was tripping, I would wear this quest into the unknown t-shirt and put some glitter on my eyes. That was a way for people to know. But I think this idea of the excitement, I mean, so much time we spend frightened of the unknown, but we really need to be excited to quest into the unknown and see what we can learn. So MDMA was patented, first synthesized in 1912 by Merck. Really, they were trying to evade a competitor's patent to get to a certain drug. And so they developed a different synthetic pathway. And everything that they, every stop along the way in this new synthetic pathway was patented. But they weren't looking for MDMA. There's rumors that they were, you know, looking for MDMA for appetite suppressant. That was not the case. And really, they didn't do anything with it for 15 years when their patents are starting to expire. And that's when they did the first preclinical studies with animals. And they didn't find anything interesting. You may have heard recently about the octopus study by a neuroscientist at Johns Hopkins, where octopuses are solitary creatures unless they're mating, which is very rare. But when you give them MDMA, all of a sudden they'll hang out with other octopuses. So they didn't get this kind of pro-social signal Merck did from the animal studies that they did, and they just abandoned it. Next time we know about MDMA, the Army Chemical Warfare Service is looking for mind control drugs. So 53, 54, they tested 8 different drugs for toxicity. And on the one hand was methamphetamine. And MDMA stands for methylene doxymethamphetamine. On the other hand was mescaline. So of all the psychedelics, MDMA is most similar to mescaline. And mescaline is very warm. It's very body oriented. It's got some loving feelings to it. And so MDMA, a good way to understand it is that it's kind of halfway between methamphetamine and mescaline, but it's different from both. So that unlike methamphetamine, MDMA, you can take it, you're alert, you can dance all night, you can be awake, but you're not frantic. You can sit still, you can meditate, you can be peaceful. You're not driven to clean the room up or whatever else you might be doing with methamphetamine. And unlike mescaline, there's not that much in the way of visuals or ego dissolution. It's more of open-heartedness. So these results were classified for another 20 years. So this really didn't impact the public debates, but it's the next time that we really hear about it in world history. 59, Merck conducted further studies, and yet again found nothing interesting. Now, in the mid-1970s, Sasha Shulgin, who was a hero to many of us, sort of the U.S. Albert Hoffman, he was looking for drugs that were potentially for spirituality and also for psychotherapy. His first psychedelic experience was with mescaline. and he had just a beautiful experience with that. There was a drug in the 60s called MDA, also known as the miracle drug of America, or the love drug, which was more like an MDMA LSD combination. But it was quite popular in the 60s. And when the Controlled Substances Act in 1970 came along and there was the backlash against psychedelics, all those drugs were criminalized. And so there was a lot of effort to try to tinker with the molecules and find some new things that would be valuable and legal. And so Sasha sort of rediscovered MDMA, experimented with himself, found that it had a lot of value. And his approach was very interesting. He and his wife, Ann, would test all the drugs themselves. If they liked it, they had a small group of 12 people, and they would give the drugs to that group of 12 people, and they would experiment and report on what different qualities they felt the drug had. And then if that group had come to a sort of a collective opinion, then what they would do is the next step, they would give it to Leo Zeff, so otherwise known as the secret chief. So Leo was the leader of the underground psychedelic therapy movement. And he'd mostly done work with Ibogaine starting in the 60s and LSD and other things. And so in the around 76 or so, when he's thinking of retiring, and Sasha told him about MDMA, he tried it and he thought, this is incredible. This has got an awful lot of potential. So he didn't retire, and he trained large numbers of therapists and psychiatrists. And around 500,000 doses of MDMA were used in these therapeutic and personal growth settings from mid 1970s to early 84. A lot of that was made at night at MIT by a bunch of the students there. So the MIT group was really important in the dissemination of the therapeutic use of MDMA, and it was called Atom. So they didn't want to say what the exact molecule was. Now, some of the people that tried it in this context thought it was really great and they could make a bunch of money on it. More people should have it. And so it became ecstasy. It started being used in public as ecstasy in the Star Club in Dallas. And this is what really attracted the attention of the DEA. And they knew nothing about the therapeutic use of MDMA. But they could see ecstasy being used in public in different ways. And so this was also Nancy Reagan, just say no, escalation of the drug war. So it was clear MDMA was doomed. So what happened was then a bunch of us got together to prepare for the clash with DEA. And there was a series of meetings at Esalen and Big Sur with Dick Price, who started Esalen, sort of sponsoring them. And these were great meetings. We did a secret study with MDMA, a safety study that we didn't want to make public because we thought that that might attract the attention of the DEA, but we kept that private. This is a picture of me there right before I walked into the DEA to demand a hearing. They had proposed that MDMA become Schedule 1, and there's a 30-day period of comment. And on like day 28 or so, I walked into DEA headquarters, and we had great pro bono legal representation from lawyers in DC. We had incredible witnesses. We'd been sort of seeding various people with MDMA, Lester Grinspoon at Harvard Medical School, monks, rabbis, all sorts of people, so that they could have had a legal experience with MDMA so they could stand up once the DEA came. So we did get permission for the hearings, and we started winning in the hearings, and we started winning in the media, which caused the DEA to freak out. So in '85, they emergency scheduled MDMA. This is Gene Hayslip from DEA. So the hearings were still going on to determine the proper setting, but DEA freaked out. And the irony here is that the first move to criminalize MDMA was itself a crime, in the sense that the DEA did not have the authority to do this. So the people that got busted in this first year, once some of these lawyers figured out that the Attorney General had the power to emergency schedule drugs, but that had never been subdelegated down to the head of the DEA. So this move to the DEA, I think it is a good example of how this whole thing should never have happened, and it should have stayed legal the whole time. But the judge later came out with the ruling saying, yes, it should stay in Schedule 3, which means it would be illegal for recreational use, but legal for therapists. And that recommendation was rejected by the administrator of the DEA. And we sued the DEA twice in the appeals courts, won both times. And then the DEA finally, on the third time, in the context of some marijuana hearings to decide what's currently accepted medical use, they won the case. But it was clear that the DEA was going to do whatever they could. So in 1986 is when I started MAPS. The day before MDMA became illegal, Julie Holland, who's a psychiatrist, she and I, she wasn't a psychiatrist at that time, we took MDMA together. And I was carrying this big early, Apple computer with the image writer, and got a lot of exercise carrying these things around. And so while I was doing MDMA, I was writing a letter to the editor of a Business Week. They had an article about MDMA, and I was talking about how sad it was that it was going to be criminalized, and that would take it away from therapists. And then my last sentence was that, I hope one day that the therapeutic use can become, again, more than a dream. And when I went to print out this letter, the computer went haywire, and all it did is it printed out "become more than a dream." And so I saved that. I have that right here on my desk since 1985. Now, later on, as I was looking at my printer, I noticed that I had dropped a hit of blotter acid in the printer. And, as the saying goes, they like to say only losers use drugs. But of course, we've turned that around. Only users lose drugs. And so I had lost a hit of blotter acid inside the printer. So maybe that was the printer, tripping and telling me this message. But this has been an inspiration ever since to make the therapeutic use of MDMA become more than a dream. Now, from 86, when I started MAPS, to 92, the FDA rejected 5 different protocols to study MDMA. The first sort of glimmer of hope was 1990, when the FDA approved Rick Strassman to do a study with DMT. Although he had framed that DMT is the only endogenous psychedelic, it could be potentially linked to schizophrenia or so. And so it's sort of negatively focused. And we were trying to look at therapeutic use of MDMA. But they rejected all these protocols. A new group at the FDA took over in 1990 to regulate psychedelics, and they decided to put science first. This is a conference in 1990 where it was a benefit for MAPS, and Tim was there, and so this is Tim Leary, and I asked him, what advice do you have for us trying to make psychedelics legitimate and move them through the system, and what advice do you have for us who want to work with the government? So Tim said, "Fuck the government. I am so far past asking for permission for anything, but I'm glad you're doing it." And that's when he passed the torch to me for that stuff. So I really appreciated that. So we got the first approval with Charlie Grobe in 1992, the first phase 1 dose response safety study. And that took us through much of the 90s. We started doing PTSD work, first in Spain. Sadly, this was shut down by the Spanish authorities before it was over for political reasons. We had a lot of good media, and that alerted the Madrid Anti-Drug Authority, so they shut the study down. But then we started in the US, we got FDA approval. It took us a really long time to get Institutional Review Board approval. Nobody would work with us. And I started the MAPS Institutional Review Board. I figured, look, we're an institution, we can have our own IRB. And at the last moment, before really going forward with our own IRB, I thought, let me give one more try to an outside agency if I could find one. And it turned out that there was one IRB that was named Copernicus IRB. So this gets us back to the telescope idea. I figured if there was any group that would be sympathetic to political pressure to stop science, it would be the Copernicus group. And as it turned out, they did live up to their name. They did approve the study. They said we had to buy them $1 million insurance policy to indemnify them in case any of the subjects sued them. We had to do all sorts of other stuff. But we now are still working with them. They were great. And so I'd like to really applaud Copernicus IRB. It took us 30 years from the start of MAPS to our end of phase 2 meeting. We've done 6 studies in Israel, Canada, Switzerland, and the United States. We presented our data to FDA, and this is basically the data. So the control group is therapy without active MDMA. And we are working with the hardest cases. We work with chronic, severe, treatment-resistant PTSD. And also, unlike a lot of research with PTSD, where they exclude people that have attempted suicide, we bring in people if they've attempted suicide. So the control group, 2 months after the last therapy session, this 23% no longer had PTSD. So this is really pretty good for the therapy. It's 42 hours of therapy over about 3.5 months. But when you add MDMA, it gets up to 56%. So it more than doubles, 56% at the 2-month follow-up, no longer have PTSD. What's even better though, is that this is the 2-month follow-up is where the FDA will compare the groups and decide if there's statistically significant differences. And that's what's going to be for approval. But really the challenge is to get it covered by insurance. So we've done a 12-month follow-up just to see if it's durable and it lasts, and 2/3 no longer have PTSD. People learn how to process difficult emotions, they learn how to process trauma, and they continue to move forward in their healing process. And of the 1/3 that still has PTSD, almost all of them have had clinically significant reductions of PTSD symptoms. If we could have given them a 4th MDMA session or waited longer between the sessions, they might also no longer have PTSD. It doesn't work for everybody, but it does seem to be very, very helpful. And what we learned in phase 2 is that the cause of PTSD is irrelevant. The SSRIs, Zoloft and Paxil, that were approved by the FDA for PTSD, they work better in women than in men, and they didn't work in combat-related PTSD. But our approach worked regardless of the cause of PTSD. We discovered that low doses, they do enhance the blinding to try to do a double-blind study, but they have an anti-therapeutic effect. What I mean by that is when you add low doses of MDMA to the therapy, people still get better, but they don't get as much benefit as if they had therapy without any MDMA at all. So the low dose activates them, but it doesn't really help reduce the fear. So they are more uncomfortable, and therefore it's difficult for them to make as much progress. We did demonstrate safety, and we showed medium to large effect size. We also used the same questionnaire to evaluate mystical experiences that's used in the LSD and psilocybin research, the mystical experience questionnaire, or the states of consciousness questionnaire. And this is just to show 0.6 is considered to be a full mystical experience, that or above. So the people with MDMA actually do score quite high on average, and quite a number of them are over the 0.6 level. And what you may have heard about the work with LSD and psilocybin in the 60s, and also the work now, is that there's a correlation between the depth of the mystical experience and therapeutic outcomes. But we do not see that with MDMA. There is no correlation. So healing from PTSD, healing from trauma, the mystical experience has other benefits, but it's not a key element in the therapeutic process. So we reached agreement with FDA after another 8 months of negotiating on the phase 3 designs. We agreed on this. This is our phase 3 design. So you end up having 3 day-long 8-hour sessions. We use a male-female co-therapy team, and everybody gets screened and enrolled. They're all meet all the criteria, and then you either get randomized to the upper or the lower. The upper is the first session is 80 milligrams. We give 2 hours later 40 milligrams, half the initial dose, to extend the plateau, to have more time to work with people. The second session, unless there's some tremendous progress with the 80 milligrams or some concern about upping the dose, people will move up to 120 milligrams, followed 2 hours later by 60. But it is possible for them to stick with the 80. And the third session is also a little bit of a negotiation between the therapist and the patients. And in addition to these 3 8-hour sessions, where also people spend the night, we have 12 90-minute non-drug psychotherapy sessions, 3 prep sessions before the first experimental session, and then 3 integrative sessions after each day-long MDMA session. So this is our therapeutic approach that we have agreed to with FDA, and we've agreed to do 2 100-person phase 3 studies. And so if we can prove statistical significance and no new safety problems come, then FDA will approve the drug. Now, comparing our results at that point, our phase 2 results with Paxil, with Zoloft, these are what's called effect sizes. And so MDMA is way much better large effect size than all the others. Zoloft, Paxil being the only drugs approved by FDA for PTSD. And because of that, we got breakthrough therapy. This is the most important designation that FDA has. You get more meetings with FDA. They expedite shorter timelines. It's really dramatic, that when you get breakthrough therapy. And Big Pharma really likes it, but roughly 1/3 of the applications to FDA from pharma are accepted. 2/3 are rejected. They're not really breakthroughs. So this was a milestone. We've also had Compass Pathways to For-Profit has now got breakthrough therapy for psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression, and USONA has got breakthrough therapy, which is the nonprofit company for psilocybin for major depressive disorder. Just to give you a sense of the scale of the problem, this is now 2 years ago, there's over 1 million vets receiving disability for PTSD. Now, there's roughly 8 million people in America that have PTSD, according to the VA. Most of them are women. Most of them have been sexually abused or domestic assault or things like that. There's a bunch of other people that have had natural disasters, car accidents, operations. There's a lot of causes of PTSD. But just to give you a sense of, more than 1 million veterans are disabled in some percentage from PTSD. And the VA spends roughly $15 to $20 billion a year in these disability payments. So you would think that the VA would be interested in paying for new treatments for PTSD, especially ones that are breakthrough, especially ones that have the results that we get. But that's not the case so far. And in 2017, $7 billion was spent on drugs for PTSD, sort of a market size. These are our phase 3 sites. We have 2 in Israel, 2 in Canada, and 11 throughout the United States. We've also started negotiating with the European Medicines Agency, and they've accepted the US data, accepted the design for the US. And so we're about 2 years behind in Europe than we are in the US. We're just starting the studies now to help train the therapists in Europe, and we're in 7 countries in Europe. One thing that I think is very important to say is that the EMA has said they want us to enroll refugees and migrants as well into our phase 3 studies in Europe, because that's just an enormous problem of so many traumatized refugees, and that you have a hard time assimilating into your new countries because of the trauma. So we're going to be doing that. We've done other studies, not just PTSD, and great with MDMA with social anxiety in adults on the autism spectrum, MDMA for life-threatening illnesses with Bill Wolfson here, the others, Charlie Grove and Alicia Danforth. Ben Sessa just completed a study with MDMA psychotherapy for alcoholism. The results are really, really good, but you need longer term follow-up. So he's going to be following it up longer term, but his 3-month results are excellent. This is going to be an interesting study starting up at Yale, where it's going to be the first one to take a PTSD patient under the influence of MDMA and put in a scanner. And then you have a neutral script and a trauma script, and you see how your brain will act in real life. We've scanned people before and after treatment, and healthy volunteers have taken MDMA and been in a scanner, but there's never been a PTSD patient under MDMA in a scanner. And also, this is going to be very minimal support. There's going to be, you're only in a scanner for an hour, but for about 4 or 5 hours, the therapy team is going to be with you. There's only 1 integration session, 1 prep session. So in a way, this is as close as we get to seeing what does MDMA do without therapy, although there is a bit of support. Yes, let's see the question. Should I keep going, or do you want to ask a question?
Oh, cool. Yeah. Hey, Rick. First of all, thank you so much for being a noble warrior who's been fighting this fight for more than 30 years. Yeah. It's very inspiring to see you being persistent, consistent, in spite of the challenges that you face. Yeah. So the question that I have for you is, I know that MAPS are focusing more around healing, but personally, I'm more interested in how do you actually use it to unlock creativity, innovation,
okay.
or the benefit of humanity. And I love that you go right after Peter Diamandis, right? So I'm interested in that visioneering aspect of things. If you can,
Yeah. So let me just say that through the FDA, we can only medicalize for disorders. So what you're bringing up, I think, is a very important point. Because we are a nonprofit, we've raised over 100 million in donations in the history of MAPS, which is, shockingly, astonishingly high. But we believe in drug policy reform. So to get at creativity, to get at personal growth, to get at finding your passion that Peter talked about, we need to have these drugs legal for people to access, not through medicine, not through religion, but through what we're calling a licensed legalization system. So we are strategically focusing our resources on medicalizing, but at the same time, we're really supporting the whole effort to move towards decriminalizing, like mushrooms are decriminalized, lowest enforcement priority in Denver and Oakland. Oregon psilocybin initiative is going to be on the ballot. So because we need so much resources to do the medicalization, we've not looked at creativity or other things like that. But and we're not going to be able to get that through the FDA. So I think what we really need is drug policy reform, and I'll get to this in a bit more, but we're going to talk about licensed legalization. That's where I think we need to get to. So, that answers that. We're working with eating disorders, also MDMA. We're about to start a study. We've done work with a lot of leading VA researchers. We're blending MDMA with stuff we're paying for them just to educate them. This is cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy, where conjoint is couple or dyad. One has PTSD, it affects the relationship, and both of them get MDMA. And Candace and I presented to the Boston VA a couple months ago, and she showed all the studies she did with developing this cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy just as a therapy without MDMA. And she showed the effect sizes. Then she showed the effect size from the 6 dyads that she worked with MDMA, and it was better than the others. So MDMA can really enhance a lot of other therapies. We're also paying, Ann Wagner was a protege of Candace to blend MDMA with cognitive processing therapy. Prolonged exposure is the most prevalent therapy in the VA. Barbara Rothbaum is going to do this at Emory, and then Edna Foa, who developed prolonged exposure, who about 11 years ago, she said MDMA is dynamite in the brain. I should just give it all up. I should go do VR and just forget about MDMA. There was a fellow named Skip Rizzo, who was at the conference also in Jerusalem, 2009. And so I went to Skip and I said, Edna says MDMA is dynamite in the brain. I should give it up. He said, and I should do VR. And he was doing VR stuff for PTSD. And he just laughed. And he said, if you have MDMA, you don't need VR because it brings your own story to the fore. There's approval now at the Loma Linda VA from the FDA and the Loma Linda VA. This may be, we've been trying for 30 years to start research inside the VA. These are young team of psychiatrists and PharmD, but they still have to get state of California approval and DEA approval. And then Rachel Yehuda we're working with at the Bronx VA to try to get approval there for a study of 2 MDMA sessions versus 3 sessions using our model. This is kind of like a cost effectiveness study. As I showed, people keep getting better at the 12-month follow-up, but people will get better more rapidly with 3 sessions, but maybe at the 1 year, if they just have 2 sessions, they will sort of learn how to process trauma enough. So maybe we can help people with 2 sessions more than 3, and that would cut out 1/3 of the cost. We want to do group therapy, and we may do something with Brian Anderson and others with LGBT people with PTSD, but it's really important for us to do group therapy. Now, and this is, I know we're running out of time, but I'll just say that the FDA is heavily influenced by the pharmaceutical lobbies. And so often when you do research, you develop your power calculations based on your preliminary data, you design your study for a certain kind of statistical power, and then you do the study. And then at the end, you examine the results. Did it work or did it not? In our situation, and others, all pharmaceutical drug development, you can do what's called an interim analysis for sample size re-estimation. You have a small unblinded data monitoring committee. They look at the data and they compare your actuals to your hypotheticals. And if your actuals aren't as good as your hypotheticals, then you can add more people to get statistical significance. So the bigger the effect size, the fewer people you need. the smaller the effect size, you need more people. But FDA approves not on the basis of effect size, but of statistical significance. And they figure they're doing groups, maybe we'll figure out later it works more in this one group than others. So in any case, the interim analysis will tell you to continue the study unchanged, add more subjects to increase the statistical power, or stop the study because it's not working for futility. The FDA has declared 2 drugs breakthrough therapies for PTSD. One is MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. The other is a drug called Tonmya, which is a repurposed sleeping pill from over 30 years ago, and it's by Tonix Pharmaceuticals. And they had their interim analysis in February, and they were told that they were failed for futility. We got our interim analysis in March of this year, and we were told the opposite. It's great. You don't need to add anybody. You're doing fine. Then FDA started coming to us because everything shut down because of COVID. And they said to us and other sponsors, you can shut the study down sooner if you like to. And we negotiated that we would end the study with 90 people instead of 100. So we have now completed all those 90 people. We have the data. And before the end of September, we're going to know if the first phase 3 study was statistically significant. If it's approved, oh, yes?
Oh,
Yeah.
am I interrupting you? I just wanted to get a question, and I know we're running out
Sure.
of time.
Sure.
So first of all, just thank you so much for all your work. I'm a therapist, and the power and the usefulness of MDMA assisted is so needed, especially in the case of complex PTSD,
Yes.
which you referred to before when it's so intractable. Do you see, Rick? I mean, obviously you're a very visionary guy from way back when. Do you see in the next year, 2 years, 5 years, you guys have a plan for how this is going to roll out? Obviously, it's going to be, at least initially, or maybe primarily, or maybe even solely in the therapeutic setting, which is fine because the people who need it will find their way to that. So do you see, you have a vision? I'm curious to see,
Yes.
people are dying for these therapies, is what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
So the vision basically is that once it's approved, assuming we get it approved, then what these are called the REMS. This slide is about risk evaluation mitigation. So it's only going to be prescribed by people that have been through a training program in the therapeutic method, because the drug is not the treatment, it's the therapy really plus the drug. So it's only going to be by trained therapists, and it's only going to be under direct supervision, and it's going to be in these kind of clinic settings. But what I talked about, cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy, that's where it's one person has PTSD, but it affects the relationship, and both of them got MDMA. So I think the clinics are going to be starting to be set up. There'll be ketamine clinics, psilocybin clinics. People will be cross-trained. The therapists that they don't want to just be an MDMA therapist. They want to be a psychedelic therapist.
Absolutely.
They don't want to just be a psilocybin therapist or a ketamine therapist. So the therapists will be cross-trained in all these different modalities. You'll go to these clinics, and you will be able to, initially it'll be the patients, but then it can be the family members that can come into treatment. Cancer patients who are dying, they're struggling as well, but so are their family members. And I think that what will happen is over the next decade or so, thousands of psychedelic clinics will be set up, and that will change people's attitudes towards these drugs. The same way that medical marijuana has changed people's attitudes towards legalization of marijuana.
Absolutely.
So I'm currently suggesting 2035, when I think that we will have licensed legalization. And so I think the other part is this kind of drug policy reform, is that we want people to have access to it on their own for self-healing. We've talked now about how a lot of people have trauma from COVID, but it hasn't progressed to PTSD. It's not chronic, but they're stressed. And so the sooner that you can treat somebody who's traumatized, the easier it'll be to treat them and the less expensive, but they might not rise to the diagnosis of PTSD. So we want to train people to do peer support, the same way at Burning Man, where we do the Zendo project with psychedelic harm reduction. So I think the rollout will be, first off, FDA approval, then these clinic settings, then expanding who goes to the clinics, and then eventually what it'll be, this licensed legalization idea, is that, and Tim Leary actually proposed this and others, it's like a driver's license, or You need to demonstrate that you can drive under supervision of somebody in the car. So for psychedelics, you will go to a clinic. It will be equitable because it'll be basically free, paid for by the tax money from all the people that are buying the drugs. And you have an experience under supervision. And then you get a license to do it. So I think alcohol is not regulated tightly enough. You know, we think about all the drunk drivers who end up driving drunk and then they lose their driver's license, but they still buy alcohol and they still go out and kill people even though they lost their license. So there's.
You think the world is readier now for psychedelics than say they were in the 60s? It seems like it was too fast in the 60s. The political structure, the economic structure, just the whole philosophy of who we knew ourselves to be as human beings. We weren't ready for it, and that's why there was perhaps such a huge backlash. Now,
I think that's exactly right.
Meditation, with yoga, with mindfulness, with spirituality in general, perhaps, you know, people like you and people like us who follow visionaries like you can find our way deeper, make the deeper inroads, because one thing's for sure, Rick, there is no shortage of suffering in this world.
Right. The need is greater. But I think we have evolved as a species, as a culture, over the last 60 years, 50, 60 years, so that the culture is better prepared. I mean, you pointed it out. You can go to the YMCA and you can learn yoga. When yoga first came, it was like people are going to become foreign religions, and meditation was, you know, Maharishi in robes and a weird thing. And so I think we are now poised on this potential opportunity to really mainstream. And I would say that even though Trump has talked about politicizing the FDA, the fact that we have the veterans who are being helped, I think we're going to make it. Yeah, that's my sense. I think that the psychedelics will make it through the FDA. They will be mainstreamed, and we will start creating these clinics.
Will you be at Horizons in New York in October? You'll be there?
I'm not sure yet, you know, if I'll come in person. I mean, I'll just say my mom died a couple weeks ago, and so I went to the funeral. She died at 91, beautiful death, in bed at home with my brother and sister nearby. And so I did travel, but that was the first time I've left home in 5.5 months. So I may come to Horizons, but I'm not sure yet.
Well, thank you for your time. And I'm very, very grateful to know you and to be a part of it in the way that I am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Rick, we are approaching time, and we actually have room in our schedule now. And so I want to be respectful of your time. And if you have time to finish your presentation, to take more questions, I have a fuck ton of questions to ask you about psychedelics if you're still available. So I'd love to keep you on as long as that fits your schedule.
Yeah. No, let's definitely do that. I have just a few more slides, but they basically say what I just said. But let's just go through them very, very quickly. So anyway, the FDA, let's see here. Okay, so this is our therapeutic approach, just to let people know, is that it's kind of inner-directed therapy. We work with following people, we support where they're going. We have 5 parts, online week-long training, looking at videotapes, therapy sessions. We've started doing that virtual for the first time, a couple times, and it's worked. A big part of our training is the opportunity for therapists to take MDMA legally in a protocol as a patient. So I think that's very important. I think that's optional, though. We don't want to require people to do a drug. And then they do role play with video that we supervise, and then they treat a patient under supervision. So this is our therapy training program. As a sign of progress, we do have a police officer who's a full-time psychotherapist, but full-time psychotherapist for the police. And he's going through our training program to give MDMA to police officers with trauma. So we're very excited about this as well. This is an example of a psychedelic clinic. This is another one. They'll be clinic settings. It's going to be a jobs program. There's going to be 200,000 staff, I think, by 2030, 6,000 plus clinics. There's 6,000 already hospice centers. And what we've seen from marijuana is that legalization follows medicalization. And so this is a chart of American attitudes towards legalization of marijuana. And the main point here is look at this long period of time from where no progress made pretty much from 1976, 1996. 96 is when California and Arizona started the first two medical marijuana states, and then support kept growing. We're getting all these other drug policy reform things happening in Denver, Oakland, Oregon, and elsewhere. We're going to have a lot more harm reduction that we do from the Zendo, but it's going to be more widely distributed to other people. There'll be work with blending MDMA with Zen, with meditation, more spiritual use. This is an incredible study that Vanya did, University of Zurich, brain scan, lifelong Zen meditators. Zen has been traditionally anti-drug, but now these lifelong Zen meditators said this psilocybin experience really helped them deepen their meditation practice. Roland is doing a really important study at Hopkins and NYU with religious leaders from different traditions, taking psilocybin, trying to get back to that. Is there a common mystical core? And so I think we'll have this license legalization. So this is the more controversial thing I just want to say, is that for alcohol, 23 states, it's illegal for kids, for minors to use alcohol, but parents can legally override the laws against minors and give alcohol to their kids. And I think that's the way it should be with psychedelics. That what we really need is to turn this back to parents. We don't want the government saying, no, you can't say this or that to your kids. So I think that this is the answer. It will be illegal for minors unless your parents or guardians want to give it to you. And then it'll take another 35 years and we'll hopefully have a mystical, spiritual, psychedelic utopia. Island was Huxley's last book. It was about this utopian society, but it was destroyed at the end of the book by the oil companies coming and destroying the island. We saw that in the movie Avatar as well. So I think the answer here is that change has to happen from the inside out, from the heart of the system out. And that's what we're trying to do with medicalization. And that's the 60-year plan.
It's amazing, Rick. Thank you so much. A question that I think a lot of us have who have aging parents, well, all of our parents are aging if they're still alive, is, the dementia. There's a lot of research that shows that just psychedelics provide a novel experience. And the idea of providing a novel experience can help grow new brain cells, promote neurogenesis. Great information from Paul Stamets on lion's mane and psilocybin to grow new brain cells. If we were interested in having our parents be more open-minded. So parents, between 65 and 70, the baby boomer generation, if we were more interested in having our parents become more open-minded, be willing to consider psychedelics as a potential therapy for their brains and or for trauma, where do you think a good place is to start that people of this generation would be open to hearing about and receiving?
Well, I'll start by saying that I failed with my own parents. I tried, they don't drink, both my parents are dead now, but I was unable to get them to try things. The only one time my mom tried marijuana when I was with her because she was in pain. So I think that MDMA is the place to start with parents because it's more general. And there's another strategy that I'd like to recommend. And I tried this with my grandmother. So this was in the 80s. My grandmother had unipolar depression, and my parents had a weird attitude toward the law. So they said that I could only give it to her if it was legal, and that we were unable to get legal permission. So what I did is the contact high. So I decided I would spend the day with my grandmother. I would take MDMA. I wouldn't tell her I was taking MDMA because that might distract her. And then we spent the whole day talking. And while it didn't cure her depression, there was just an amazing moment where she was saying that she had depression. She didn't want to live anymore. She didn't want to see her old friends. She didn't want to leave the house. There was no purpose in living. And she'd accomplished everything she wanted and she was ready to die. So the MDMA gave me this moment to say, wow, you've accomplished everything you wanted. That's something to celebrate. Let's celebrate that. That's wonderful. Everybody has to die sometime and you've accomplished everything you want. And she said, well, there is one thing. And so she went off into the other room and came back in a minute, and she brought a book and a note and a rose. And she said it was a wedding present from a guy that she had a romance with before my grandfather, and her parents didn't like the guy. This was taking place in Israel, in Palestine, 1924, and they shipped her back to America to break up the romance. So I always had all these Israeli relatives. I could never figure out, why is my branch of the family in America? So this came out under MDMA. So I would encourage for your parents, I think you're totally right. I mean, the idea of a psychedelic retirement, people get more interested in death, more interested in meaning of life and purpose near the end of their lives. So psychedelics at end of life are tremendous. But if your parents are reluctant, I would say start with MDMA, and then the next step would be, if that doesn't work, take it yourself and just hang out with them.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I also wanted to ask you about microdosing. I forget who said it, that microdosing, specifically LSD, is one of the most under-researched, underutilized uses of that psychedelic medicine. And if you just want to riff on microdosing of any psychedelic and the benefits that you've come across, that would be super helpful, because I know a lot of people want to enhance their cognitive performance or enhance their creativity, and maybe don't want to dip so deep into the psychedelic state on a regular basis, but that microdose provides an avenue or a potential way to do that without going to hardcore nootropics like Adderall, for example, that has like a heavy cost on the body. So I'd love it if you would talk about microdosing.
Yeah. So there's a fellow named Shlomi Raz that started a psychedelic company called the Eleusis Benefit Corp. And I started by talking about Eleusis and how that's the origins of Western culture and the origins of psychedelic. But Shlomi with Eleusis Benefit Corp wanted to study LSD microdosing for creativity. And they actually spent a bunch of money and did a study, and it didn't work. And what I meant by it didn't work is they couldn't show a difference between the control group and the group that got the microdosing. Their explanation was that there's kind of a ceiling effect, that these tools that they were using to measure creativity weren't so sophisticated, and that the healthy volunteers were still pretty good at that, and they couldn't find a difference. So they have pivoted to now do sort of looking at physiological effects. LSD and other things can reduce inflammation. They're looking at physical disease. Nevertheless, I think that psychedelics microdosing can increase creativity, and it can be very useful. And I also know some people that use it for depression. But my main preference, the idea is that we want to make people free of drugs. So if you have or free to go back to drugs for other reasons. So if it's for a clinical indication like depression, I would much rather see a few macro doses than trying to treat it with microdosing, because that's not different from what pharma is doing, just controlling the symptoms. We want to get to the core, try to unlock those patterns and those problems, and then make it so that you're free of those. So I'd say microdosing for therapeutic indications is not something that I'm that interested in, or there's that much research to demonstrate that it's really good. But microdosing for creativity, I think everybody needs to, if you want to try it, I think, try it among yourselves. And we know that there's a lot of people in Silicon Valley that do it, that talks about creativity. And so I think that it can be used. Jim Fadiman, for anybody that really wants to learn more about it, just search Jim Fadiman. And he's been collecting anecdotal reports, and there are so many reports of people that talk about benefits from microdosing.
Thank you. I so appreciate that. So if you have a question for Rick, please unmute yourself. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep on. This is such an area of great interest to me, and so many people in the Burning Man community, because psychedelics have been a medicine and a way to make the art behind me live in a very profound way. And so just on the microdose pathway, are you familiar with very much? You mentioned they didn't find a difference in one specific study. Paul Stamets talked about taking a microdose for neurogenesis. So is there any good research on the benefits of microdosing that you're aware of?
I am not. I mean, it doesn't mean that there isn't, though. But I am not aware of that kind of research. Really, it's a little bit difficult when you think about trying to do formal microdose studies, because you'd be taking the drugs at home. The psychedelics, the DEA has to approve the research, and they want the drugs to be administered under direct supervision. So the idea of giving somebody a pile, here's a month of microdosing LSD, take it home and do it one a day, they're worried somebody will take all of them at once or sell it to their friends. So it's going to be very hard to do a FDA, DEA approved microdosing study for a period of months. You could make people come into the clinic once a week or something like that. We've had to do that with some of our marijuana studies, but it's very annoying to the people who are subjects in it. So I'm not aware of those kind of studies having been done. But for anybody that wants to look at it, you look at clinicaltrials.gov. So it's now a rule that if you're doing research like this, you have to announce it in public and post a lot of stuff on clinicaltrials.gov. So you could put in LSD microdosing and see if there's anything, but I don't think that there is.
Do you want to ask a question? Thank you. Thank you. Is there anything that people can take to, I've heard about people taking things that increase serotonin, for example, to soften the potential downside after taking something that affects serotonin, like MDMA. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, a lot of thoughts. So
a great
place. Very beginning of our work with FDA, this was now again 1990, 1992. People were talking about all different things to try to make it come down easier. But the FDA said to us, and I agreed with this, which was you first need to find out what's the actual risks without it before you start assuming you need it. And so, you hear about the Suicide Tuesdays or all these things that ravers talk about. We don't see that with MDMA therapy. There's not this post-MDMA crash. And I think some of the main differences are that we do it during the day, not at night. People sleep at the night. They're not mixing it with alcohol. We have them rest the second day. So it's very important to think about this as a 2-day experience. So we don't see that. At the same time, I do believe that if you were to take 5-HTP, I've heard a lot of stories about that, but I've taken MDMA about 125 times maybe in my life since 1982, and I don't preload or take anything afterwards. What I think is most important is just to rest afterwards, integrate, think about it, lie around in bed and sleep. I think that's preferable, but I do think there's a lot of stuff that people have taken, particularly 5-HTP, but we don't see it necessary.
What about the cleanliness of the drug or of the medicine? Because in the scientific laboratory, a lot more certain about the quality of what they're getting versus on the street. A friend of mine works at FestMed, which is a volunteer organization that tests drugs at festivals, so that way people can know what it is that they bought. Test for the active ingredients, and a lot of things that are sold as ecstasy or MDMA or cocaine are not what it is that they say they're selling. There's something different, or they're mixed with something else to heighten the effects. So how much do you? I know this would be basically impossible to know, but do you think that could be a confounding factor, that the purity of what people are taking and then reporting this major crash could be from mixing it with amphetamine or mixing it with, or that the drug isn't as pure as it is in the laboratory?
Yeah, I think that could be definitely a factor. So I'll just refer people to what's called the ecstasy pill testing program. So Bob Wallace was one of the first 11 people, I think, hired at Microsoft. And this is now back in 25 years ago. He was very concerned about the purity of drugs that people were taking. And so he donated roughly $80,000 to MAPS for us to pay for a lab. There's only one lab in the United States that has a DEA license to accept anonymous samples. It's called Drug Detection Lab in Sacramento. And so we partnered with Arrowhead and DanSafe to do ecstasy pill testing program. And so you send in your pills, and you have a little code number that you assign to it, and then they put a report on the internet what it is. So you can send it in anonymously and you can get the results anonymously. And a lot of the stuff that people claim is MDMA has no MDMA in it at all. There's an awful lot of adulterated drugs. So that's part of the drug war's intention, which is to make it riskier for people to do these drugs, which is, upside down. We should be trying to do harm reduction and offer support for people to do these. So people need honest education, which we don't get. We get propaganda in a lot of places. We need pure drugs, which we also don't get. And so we need these pill testing programs. They're more used at festivals in Europe. Here in the US, that hasn't really been used much. But if you do have pills that you think are MDMA, you can go to Arrowhead and look at the ecstasy pill testing program, and they'll subsidize the cost of some of them, and then you can figure out what it is.
Thank you. I so agree about about what you just said. It reminds me of the needle exchange program. So, so some people are very opposed to needle exchange, and I was in high school. Then someone gave a talk on needle exchange, like, "Hey, listen, first of all, it reduces heroin use, and it protects against the spread of HIV and AIDS." It's like, listen, perfect. You persuaded me. Those are the two things I was concerned about. Needle exchange reduces both of those. I'm in. Nothing else matters. Then you look at Canada. Now they have these programs where you can go in there. If you're a heroin addict, they'll actually inject you with heroin, and a nurse will do it. And that way, you're getting safe stuff, and you can actually get a shower, maybe a meal. It's a lot safer way to get the drugs if you're an addict.
Yeah. Well, the heroin maintenance programs are very interesting in that. So much of the problem is caused by impure drugs or drug seeking, so that people can have stable lives while they're doing heroin, and they can have families, they can have jobs. And that's a much better approach than criminalization and trying to throw them in jail. I'll just mention that Ibogaine is another psychedelic that we're trying to look into. It's really good for helping people go through the withdrawal process from opiates, and also to spiritualize them as well, and do the psychotherapy about why they're trying to escape into drugs. So Ibogaine is one of our top priorities. I started to see this question from Dan about why does it appear that MAPS is more focused on MDMA than psilocybin? Well, the answer is because we're more focused on MDMA than psilocybin. MDMA it takes a lot of money. I mentioned we've raised over $100 million. We still need to raise another 30 million more to take MDMA to Europe and around the world. We'll probably start that in October, that next fundraising campaign. And there are other groups that are doing psilocybin. Compass Pathways is the for-profit, USONA is the nonprofit. So I feel that there's no lack of resources going into psilocybin.
And Rick, we have a question here in the comments. How useful do you think science type sites like are apps like microdose.me are? Or if,
I think they're very good. Yeah, I think they're very good. There's a lot you can learn, and there's an enormous amount of underground knowledge that isn't really being collected. And so they're trying to gather that sort of information. And Johns Hopkins, Roland Griffiths, their team has been doing more and more survey work as well about just gathering information, why people use these drugs, and what kind of side effects they have, what they learn from it. So there's just a lot of sort of citizen science. None of that will work with the FDA. So I think that's you can learn a lot of important things, but it's not going to help change the legal context to get these drugs approved.
Thank you.
Oh, let me see. So let's see what Andy has to say. Okay. Do you want to explain your question instead of just type it?
Yeah,
I'd love to.
Okay.
So since our speaker series last year at Brunners, and in general, I've just been doing a lot of kind of public advocacy work for psychedelics to the people who have never even thought that they would cross this threshold. And so it's preaching not to the choir. And I have not found a place of confidence from where I can advise people to start. So I wanted to know what you would recommend in that respect.
Well, first off, I would say that it's really important to empower people to make their own decisions. So this idea of advising them to start is like you saying you should do this, and the flip side is you are the government saying you shouldn't do this. So I think it's just, you have to be careful about that. So that I think a better way to phrase it is, here's what you might expect if you start. If you choose to do this, these are some of the things that could be happening for you. There's a lot of people that don't want to break the law. Now, when I was 18, back in 1972, I was a Vietnam War draft resistor. And, it was very clear to me that what's legal and what's moral are two wholly different things. And so the legal system has never been the guide for me. It's a guide about what people think is wrong and right. I have to consider it, but I've never think that it's like the final word on things. But a lot of people are worried about that. So that's really difficult. But I think that for people that are suffering from something, and I think that you can share with them the research or the possibility, or that but the other part is that it's the context and it's the support. So you could offer to sit with them yourselves. You could say, you could take it in this safe context. I'll not do it, and I'll be there to kind of you could learn from our treatment manual, from the Zendo programs, things like that, about how to help them. And I do think it makes sense to start in a gradual way. So a lot of times people will say, well, I'm scared of an overdose, or I'm scared of losing control. And so I'd say in between microdose and macrodose, there's like a third dose or a half dose. And, so you don't have to rush it. That's one thing I think you could do, is say to people, hey, maybe we'll consider it a wasted day, and it's hard, but just take a third of a dose and see what happens. And maybe nothing will happen. It's still not wasted because you've learned a little bit. And then next time you can sort of inch up higher. So I think that can really work for people. And for those people that have never taken it, I think one of the real arguments that I use a lot is that we all have dreams at night. We have this natural shift into a different state of consciousness, and it's part of a normal, healthy thing. And then you start getting them to talk about their dreams, or do they ever remember dreams, or do they ever have dreams that were important to them? A lot of people wake up in the morning, they rush off, they don't even think about their dreams, but there's a lot of content in dreams. And I guess I would say that you're the best example, so that sharing your own stories, or if they see that you're reasonably happy and that they know that you use these things. So I'd say personal disclosure about your own experiences is probably very persuasive to people. But also you catch people where they're suffering. I mean, that's like the one time I got my mom to smoke a joint was when she was in pain. The only time. But you catch people where they're suffering, and then if you can somehow or other create a safe context for them, and usually that can just be, you'll be with them and you won't do it, and you'll just watch over them while they try it, or something like that. But we have to be careful not to be proselytizers, like you should do this. So even, part of our training program is MDMA, the protocols for MDMA to take, for therapists to take MDMA as part of their training. But what we say is that it's an option. It's not required. If you want it, it's there, but it's not required. And so we want to welcome skeptics. We want to welcome people who might not ever want to do it into our training programs. And that's worked really well. And in the end, most everybody volunteers.
Rick, you mentioned worst case scenarios. What is the worst case scenario? Because there's a lot of disinformation. For example, people think, I remember, if you remember the movie Forrest Gump, there's a scene where Jenny, Forrest's, the girl he grew up with, who he ends up falling in love with, she's about ready to jump off a ledge, and it looks like she's just taken LSD, but we don't know, but that's kind of like, that's like one of the theories. I asked my parents, because I was maybe 13 at the time. They're like, oh yeah, people could take LSD and then think they could fly, and then they would jump off buildings. Or people take LSD and they or take so much they lose their minds. Or people take MDMA so many times that they reach a state of anhedonia. They reach a state where they can't experience pleasure because their brain is just, their receptors are shot. And I don't know what's fact or fiction. And I was wondering if you could shed some light on what is the worst case scenario from a very science-based standpoint.
Okay, well, we'll start with MDMA, then we'll go to the other things. So that it's very true what you just said. There are people that can overuse MDMA and then they get anhedonia. I've had friends do that. And what they ended up needing to do is not use it for 3 or 6 or 9 months in order to kind of get back to a new baseline. But that was after a lot of heavy use. The thing about MDMA that's got some built-in pharmacological safeguards is that, normally when you develop a tolerance to a drug, your next approach is just to up the dose. That works with amphetamines, that works with alcohol, that works with a bunch of different drugs, opiates. But with MDMA, it doesn't. You don't get that open-hearted feeling. When you want to try to up the dose, you just get more of the speedy parts. You don't get the open-hearted. So, and also what we see with MDMA, which is unlike other drugs, is that over time, the effects seem to fade somewhat for most everybody. There's some diminishing return over time. Maybe it happens after 40 sessions or 50 or 20 or different for different people. So we don't see people that have years of sort of heavy ecstasy abuse or heavy MDMA abuse. And I think that's because of these pharmacological safeguards. But MDMA, sometimes people can overheat and die. They take it, they get hyperthermia, they dance, they don't drink adequate fluids. Occasionally people have drinking fluids, but they don't understand that they should be drinking electrolytes, not just water. So people have died from drinking too much water, called hyponatremia. I think the more important kind of problem is people who have emotions come up, difficult emotions, and then they try to suppress them because they don't feel safe. And then you end up worse off. So stuff that's varied, you've kind of got a balance. It's not so good. It's not that working that well, but at least you're balanced. And then you take MDMA, stuff comes up and you're like, hey, my friends don't want to talk about it. And I'm just going to stuff down this remembrance of prior sexual abuse or whatever. And you could be emotionally worse months later because of that, where you had the opportunity to heal, but you didn't actually fully explore it. The worst case with psilocybin and LSD is there have been people that have really gotten into these very panic states and have killed people or killed themselves. So that's happened. And oftentimes the ego, one of the concerns is that the ego dissolution, we're so wrapped up to our ego. Our ego is our self, who we are. And so when the ego is being dissolved through these classic psychedelics, through what's called the default mode network, kind of our sense of self is weakened. People misinterpret ego dissolution with physical death. And sometimes it can be so scary. People have either killed themselves or sometimes killed others. It's extraordinarily rare. So, we're talking about worst case. But it's good to, if you're doing psychedelics, to have somebody that's not doing psychedelics to watch over.
So I have a funny story about someone not overdosing on LSD, but theoretically. So she was 22 years old. She was down in Mexico at some big festival, and she had a dropper of LSD. And I think she ended up swallowing what was rest of the dropper, which she then realized was maybe 20 hits or so. And she was, so let's say it hits 100 micrograms, so 20 times that. And I said, why'd you do that? She said, well, because I was a drug addict and that's just how I operated. And then I said, what happened? She's like, oh, I was up for 2 days and it was insane. She's like, and then at the very end, I ended up having a beer and I had to go to the hospital because I was dehydrated. And I thought that was amazing. I have trouble thinking of very many controlled substances where if you take 5, 10, 20x the prescribed dose, that you're not potentially, that you're not seriously hurt. I took, there's a brain booster called Huperzine A, and I missed a decimal on my, on the measurement. And so I took 10x what I thought I was taking. And I was sick to my stomach and I had a headache for a day. And I was grateful I didn't seriously hurt myself, but the idea that you can take large amounts of these things and not hurt yourself long term is really fascinating. Versus, if you take a large dose of Advil, Tylenol, you can kill yourself. You can do permanent damage to your liver. And so I wanted to ask you about the macro dose. Is there a point where you take, I don't know if someone just really misunderstood what it is that they were taking, that they had a serious would it be an acute overdose?
I don't think we know of any cases like that where it's happened with LSD.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a nice
Yeah.
data point to not have.
There's a story about how the CIA was giving a bunch of LSD to an elephant, and the elephant fell down and died. And what actually happened was that when the elephant fell down, they were worried about it, and they gave it all sorts of overdose of tranquilizers, and then it died from that. So there really is LSD. First off, you give it in millionths of grams, so it's very small. If you take a whole bunch of LSD, you're not going to hurt your brain. The drugs that get more and more involved with your body, psilocybin is a little bit more embodied. Mescaline is a little bit more embodied, but they're very safe. So the thing about, I'd say the difference between MDMA and the classic psychedelics is that the classic psychedelics are safer physiologically, but they're riskier psychologically. And MDMA is safer psychologically, but riskier physiologically. So with MDMA, it increases blood pressure and temperature. So if you take a massive amount of MDMA, it could be very problematic from a heart perspective. But it's not like it's very near, it's not like twice as much of a normal dose as then you're in big trouble.
Do you know what the dangerous threshold is, where if someone is it 10x a standard dose that it becomes potentially dangerous for the body or for the brain, let's say for MDMA?
Well, it really depends on the strength of your heart. So if you've already got a compromised heart, then it's more dangerous than not. So, these kind of risks assessments have to be done on an individual basis.
Okay, but for general, if I were discussing with my parents and say, listen, this is really safe. Generally, here's the story. This dosage is very safe in scientifically controlled studies, and doses up to this amount are safe for healthy individuals. Over that, it can get dangerous for your heart. Do you know what some
I really don't know. I wouldn't be able to do that. So one of the things that we have to do for the FDA, it's called the investigator's brochure. What that means is it's something that the sponsor MAPS creates for the investigator, and it's a summary of the world's literature scientifically about MDMA with an analysis of the different kind of risks. And so we've been working on this for a long time. So just 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we published on our website the 12th edition of the MDMA investigator's brochure. So if anybody is interested, you go to the MAPS website. On the top, it says research. You go down to MDMA, and at the bottom of the MDMA page, it'll say investigator's brochure. So you can just download that. You can get all sorts of information about all the different risks and everything that we know about what's published.
Thank you. That's really helpful. MDA versus MDMA. Those are they're very close. I was wondering if you could explain the difference to people.
Yeah, well, chemically, MDA, methylene dioxyamphetamine, MDMA is methylene dioxymethamphetamine. But MDA is a pretty great drug, and it's more like an LSD MDMA combination.
That's such a great quote. MDA is a pretty great drug.
Yeah, it's exciting, and a lot of people that get this tolerance to MDMA, not because of the dose, but because they've done it a bunch, they do MDA, and it seems like you're doing it again for the first time. So it operates differently enough so that it sort of overcomes the cross tolerance. And there's now this for-profit company called Mind Medicine that's going to be starting a study with LSD MDMA combination in Switzerland. And so MDA is a little bit like an LSD MDMA combination. MDA has a bit more effect on the heart. It's a remarkable drug, and it was used in therapy. I think even though it was once MDMA was criminalized, they're both illegal. Underground therapists tended still to work with MDMA rather than MDA. You're a little bit more grounded. You're a little bit more able to deal with fearful emotions. So I think one question I'll just say, and then
on that path, MDE. Can you tell us about MDE?
Yeah. So there was a whole bunch of people in the 90s, particularly in Germany, that were trying to do research with MDE and saying, "Oh, it's better than MDMA. It's it's not as neurotoxic or whatever." MDE is somewhat similar, but in no way is it as deep as MDMA. It doesn't have as much of the euphoria type. So I think you could safely just forget about it. There's other drugs that are called 3-MMC, 4-MMC that are worth checking into that are like MDMA. So, science is marching on, and maybe one day they'll even develop a better one than MDMA. I haven't taken it yet. I'd be glad to volunteer for research to try it. But I think that, they're all a slightly different take on things. But, there's a really interesting documentary about Sasha Shulgin called Dirty Pictures. And what they meant by dirty pictures is pictures of molecules. He sort of talked about that. But in it, he said he's made hundreds of molecules. And of all the ones that are like MDMA, he said MDMA is the best. So it will be interesting if people can improve on it somehow or other.
Is this in the book Stealing Fire? Because I remember there's a chapter on Stealing Fire about a psychedelic scientist, and he would try the new things. Is that the same person? I'm
not sure that section of Stealing Fire. I'm not sure if that was about Sasha, but probably.
Okay. So MDA gets your strong recommendation. That's a great drug. MDE, not so much.
No, it's like a pale shadow of MDMA, I'd say. Wow. Whereas MDA is something different. Okay. It's something different. We'll talk about 2CB for a second. 2CB. So Sasha invented 2CB. My first experience with 2CB was so great that I decided at the end of the day, I'm never going to take it again. So I would always have that memory of that one experience. Now, of course, after a while, I took it again. But 2CB is a little bit more, again, in this direction of MDMA LSD combination. Very energizing, very open. It has not been used so much in therapy. It was the people that marketed ecstasy in the 80s, they were thinking, because MDMA was called Adam, and the nickname for 2CB was Eve. And so they were trying to decide whether they could make a bunch more money by marketing 2CB as well. And so a bunch of us went to them and said, we don't think it's a good idea. 2CB is effective in, milligrams. So, 15 milligrams, 10 milligrams, but you could easily make a mistake and you could get more than you wanted of 2CB. And it's also more like LSD. You're more loss of control, more ego dissolution. It is a very interesting substance, but we advised them not to market it. We just thought that they would be creating all sorts of problems. And in the end, they decided not to market it, which I was really relieved to see.
They to market it? Who would they?
They is they call it the Dallas group, the Texas group, the ones that made MDMA into ecstasy.
Okay. It made MDMA into ecstasy. And can you describe what that is? MDMA.
Oh, what I mean is that the MDMA ecstasy was MDMA. They just called it a different thing. And
I thought it was fused with like amphetamine or something.
No. Ecstasy was meant to be okay. So ecstasy was pure MDMA. It was just another name for it. Later, because of what we talked about before, about all these impure drugs, then yes, it got to be mixed with amphetamines or caffeine or all sorts of other things. But ecstasy was meant to be pure MDMA. For a long time, it was pure MDMA. Sometimes people will sell you ecstasy and it will still be pure MDMA. But the group that did that in the 80s really was looking to expand their market. And I think they made a wise decision not to go ahead and market 2CB.
So MDMA, I've heard of this concept that sex and physical touch is so pleasurable that if you have sex while on MDMA, that it almost like it dwarfs anything else you've experienced, and you never want to have sex again without it. I know that's an extreme perspective, but is there a harm in having sex on MDMA? Could that be detrimental because it's such a flood of neurochemicals?
Well, no, that sounds great actually. But it's very hard to have sex as a man. It's hard to get an erection. It's hard to have an orgasm. So a psychiatrist, so I think those are stories that are mostly made up. And so Dr. Torsten Passy is a German psychiatrist. And so this is a really good thing, I think, to think about MDMA. What he did was he looked at the hormonal release and various other aspects, and he said that MDMA is most like the post-orgasmic state. So it's not like the pre-orgasmic state or the sexual desire in that way. It's more like you're satiated, you're feeling wonderful, warm, you're close. MDMA is more nurturing, more emotional. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to have sex on MDMA. They want to sort of talk heart to heart, and maybe near the end of the sessions, you could have sex. It becomes easier, and it is great. But I think this understanding of MDMA like the post-orgasmic state is the really good way to understand what MDMA is.
So can you explain what the chewing is with MDMA? I've seen people who have taken what I think was MDMA, and then it looks like they just are moving their jaw all night. They want to chew gum, like they want to involve their mouth.
Yeah. That's a physiological experience that people have from MDMA sometimes, and it depends on the dose, of course. But what that actually is, why that's caused, I'm not exactly sure, but that's a common side effect. Even in the research that we do of MDMA.
Excellent. So we have a question here. This is from CK. I've only had 3 experiences, but I haven't had a transformative experience either on MDA or MDMA other than keeping me up all night. Any thoughts?
Well, the next time I would suggest taking it during the day. Taking it like 10 or 11 in the morning, your energy's all going in one direction. You're not using some of it to keep you awake when you would be sleepy, but we're all different. So, different people respond to different things. And a lot of it has to do with how social you're trying to be. I mean, if you're with a bunch of people and you're relating to them a lot, you're not as focused internally. So I would say, a good way to think about a transformative experience with MDMA, at least to explore it, either MDA or MDMA, is take it by yourself, have somebody maybe that's there that's not doing it. Lie down, close your eyes, and just have an inner experience rather than a social experience. And maybe that will be transformative, or maybe you've transformed enough and you don't need any new transformations.
That's perfect. You're perfect.
But it's unique to different people. But I'd say that just when you're describing it as keeping it up all night, it's a social setting. I don't know if you're mixing it with alcohol or anything, but I'm saying take it by yourself during the day, somebody to watch over you, and just go inner and see what happens.
And now, what do you think about food and psychedelics? Is it good to fast beforehand? Is it good to have fruit beforehand? I've heard vitamin C helps with the absorption. I think it was of psilocybin. I don't know. Can people get upset stomachs from these things? What's a good way to prepare the body for a medicine journey, and a good way to nourish afterwards?
Well, when you hear about ayahuasca, all sorts of dietas that people use. But what we say to people is not to have anything after midnight. So they come in around 9 in the morning. We give it to them around 10 in the morning. We say, if you want to, you can have a very light breakfast, but really, ideally, it'd be, you can drink a lot of fluids, but not to eat anything after midnight. So in general, I think it is. One of the funny studies that the FDA is going to require us to do is called the food effect study. So we're going to have to do studies. These are safety studies, healthy volunteers, and it's also known as the hamburger study. They want to compare what happens when people take it on an empty stomach and what happens when they take it after eating a greasy hamburger. And so that would be a fun study to volunteer for. It'll be UC San Francisco. But in general, I think it's good not to have a heavy meal, to take it on an empty stomach if you can.
And then what's good to eat afterwards? Let's say that evening.
Let's
say you're at Burning Man, and you probably take it between 6 and 9 p.m., maybe as late as midnight, and then you may eat something before you go to bed.
Yeah, I just think that that varies so much, but it depends if you want to get grounded. But are there foods with tryptophans in them, bananas, things like that? I mean, if you're taking supplements, I think just generally healthy would be good.
Okay. Now, I have a question. It's kind of not, I don't know why it's a political question. It should be a science question. Why on earth does the FDA have any standing, considering the fact that they've classified so many medicines as Schedule 1 narcotics when that just patently false based upon scientific research? Why isn't classification of psychedelics as 2 or 3 or 4? Why isn't that just an immediate, oh, well, there's multiple research papers on the benefit? Like cannabis is still a Schedule 1. How on earth is that possible when it's approved medically in almost every single state and there's thousands of research papers? So how does the FDA have any standing, and why on earth is it just listen, here's data, here's a pile of data, government, make the right decision, and then we'll regulate it?
Okay, so there's an easy answer to that, which is that first off, the DEA is what does the scheduling. Once it becomes a medicine, then FDA works with DEA to figure out the new schedule. But the important point is, what is the standard of proof required for currently accepted medical use to get out of Schedule 1, which is no, it doesn't mean that they're saying it has no medical use. It has no currently accepted medical use. And the only way you get off of Schedule 1 is through these phase 3 studies that like MAPS is doing with MDMA and others will be doing with psilocybin. So you could give them a pile of data, but if it's not the right kind of data from the right kind of studies that were approved by the FDA before you started the study, it doesn't count. So cannabis has actually never been to phase 3 studies. Extracts have. Epidiolex, CBD for childhood epilepsy, Marinol, which is THC for nausea control for cancer chemotherapy, or appetite stimulation. These things are extracts that have been approved, and then for those uses, they're moved out of Schedule 1. But the plant itself has never been in phase 3 studies. And, that's one of our goals too. We're very interested in doing that. We're the state of Michigan that when they approved marijuana legalization, some friends of ours from Marijuana Policy Project put in some one paragraph language that they have to spend $40 million, $20 million a year for 2 years on research with cannabis for veterans, mental health, and to reduce veteran suicides. And Michigan has now legalized marijuana. They've made a bunch of tax money. So we're preparing a protocol. We're going to ask for 10 million in the first year to do a big study with marijuana for PTSD in vets. But it's just a phase 2 study. It's not even a phase 3 study. So even if we get great results, it's not proof the way the FDA needs to see proof.
No, thank you for that distinction. That's news to me. So MDMA is, though, helpful with PTSD.
Well, that's what we're trying. We're in phase 3 with MDMA for PTSD, but it's not proved. We have not proved it yet, and we will only prove it after 2 phase 3 studies. So if our first phase 3 study, which I said we're going to get the results at the end of September, if that study is statistically significant, we have still not proved it to the satisfaction of the FDA to get it rescheduled. We have to do another one to replicate it.
Because I have some friends who are very intelligent, who are not anti-psychedelics, but they're skeptical. And some of them work in veterans associations. I'd love to be like, look, you like data, here's data, good news. People, I know that there's good data on psilocybin and PTSD with veterans, but
no, there's not.
I thought Paul Stamets presented some good data on the benefit of PTSD. No, is that, am I misremembering?
I haven't seen it, not from controlled studies. I mean, there are people that are starting to look at psilocybin for PTSD. But I think the MDMA is more effective than psilocybin for PTSD. We'll have to see. But I think ideally, again, in the future, what we're trying to do is psychedelic psychotherapy, so that you may get 2 MDMA sessions for PTSD, and then you may get a psilocybin session, or we'll customize these things. It's not like, but we see great results from MDMA. I think the fear reduction part is really important. And the first use of a psychedelic for PTSD was a Dutch psychiatrist, Dr. Bastiaans, and it was starting in the 50s and 60s and 70s. It was for what he called concentration camp syndrome, for people that had been in the concentration camps. And he used LSD. There's a tremendous book, if people want to read it, called Shaviti, Shivitti. Shaviti of Vision. And it's about an Israeli survivor of the Holocaust who's a Holocaust writer who went for LSD therapy for PTSD in the Netherlands and wrote a book about his sessions. And there wasn't, he made a lot of progress, but he was also unable to go further because the fear was too great about certain things. So I'm not aware of any really studies of psilocybin for PTSD that's been published yet. There are vets going down to Peru and Brazil for ayahuasca for PTSD. It's quite helpful. Ibogaine has been used for PTSD. I think psilocybin and LSD can be helpful for PTSD. But right now, the only psychedelic in the world in phase 3 is MDMA for PTSD.
Thank you. What do you think about combining, you mentioned this just briefly, combining LSD and MDMA, something that's called candy flipping, in the kind of the more of the recreational use of it. What do you think as far as the beneficial impact of combining those?
Well,
those
again, it's the drugs are one thing, but the context is more important. So, if you take it in a supportive way, if you take it with knowledgeable people, you can make incredible progress. And different people combine LSD and MDMA in different ways. The approach that I prefer is to start with the LSD and then 3-4 hours later take the MDMA, something like that. So the idea is that you have the hard part first, and then the MDMA kind of smooths the integration. If you take the MDMA first, you kind of come on the LSD when it's softer. It's still valuable. It's still really good. Some people like that. Some people take them both at the same time. But personally, I just like LSD first, and then a few hours later, the MDMA.
No, I've heard the MDMA can help prevent a bad trip, because there's that period with LSD where maybe it's an hour or two in and it's kind of spiking up, and it can get a little intense, and there might be a little fear, a little anxiety. And I've heard that the MDA can help temper that because you are feeling so good. So it kind of takes the edge off of the potential difficulty of the LSD journey.
Yeah, that's very true. I think that's very right.
Do you have any thoughts on ketamine from a therapeutic standpoint? I know ketamine therapy, I read about that in a magazine, and that seems to be something that's kind of approved.
It is approved. So ketamine has been approved for depression, for treatment-resistant depression. And it can be very helpful. And there's ketamine clinics. There's over 100 ketamine clinics all over America right now.
Hey, what's your thoughts on ketamine? Do you think that's a beneficial thing for people to use for depression?
I think well, again, we've got a pharmaceutical company that has approved it without therapy. So I think pharmacologically it can be helpful, but is more effective when paired with psychotherapy. And I think then you need less ketamine. So the pharmaceutical company sells you less ketamine, which they don't like. But ketamine combined with psychotherapy can be very effective. Ketamine without psychotherapy can also be very effective. The reason that it was even discovered was because of a lot of anesthesiologists started noting that they had patients that were depressed. They gave them ketamine for anesthesia. And then when they near the end of the operations, they're done and they come through this psychedelic phase. And then people started saying they were less depressed. And that caused this whole new area of research. So it's kind of a rapid acting antidepressant. And I think it can be, quite effective. And the ketamine is what's really generating psychedelic clinics. It's the only legal thing right now. And so now there's all sorts of businesses that are talking about networks of psychedelic clinics and starting with ketamine. And they will eventually sort of move beyond that to, including being cross-trained with MDMA and psilocybin.
Rick, thank you so much. This is Beatrice. Thank you for enduring the intellectual assault of the endless questions coming your way, and working without notes, and just we so appreciate your genius, your expertise. If anyone would like to unmute or turn your camera on and say thank you to Rick, and just a deep, heartfelt thank you for committing your life's work.
Thank you.
Us.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks, Rick.
Okay, thank you for having me, and I hope the rest.
May you get your
learn
30 million within another 5 months.
That is our big challenge. That is going to be our big challenge. Another 30 million, and then globalizing MDMA. Yeah, we're working with people in South Africa, Somaliland, all over the place. So if we can really do that, we'll be able to heal trauma.
I think that you should take the energy that you have from today and make a video asking for $30 million, and all of us on the call can agree to post it on social media, and I bet you'll get it.
Rick Doblin. I'm going to sign him off, and then I'm going to come check your mic. Is that cool?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, thank you for that.
I wasn't muted there. I apologize.
Okay, I'll say we're waiting for October. We want to make sure that our first phase 3 study for FDA was statistically significant. Then we ramp up the fundraising for the rest of the world. So that's our plan.
Well, I live in a city with thousands of people with PTSD, broken, walking around like zombies in Santa Monica. And I can think of nothing that would make the saddest aspect of our cities than you being able to fix PTSD in a mass scalable way. So please, I wish you the best success.
Yeah, and I'll just add that what we really need for that is drug policy reform, so that people can sort of peer support and, because we'll be scaling the number of therapists is going to be a challenge, but we need both scaling numbers of therapists and also drug policy reform.
I have a friend who is an advisor to the Biden campaign, and I worked for the Obama-Biden White House. If you would write me up what the policy you want and what a speech would be from Biden, I will give it to one of Biden's speechwriters, also a speechwriter for Eric Garcetti and Bill de Blasio, and maybe it'll get read. I made a drug speech before, but unfortunately it was read by Donald Trump.
Oh, God. Well, if you could send me an email at rick@maps.org
about
that, then I can reply. That would be really good.
Okay, sure, we'll do.
Thank you. Okay.
Now, Rick, we have Lucian Tarnowski coming in here. He wanted to say hello to you. You're the celebrity that all the other speakers want to say hi to. This is just great. So he'll be logging in here in a moment. I have to tell you, you are a hero around our Camp Mystic. We love data. We love science. We love helping people. We love great art and great music. And it's so great to have to have you here at our speaker series, sharing with us.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure. Yeah, we're trying to make do with virtual Burning Man, and it's pretty good.
Do you want to say hi to Rick?
I did.
Fabulous. Okay, we're waiting for Lucian to come in here. Anyone else want to say anything to Rick, or if there's anything else you'd like to share while we're waiting for Lucian to log in? Or if Rick, if you have an ask of the audience, if there's something we can help you without, directly selling us something, which is here. Aside from that, is there something we can do to help you on your mission in life?
Yes.
Great. Tell us.
Yes. So the thing that we look at, what is one of the most successful social change movements of the last decade? Gay marriage and gay rights. And the way that worked is because of people coming out. And I think that's been really key. And so I would say for everybody here, if to the extent that you feel comfortable, come out to your parents, come out to your friends about the value of psychedelics, come out to people that you think are scared of psychedelics. That's what's really going to change things, is that sort of psychedelic coming out. And so everybody can do that. Everybody has a community in which they could share some stories. So I'd say just be a little bit bolder and a little bit more vocal about what these substances have done for you.
See, now, Rick, I'm a bit concerned that the government is going to find a way to search me illegally based upon my public profession that I've taken illegal psychedelic medicine. That's maybe I'm paranoid. Maybe, I don't know, but that's a concern for me that could be used against me to hurt me.
Yeah, well, I think that's mostly not likely to happen because they're very busy with opiate overdoses, and also when you say something, there's no proof, right? you say, oh, I've done all these drugs, and but where's the proof? How do they get a search warrant? They can't really. So I think people are safer than they realize about telling their own stories.
Thank you.
But you mainly have to worry about reputational risk. I would say it's not so much legal risk, but reputational risk in whatever communities you're part of.
So as long as I'm working with cool people, thank you.
Then you're fine.
That's really helpful.
Yeah,
fabulous. Thank you so much, Rick. Lucian just got on the call. He wanted to say hello.
Rick, hello, Rick. How are you doing?
Hi, pretty good.
Good to see you. Last time we meet in 2030 again.
Yeah, before then again, I hope.
Yeah, exactly. No, so we Sky, Rick and I were in Davos together this year, and
you were where?
We were in Davos,
the World Economic Forum.
The World Economic Forum. And Rick took people into 2030. Basically, we've got this we do time porting into the future, which is actually a good place for me to start my talk in a bit later. But Rick did the most epic futurecast from 2030, basically giving the entire psychedelic he basically declared the future and the roadmap for each year, milestones that we're going to hit along the way. And it's pretty epic to have a roadmap, to be honest, Rick. So
yeah, and so far I'd say we're on track. I mean, COVID has slowed us down a bit, but overall I think we're more or less on track.
Yeah.
Oh, COVID's gotten you to speak at our virtual Camp Mystic, which is going out to thousands, potentially millions of people. So there's a benefit to this.
Yeah.
And we'd love to have you on the Camp Mystic stage next year and years to come to talk about this on the physical stage and the actual camp. I'd be
glad to do that. And also, I'll just say that COVID has really increased people's understanding of how much stress and trauma there is in the world. And yes. So it's really increased the appreciation for the need for these new therapies. So, and it's also increased our sense of interconnectedness. That slide I showed about global warming or COVID, better to do it with psychedelics. But the upside is we are all connected, and people see that now more than ever.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rick. It's an absolute pleasure to have spent 2 full hours with you. And I know everyone listening feels super gifted to have this time. So thank you for your work in the world again from all of us.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah. Okay, more to come.
Very good. And from Davos is actually where our next speaker comes in. When I was helping to curate this event, I thought of Lucian from his Remember the Future event. And so it is my great pleasure to welcome you, Lucian. And to also say that you've sent to us to say the future will not be achieved, nor predicted. It is our time to cooperate to birth the planetary civilization. Lucian will share with us how the civilization prototyping at the community level can provide systemic change solutions at a planetary scale. So welcome.
Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you. It's so great to be here. This is a new experience being on the Grand Playa with you all. Just an absolute delight. I camped at Mystic last year, and so I'm just so honored and delighted to be here today with you. And we're here in San Francisco. We're at Savannah House, which is the prototype planetary embassy here in San Francisco. That we've been experimenting with systems change since we moved in just over a year ago. We're sat in on the original well site of the Ohlone people. So honoring those elders of this land. This house was created it was built by William Filmer, who was the president of the Golden Gate Bridge project. So this house quite literally birthed the Golden Gate Bridge. And so it feels kind of appropriate that we're in this virtual Grand Playa together. That's a multiverse and an omniverse. That I've got this galaxy behind me in Savannah House. And best part is tonight, immediately following this at 6:30, we've got a socially distanced bike ride with an art car meeting in Alamo Square So if anyone listening is in San Francisco and wants some spirit of immediacy, get your burner bike, put on your mask, put on your costume, and get ready to go on, follow an art car through Panhandle into Golden Gate Park, and who knows what's going to happen. So yeah, I wanted to share, thank you for having me. And I wanted to share today this story of how we can remember the future together. And I want to make sure, Andy, if there's any point you've got questions or you want me to, go in any direction, please do. And if anyone else listening, please do shoot with any questions at any point. But what I want to,
so they can ask questions, and if you just check into the chat.
Okay, in chat, cool. And how long shall I go for?
Yeah, we usually jam for about 40 minutes, so maybe 35 minutes, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Amazing. Okay. Well, and anyone, I'm just going to spitball this. So it's at any point, just feel free to jump in with ideas. But I'm going to start with the origin story. So the origin story of Unified Planet and this concept of remembering the future came from 1961. When JFK gave that famous speech to Congress, where he said, by the end of the decade, we're going to put a man on the moon and bring him safely back to Earth. James Webb was running NASA at the time, and he was running NASA all the way through the Apollo programs. And James Webb basically knew that we didn't have a clue how to put a man on the moon. It was 1961. And so what he did was this genius Jedi move, where he threw the biggest party NASA had ever thrown as basically a way to invite the brightest minds from across America to come into the smartest room any of them had ever been in to celebrate landing on the moon in 1961. And so think about that. You come in to this room that's like party at NASA to celebrate landing on the moon, like one of the greatest challenges in the history of history of the planet. And you come in and you're celebrating that which you're going to do, like that you're being invited to bend the arc of history. So I heard this story and I was like, that is amazing, number one. And like, two, how do we recreate it? And so I had been part of the community. There's an amazing community, kind of like a mafia for good, with the World Economic Forum called the Young Global Leaders. And I've been part of that community for the last 12 years, so 10 years as a YGL, but I've been going to Davos for the last 12 years and probably been to like 100 World Economic Forum events, and had learned from kind of like looking at so many of the organizations and the people that are currently at the helm of the planet, that we really don't have a plan. Like there is no plan. The closest thing to the plan is the SDGs, which is kind of like putting salad on the McDonald's menu. It's based on the existing system, the existing paradigm, and it's kind of addressing the symptoms of an unfair economic system, a kind of house of cards. And that was like, okay, well, we don't have a plan. Who's coming up with the plan? And I was like, oh shit, there really isn't one. And what I started to realize is the way to see the plan is to look in the mirror and recognize that it's going to take each one of us, and it's not random that we're here. The band really is getting back together, and that this is the moment where it's like the most important point in the history of the planet. Like we've got front row tickets to the greatest story ever told, the story of like the planetary metamorphosis. All around it's like a replica of nature. Like all around we see this chrysalis and this like the cycles of nature, and that's actually happening with the planet. We're literally birthing a new, like a civilization fork. In 10 years, there's going to be what Buckminster Fuller called the design science decade, what Nikola Tesla said in the 10 years where we go beyond measuring like what we can physically measure in science. Science will achieve more in that decade than the history of science, in the history of Western science. So we're in that decade, the golden decade. Now, the question here is like, how do we make sure that this is the golden decade, that this is the greatest decade of all time, that we can turn this ship around, because it is like going so far off course right now. how do we do that was like a question so many of us are asking. And so when I heard this story about James Webb, it was like, got it. That's cool. Throwing the greatest party of all time as a party to celebrate the birth of the planetary civilization, the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals, the fact that we've created a win for all system, the fact that we've done what we're here to do. That is the greatest party of all time. And what if we were to keep throwing that party until we throw that party? And the way we throw that party is we basically create a game where nobody wins until everybody wins. And I'm going to talk more about that. It's called the Unified Planet Hat Trick, but we'll get onto that. So what we did, as just a piece of history, because Rick was on this call earlier, is in 2019, I got the email addresses of every attendee of Davos. And 2 days before the event, I started to send to kind of the people that I thought were like, let's say kind of positive key holders. I started to send them emails from the future declaring that this was a planetary civilization, that we've delivered on the SDGs, they're coming from 2030, and inviting them to the greatest party of all time, this celebration, this amazing place called Block Base. And the only way they could attend is as themselves in 2030, with their story of what they did to contribute to creating this planetary civilization, this like world where it's not utopia, it's quite literally our highest potential. It's the activation of our collective potential. It's like human potential goes into the next kind of the next level, and we're capable of way beyond our wildest imaginations of this present day moment in this decade. And so that was the invitation. And I knew it was like a good formula, but we had no budget, and it was like all sponsored within 48 hours. And we like open up the doors, and sure enough, it was like queues of people going all the way down the corridors, around the block, all around the other side. And it turns out that like a party in the future is a kind of cool place to be. And it was like 1 in, 1 out after 20 minutes. And we had like world leaders come and do talks from 2030 about how we did it, which is really convincing. It's this incredible thing called hyperstition, which is when a group of people start to share a worldview share any worldview, basically. This is like the collective version of manifestation. But when we start to share a worldview, a belief system, we create the feedback loops that accelerate us towards that outcome. And so it's like accelerating the best way to say the future is something to be achieved, not predicted. Let's declare the future. Like, let's make sure that the SDGs, which we're currently on track according to the Social Progress Index, to hit in 2094, when the goal is 2030. Like, we are failing everywhere on so many measures. So it's like, how do we turn it around and say, instead of getting through this eye of the needle, instead of making this like really hard work, how do we turn it into play and creativity? We're inviting people to role play as themselves in the future, telling the story of what they did, so that you're just like kind of not cool if you're telling the story of what you did and then aren't doing it. So the idea is that we can create this immersive experience of the future. Anyway, so we did that at Davos, and it was really cool and an amazing party. And then, so we started doing more. And last year we did one at Mystic, and we took over. We opened it up at Mystic, and we had like amazing people. Amanda Sage. We had like Brock Pierce spoke. We had like Stephen Brooks from Costa Rica, from Envision and Putamona and Alegria. We had the most amazing team of people spoke from, and then we went from Mystic we went to the giant dinner, Burners Without Borders, and then Gold Cap. Amanda Sage did this amazing experience in Infinite Love of this sound journey with live painting, with Leo Rademan from Sonic Schmonic, like doing this and like this amazing Rosboz, this amazing like, world-class dancer, all creating this immersive experience of 2030. And then we went into Playa Alchemist, like this giant group of like 200 burners on bikes, all in 2030. And we created this symbol, which is like beat your chest like this, choo choo. So beat your chest, which stands for apes stronger together, i.e. cooperation outperforms competition. Choo choo, which is the peace train, the vision train, which is the train we all ride to the greatest party of all time. And so we were going through like this. And so we all arrived at Playa Alchemist. And Guy from Cirque du Soleil was DJing. And a bunch of us got up on the platform and started doing this. And all through the pyramid, like people started all doing this in unison. They didn't even know they were at a 2030 party, but like, it was like, we're all creating this kind of like dance move essentially. And then we ended up going for sunrise at Red Lightning, Blue Thunder. And it was the sunrise set. And we had the Human Experience, David from the Human Experience, and Gone Gone Beyond come and do the sunrise set. And it was so funny because like the horns of Jericho, as they're called, these giant speakers in this like star tetrahedron. If anyone remembers last year, like the thing, it was utterly incredible. And at one point the music stopped. They couldn't get the music going. So Brock said, like Brock was on the speaker and he was like, can you, like, Lucian, just speak from 2030 until we tell you to stop? And I'm like, okay, because there's no sound, like we can't plug in the sound. And what I didn't realize is the speaker was connected to full volume and this like horns of Jericho. And so I started to do this 2030 speech where I introduced the Unified Planet hat trick, which I'll share with you now. And meanwhile, all my friends that were in the temple was at sunrise and they were like, how the hell, it came to me later, like, how the hell did I hear word for word, crystal clearly, a speech from you in 2030 all across the playa? Because it was like the sunrise. So it was just this hysterical journey through magic of like, you know, I want to share this, because I want to share some of the spirit, the personal, like the magic of the playa, of like when, you know, you just fall in love with the playa as like, you know, she's like quite literally like a lover, you know, that you can have a raging affair with. And that was like a great example in 2030. And so, you know, there I said like, okay, there's 3 things that happen in 2030 that were key to the hat trick, key to how we do systems change. And bear in mind, I'm just one of like thousands of storytellers here about like what is there. So, you know, let's try lots of different ideas here. Let's, you know, not saying mine are right. I'm saying they're like, these are the things that I think are kind of worthy of trying. So number 1, a new planetary language. So right now, if you think language is hiding in plain sight, every great civilization through time, language was one of their greatest cultural expressions. So if what we need to do is a civilization fork away from nation states, because nation states are failing us, they're not up to the job to get us through this decade. It's not that they need to go away, they're just not up to the job. And so we need new forms of planetary institutions that are connecting communities that are like based on the Dunbar number, like communities that are back to soil and soul, you know, connecting with the land. And we're designing new ways of organizing the planetary operating system and creating the planetary commons. And so that number 1, the new planetary language. So we'll wear these Amore suits, these immersive bodysuits that our armor is our love, hence Amore suits, that will be fully haptic experiences where we won't have to wait to take it in turn to speak, that we'll literally be able to communicate each other's emotions and we'll be able to communicate telepathically. And the thinking here is like, language is like the operating system of humans. It's like the Windows or the, you know, the Apple's operating system. If we want to do an operating system upgrade collectively, language might be the best ways to do it. Almost like I describe language as like the railroads of the mind. And so if we can do a quantum leap on language, it could reframe how we relate to everything in the world and not have us separate in duality with nature, but actually bring us into more of a kind of unity with it. And language could be a pathway to that. That's number one. Number two is the New World Game, what Buckminster Fuller called the New World Game. And so we've been thinking a lot about this. And we think, like so many of us, that we're missing a bit of play when it comes to planetary systems change. It's all very serious. The SDGs are very serious, and that's because it's very, very serious matters. You know, the environment, we've got species loss at an unprecedented rate. You know, I don't even need to say, we're aware of, extreme poverty. It's unacceptable that people are dying from hunger today. You know, we've got all these issues that are like, they're completely solvable issues, completely solvable. And the reason we haven't solved them is we're locked inside this system that isn't designed to solve them. So they're completely achievable. So if we were to redesign the world from the perspective of 2030, we would do it so differently. There's this really amazing thing happens when people have a blank canvas of 2030. They're not stuck in the quagmire. They're not stuck in the complexity of the wicked challenges of the present day moment, but we're actually able to start with the narrative, start with the story that we've already done it. And so that's the new New World Game. And so we launched on the 2 days after COVID started, we launched the Unified Planet game. And this is basically a game of collective intelligence. We're kind of hoping and praying that it will become like the Premier League of systems change, the Premier League of planetary solutions, the Premier League for the transition teams, as it were. And so the way the game works is it's based on teams of 12 people coming together for a 6-hour journey that's spread into 4 90-minute games, like a football game. So every team has a team captain, and we go through Monday is Seed, Tuesday is Sprout, Wednesday is Blossom, and Thursday is Harvest. And that team of 12's goal is to come up with the 6 pillars of solutions to like systems change in that particular topic. So every 2 weeks, the Unified Planet will create a new game on a pillar of civilization. So think like the games we've already done are, we started with sound for health, then we did food for health, then we did community impacts, then we did intergenerational leadership, then we did the planetary commons. We've got a game coming up next Saturday on gamifying the planetary operating system. And games coming up like humanizing trust, reimagining capitalism. How do we create ubiquitous energy by 2030? And basically we focus all of these teams on, like right now, the teams are just like, we're prototyping with small numbers of teams, but the goal is that I hope that at least 1 million people will be playing the games in the years to come. And that becomes like a laser beam of like human intelligence, of like collective intelligence focused on these pillars like acupuncture spots. And basically what we're doing is saying, okay, every team of 12 will come together and showcase the 6 pillars of systems change with at least for each pillar, one fundable solution that they know about already. So it could be a company, it could be a foundation, it could be a community, etc. And what we'll then do is like crowdsource all of those like best ideas where you'll see other teams that all share, like they all say, we should definitely do that. And let's say if 80% of like tens of thousands of people all say we should do that, it's probably like a right thing to do. And that allows us to start to move really large amounts of money. Like we need to move pension funds, we need to move trillions of dollars into new system design, essentially into civilization prototyping at the community level. And so that's what we're describing as, it's called the Unified Planet game, just up.game. And we're really early on. We haven't raised any funding yet, but we're really on. We've got the first investors coming in now. It's super exciting time for it. And it's really based on the 3 Ps: people, places, and play. So people is, there are these planetary ambassadors all around the world. I bet you, whoever is listening, I bet you're one of them. Do you see yourself firstly as a citizen of the planet, as a citizen of the world, and secondly as an American or a British or a French or wherever you're watching from? Do you see yourself first as a planetary, like we are a planetary race and we have to rise to the occasion? You're a planetary ambassador then. And so this is like this team, the people, the transition team that's going to come together. We all need to be able to find each other, and we all need to be able to sense make and apply collective intelligence. That then comes into the places. So the places are the planetary embassies. Any place that is gathering together people around systems change, gathering salons, gathering dinners, hosting people to play games, those are planetary embassies. You probably go to one all the time, like Savannah House is one. You know, they exist all over the world and they're lighting up like lighthouses. You know, it's amazing. I was just spent the last month in Croatia, in Ibiza, in London, Ibiza, and Portugal. And there are so many places. I got invited in Ibiza twice to 2 different gatherings on new system design. It's like amazing what's happening in Europe. So those are the places, planetary embassies. The third thing is the play. That's where the game comes in. So the game is a way for all these different communities. Imagine different Burning Man camps, different intentional communities. You can have like Alegría, Punta Mona, Icavia in places like Costa Rica, but there's all these other intentional communities that exist all around the world. Organizations, etc., could put teams together to play in the game. And that's what I think it's that kind of level of coordinated play that could have the scale to impact. Plus, I could really geek out on these things, but doing things like rule number 1, make it a better game. Rule number 2, make it a better story. Rule number 3, the 100x principle. So the minimum you can earn from playing the game is $6 an hour or $36 a game, 6 hours, right? That's the minimum. The maximum is 100 times that. So the maximum is $600 an hour or $3,200 per game. What that does is it says those teams that are like the premier, like they're the athletes of systems change, they're like the planetary heroes. Those teams, they for them to earn more than $3,200 in their like 6 hours, they need to figure out ways to make sure all those that are earning $36 can earn more. So it actually ties the interest. Now, 100x might sound like a lot, but it's very common in nature that you'll see one tree having like 100 times the size of another. It's like much more in balance with nature is the thinking. And it's way better than the current system, which is like the delta between like the 7 wealthiest men in the world is equal to 50% of the world's population. That's just crazy. You know, that's unacceptable and is like an embarrassment to humanity and should not be continued. So the idea here is how do we bring those key holders, those like those that we might traditionally say the pitchforks are coming, those people that are like buying bunkers in New Zealand, and like how do we convince those people like, hey, you got the story wrong, that's a crap story. The better story is you're actually light bearers, and those families that have inherited great wealth, there's currently $60 trillion transitioning from one generation to the next generation, 70% into the hands of women. Those inheritors of wealth are the light bearers that will fund the creation of the next system. That's fundamentally like what we need as a new story, because we need trillions of dollars to come into this experimentation. And so that's the game. That's like piece number 2. The final one is what I already shared. It's like we need to throw the greatest party of all time. So like I think we are, like us burners know, we are way better at partying together than we are working together. Like, has everyone noticed that? You know, like we're really good at partying together. And so how do we turn the party into purpose and create basically a party that doesn't stop until we create the party we're doing? So here's the thing. Imagine with the game that every team that's creating these solutions could go and create them in virtual worlds, could go and create them in like games like Second Life, so that the ideas that you're coming up with as solutions in 2030 could quite literally be prototyped in virtual worlds. And we can go there and we can taste what the world looks like in 2030. And we can go and say, I think that one is the one we really want because that's it. And we go build, because it's way better to speak to people's emotions than it is like rational thought. It's way easier to imagine something when you can experience it. And so how do we create these location-based immersive experiences that use these planetary embassies, these physical spaces gridded all around the world, that turns them into immersive experiences where we can use like AR and VR and mixed with rituals and like new Elysian mysteries, etc., into this like location-based immersive experience game of the future, so that we're using the inspiration that we collectively create to create the world we wish to see, like that we're actually going out there. So there's all these different pieces that, like what's happening with Burning Man Virtual Week, with all these virtual worlds. Like imagine that we could go create Burning Man in 2030 and it be this planetary civilization. That's the kind of thing that is ways that the game can use this party. Because if you can go into a virtual world, that like the best DJs are creating a party all the time, and you can go in there and you can find your tribe of like other people working on systems change, that the way to get to the party is by contributing to the game. And so then you can keep going there, and it's like a way better place to hang out in the future. But by throwing that party, we can essentially like try and create a culture that radical self-expression, that like being ourselves, like being our biggest self, our most audacious self, being like what we're here to do, because so many people are not spreading their wings. They're not living their purpose. They're like at a fraction of their potential. And if more and more people could get economically liberated to give their like best to the collective, to the planetary commons, what a dream to be part of that team. And so that's where I think the games and like location-based immersive experiences are going to be like epic for like the next 10 years. It's going to be so interesting, because who knows what's possible when we truly apply our collective intelligence. So that's that. And what else can I share? That's hopefully I could take a breath there, but that's like some of the thinking, and we're really early on in this, but it feels super exciting. It's kind of like got this beautiful like early stage momentum, and who knows, this is just like one experiment. There needs to be lots and lots and lots of them. But I'm having such a great time just trying to experiment with these kind of like, as sort of the crest of the wave, because I really feel like, what Churchill said, never let a crisis go to waste. And like what COVID has done is it's like concentrated our like collective imagination on designing a better world, on designing a world that isn't, we're recognizing that the existing way we're doing it is not working. The Edelman Trust Barometer, which is a really interesting annual study, shows that 4 out of 5 people on the planet don't believe the system's working. They don't believe that the current paradigm, is working. Surprise, surprise, right? It's not working. So, but what's scarier is 2 out of 3 people in the world, in the same survey, 2 out of 3 people in the world believe the future is going to be even worse than the present. And what I know about collective is that sounds like, Houston, we have a problem. That sounds like the night before the revolution. And like statistically, historically, there has never been a greater wealth inequality that every single time in history has ended in revolution, has ended in uprising. So all I want to say is like big bell ringing that I'm sure we're all aware of. We need to move fast, and we need to move together, and we need to rapidly prototype new, essentially like civilization prototyping at the community level, because the one thing we can be sure of is to go back to the ancient future. I have a lot of my closest mentors are like indigenous leaders, like Chief Phil Lane. We did this group on 50% Indigenous leaders, the Intergenerational Leadership Alliance. And we're gathering this group around 50% Indigenous leaders, 50% the descendants of wealthy families that have basically created this mess, with a narrative of the seventh generation principle, seventh generation leadership principle, that the descendants of those that created a lot of the inequalities and benefited most, like my family, like I'm the descendant of the wealthiest family in the world, the Astor family. For a long time, we were one of the most powerful and wealthiest families. And my seventh generation grandfather was the original billionaire in America. He opened up the West Coast, John Jacob Astor, but had a monopoly on the fur trade. And, owned the American Fur Company, the Pacific Fur Company, Northwest Fur Company, and insane amount of wealth. And as his seventh generation grandson, when I met Chief Phil Lane on this call with 18 other Indigenous leaders, I got down on my knee and asked for the forgiveness of my ancestors' sins on his ancestors. And it was such a powerful moment where it's like time stood. It's almost, you could hear that it's like this was a moment in time that was important. And what I realized is there is something, we're all part of this story. And there is something so powerful about this notion of from family karma to planetary dharma, and taking what is understanding what is ours to do by understanding what is the melody of my family, and how do you connect with your own ancestry and find what am I here to do? What am I here to serve? And how do I make a commitment on my life that I'm going to keep showing up in service of this planetary systems change, this unique moment of a civilizational hinge point, a civilizational crescendo moment. And so I just wanted to leave it that maybe open up with some questions, because I've been rambling on all over the place. But what I would just say is we hosted at Savannah House before COVID. We hosted I think 3,000 people from over 1,000 organizations, mostly around systems change. And all I would say is, from meeting all these people and spending sometimes 8 hours a day speaking to people about the future, all I would say is, we've got this. If I've seen enough, I know we've got this. And I would just say, have faith. Number one, have faith that we know how this story ends. We've done it. I assure you, we've done it. In 2030, it's going to get ropey. It's going to get really, really ropey. But I believe one of the things that is going to be most important for us as a collective is to have faith that the team is coming together and that we know we can do this. Because if we don't have faith, if we don't believe we can land on the moon, if we don't believe we can deliver on this Earth shot and have childlike faith that we've done it, if we don't believe we're doing it, why should anyone else? It's we need that, and we need that deep commitment and brotherhood and sisterhood, that this is us rising to this challenge, this moment. And all I would say is, from meeting those people and the small window I've had into peering into the future, is there is not a pillar of this temple of the planetary civilization. There is not a pillar of this temple that isn't being worked on. From what I see, it's so freaking elegant. All the different pieces that are coming together, from Rick's work at Maps to what's happening in the blockchain world, to what's happening in liquid democracy, to what's happening with water and ubiquitous energy, and oh my goodness, it's so amazing. But so often is we don't rise to be holy shit, we're doing it. It's it's happening, and the train has left the station, and it's unstoppable. It's going to happen. And the front line, the most important place right now, is the narrative. It's the story. And if we can recognize that we are all storytellers of a greater world, if we all start telling the story of the planetary civilization, this is the golden decade. This is the decade of delivery where we transform the world. If we all start telling that story, it is so attractive that it just is a better story, better than what's currently there. And that's what I believe we need to do. And that's ultimately what the Unified Planet is about. The Unified Planet is a story. And it's a dream that I believe we can all be part of. and it's like a deep honor to be among the contributors to this. It's not my company, it's in the Planetary Commons from the get-go, but it's super exciting because there is spirit is at work, there is magic in the air, and it feels like the immediacy of Burning Man is the grand player is here, and it is like it's time, and the band is getting back together, and it's going to be a wild party and like a wild ride. And so I'll leave it there and maybe go for some questions. I think that's 40 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa, for having yourself. Yes, no, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm as to the future, because I think that holds a great polarity in contrast to what you shared from the Edelman report and these other studies showing that humans have, on one level or another, largely lost faith. And so what I'd like to start the question round off with is a very explicit kind of exercise that you might give to anyone listening, whether it's evening time as it is here on the West Coast, or morning time as it might be in a different part of the world. What do you want us to do today, mostly with ourselves, to start to narrate this differently?
Yeah, great. Thank you, Andy. It's like, so many adults, like, this is where the spirit of Burning Man comes in. We're like children when we go home. Do you feel that? As you return to childlike wonder. And so why did we stop asking each other, what do we want to be when we grow up? Who do we want to be when we grow up? What is your story is what I would ask you, to reflect on today. What is your story? What was yours to do in 2030? And like, have a spirit of like humble audacity. You are the author of your story, and you can write, like, you really can write any story you want, and I appreciate it might take a shitload of work to get there, but you can write like the kind of, what I've learned about, archetypes is, somehow if you imagine an archetype to be like a white light, like a bright white light, the more you run towards the center of that light, somehow the more permission you get, like the more permission for magic or something. Well, it maybe isn't maybe exactly, but the more you can think about your story, like, what are you here to do? What are you born for? Like, that's not an easy question for a lot of us to answer, because we've been part of some weird education system that doesn't ask us that. But, that's the kind of question I believe we need to be asking. And one of the ways we can do that is throw a party in 2030. It's Burning Man week. Throw a party in 2030 and invite a socially distanced bike ride, and maybe like say to people, hey, it's 2030. What did you do? What was your contribution? Like, what's your story from the future? Maybe that could be a really beautiful place to start. And that's what I'll leave with is, there could be many questions there, but I think that's a good one. Is like, if you start having that story and then you anchor every choice you're faced, if you anchor to that story, you're like, does this take me closer to that story? It becomes a really powerful way to live your life, because it's like you're anchored, you have your true north, and you let your story be your true north, and you're like purpose-led in every choice moment, from like someone you're meeting to like you're invited to something, or you have this opportunity, whatever it is, you're anchoring to that choice, that story that you've already like deeply seen yourself as like, this is what I'm here for. This is my dharma. This is that which I'm so devoted to. It is that which I cannot not do.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Lucian. I almost want to get out paper and pen and write that now. And I would encourage anyone actually to do it definitely socially, whether it is a burn party this week or not, but also to do it on your own with paper and pen for yourself, because it's a little bit of an account of, it's accountability. Yeah, as you mentioned.
Yeah, we're all permissionaries as well. Like, our mission is to give permission to each other to be the best version of ourselves. And if we live our lives that way, and we live in community that way, and we like see, Andy, I want to know what is yours to do in 2030, because then I can think about when I'm, meeting other people, how I can make the connections to you based on what is your dharma. Like we are storytelling, we have grown up telling stories. And so we remember each other. We're like, we don't remember each other's CVs or where we might work and that kind of thing. It's just too much information for us to hold because we've gone way past the Dunbar number. The Dunbar number is like 150 people that you can hold as your close relationships. But what we do remember is a lot of stories. So if we can hear the stories of our community, of what each community member contributed to this planetary civilization, to this unified planet, to this golden age, the golden decade, if you can hear the stories of your best friends, you can hold them accountable, but you can also support them in achieving that story. And you won't forget. And that you won't forget, like, oh, I know that that person wants to reimagine agriculture. That person wants to reimagine permaculture. That person wants to reimagine like water distribution. That person, is like, that person is the like planetary spokesperson. That person is, all these different roles that we need to come up with. Because if we get to the point that like, COVID, yeah, it really fucking sucks. People are dying. It's like tons of people have lost their income. We had all our events at Savannah House. Everything got cancelled. It's like, it's hard, no doubt. But let's be able to see the wood from the trees. Let's recognize that this is exactly what needed to happen for Mother Earth to go and say, you're grounded, humans. Go to your bedrooms, think about what you're doing, think about why you're here, and like get to work, get to play. It's like that feels to me like what's happened. Like we are quite literally in a civilizational chrysalis, and there is no reason whatsoever we're going to go back to the system that's failing us. So I think that's like really connecting with that with your story, I think is so important in this time.
Thank you. Yeah, I almost want to role play. We have about 10 or so minutes left, and anyone listening can put some chat in the feed. I don't know if there's any questions on Twitch, but do you want to ask? I had a question here from the Peanut Gallery.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Lucian, this is my brother, Joel.
Hi, Joel.
Hi, Lucian.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I really appreciate the optimism that you're sharing. It's something that I have a hard time really keying into. Seeing the horrors that are occurring in the world on a regular basis, seeing the massive wealth inequality, and knowing that we could easily tax billionaires in this country and have Medicare for all immediately and have everyone covered and taken care of, and like eliminate these deep-seated fears. And I just don't see the political will to making that happen.
It's not that.
Yeah,
it's not the path. I don't believe it's the path, like through nation states.
Yeah, so it's like, what can we as sovereign individuals who are conscious and aware of what's going on do to not only enhance our own experience and the potential for our own futures, but also look after our you're not talking about nation states, but like people in our communities, people in our neighborhoods, and even people locally that we don't even know, that we just want to be there in support of.
Totally. Well, I'm right there with you about like how disenfranchised I am about the state of the world. It is horrific. Like there's shit going on right now that is like beyond unacceptable. Like what kind of like our descendants will look at these periods as like, some of our most barbaric of all of history. Like I just want to put that into like, I agree with you. I'm not like rose tinted. I know I've traveled to 70 countries. I grew up with my second family being the world's largest community around leprosy and disability. So I have seen poverty and I've lived in poverty. In that I've been incredibly privileged to experience that. That being said, I don't have confidence. I'm not saying don't go out and vote or don't go and try and reform nation state politics. It's an important part of the strategy. Great projects like Christopher Life and One Nation, awesome things. But I really believe that we need to be returning to community. We need to come back to community, and we need to connect this like almost like a decentralized network, like a decentralized United Nations, distributed United Nations of communities connecting all around the world that are doing civilization prototyping in the micro at the kind of like 150 to 250 number. If we can like prototype rapidly together and like create these kind of like islands of hope, you know, these like places of rapid prototyping and telling a different story and recognizing that like we are here to rise to the challenge. Like we cannot wait. We cannot wait for someone else to do this. You know, we all need to feel like totally empowered, and that we are like, it's time, you know, it's really time that we put the age of the lone wolf behind us and we start really finding our communities. We find our tribes, we find our teams, and we commit on our lives. Like we have an oath with the Unified Planet that starts like this. It said, we are the Unified Planet. I am an Earth Guardian. On my honor, I commit to a thriving civilization in harmony with all life. You know, it's quite simple. It's quite simple. On my honor, I commit to a thriving civilization in harmony of all life. That is where are we being asked to make oaths? Where are we being initiated? Where are we committing on our life that we are going to be an honorable member of like we're going to have civic responsibility? Like, I think that's what we need. We need like a renaissance of like the civics, of the commons. And so that's kind of some of the things we're thinking about. We need a new social contract, you know, but like all of these pieces, like it's very hard to try and tweak the existing system. Like what I've seen is like the existing system is a house of cards. Don't expect the people at the top of the deck to pull the bottom out because they got the longest to fall. So like a lot of the people that have risen to the top of the existing economic system disqualify themselves from being designers of the next system by virtue of their compliance with the existing system. So like that's where it's saying truly burners look in the mirror, because like so many of us feel this, but we're like the future so many of us want to live in is way more visible in Burning Man than it is Davos. You know, it's like that's where we go to experience it. And so like actually feeling like we can do that in a week. Like look how quickly culture changes in Burning Man. We can do that in a week. Like what can we do in 10 years as an empowered community of like truly diverse, all over the world, planetary team, like that is like frankly completely economically powered. You know, there's one concept we've been proposing called planetary tenure, which is like, oh, sorry, hold on. Planetary tenure is like, it's like, getting tenure at a university, but instead of getting paid for research, you're getting economically liberated to create value for the commons. So in the game is based on like the medicine wheel. So we're going into the earth, like the fall is the earth from 22nd of December to 21st of December. We go through the earth and then it's air, water, fire. So we go around the medicine wheel. And then the fifth element is the mystery school. And that's where, like, based on your contribution to the games, you get access to the mysteries. And that's where I think, like, we can create more, like, initiation, more rites of passage to bring people that are, like, proven themselves as, like, servant leaders, you know, that have prioritized the we over the me. And that those people are the ones that go, like, you know, are, like not the best politicians money can buy, which is the current situation. You know, the presidency's for sale. Every politician seems to be, not everyone, many politicians are for sale. You know, lobbying is basically what we in Europe call corruption, and mafia, you know, it's crazy. America's nuts with these things, you know? It's like, so like thinking that like, I'm all for try and do US reform. You know, Brock Pierce, good on you running for president. Like good, you know, Christopher Life, good luck, you know, do that. But I still think we need to connect communities and planetary like efforts. Like I think that's like, and I might be wrong. Like that's the point. We need to be doing like. There's a whole lot of people that like think what I'm just one of a kind of spokesperson for. Like think that that's a strategy, but there's many strategies, and we need to move like trillions of dollars into testing which one's right, because when this system comes crashing down. And it might happen very fast, we need to have trusted mechanisms to rapidly deploy new civilization prototypes that are tested, that like we know, otherwise this could get really violent, and we don't want that. You know, we want this to be a peaceful, elegant, greatest decade of all human history. And that's like why we like prioritizing peace is so like important. Like, can we do this transition elegantly? And that's why I think it's like gonna take all of us, and it's gonna take literally the greatest story ever told. So I hope that's like some food for kind of why I'm optimistic, because I think actually optimism is the most important strategic decision, as well as I believe it.
I love that, prioritizing peace. It's amazing. So is there anything else, Lucian, that you want to share as we close? Our next speakers for everyone will be talking about mediating conflict in relationship, I think specifically romantic relating. And that will lead into tomorrow's series, which is all about relationship. I
just really thank you for listening. Really appreciate it. And I'm Lucian at Civanna, CIVANA.org, LUCIAN. My play name's Lucky. And it's so good to be here with my Mystic family. I really appreciate you guys putting this on, and just how much work goes into it. So, you know, big hugs to you. Yeah. Thank you for the invitation.
We feel very lucky and blessed to have had you, Lucky. And so I hope we get a chance to play with you in the virtual Playa Dust in one of the universes, either the MysticVerse or Infinite Playa or the Dusty Multiverse. And then tomorrow night, one of our mystics is going to be, we're going to be streaming his classical music, Murray Hittery. He designed music specifically to go with the art in our camp. And so, so there'll be some mystics hanging out there. Thank you so much for your time, for your for sharing your wisdom and sharing yourself here. It's such a blessing. Thank you so much.
Such a pleasure. And anyone, San Francisco, if you're in San Francisco and you want to come on the bike ride, socially distanced, mask up, bike ride, art car, sunset, Grand Playa.
Badass.
6:30 p.m. Alamo Square, or starting at 7 p.m.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lucian. See you in the virtual Playa Dust.
Yeah. Much love, guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we have had an amazing, phenomenal day. Thank you for being here for virtual Camp Mystic here at Virtual Burning Man. So today we had just some amazing speakers. We had Dr. David Rock talking about the neuroscience of leadership. We had Dr. Wyatt Woodsmall talking about how to change your life with neurolinguistic programming. We had Peter Diamandis talking about the future and how the future is coming faster than we thought. We have Mike I'm dropping his first name. Doblin speak from MAPS. Rick Doblin. Thank you. From about psychedelic research, talking about the blessing of MDMA for psychedelic therapy and how he's made progress in the research science. We've said Lucian Tarnowski. And today, to cap it all off, we saved the juiciest for last. This is the sexiest, the most delightful part of the day. We have Gabby and Raj Sundra here, two relationship experts that are going to share some really wonderful stuff.
What a great day you've had already, Robert. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to go and find some of those recordings. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's been one of the blessings of the virtual Playa, is that recording them is expected. And like, we're able to, like, my parents can come to this. My parents can come to the virtual Camp Mystic and be like, oh, you like looking at art and listening to Mozart and hanging out with cool people. I get it. I'm like, thank you. This is what I've been talking about. They're like, oh, you like talking to like geniuses and hearing what they have to say and to make your life better. Yeah, that's why I go in the dust every year is to hear people like this. So Gabby and Raj Sundra are the founders of Relationship Fun and Games, dedicated to creating more play, peace, and passion in relationship. With more than 40 years of training between them and almost 15 years as a couple, Gabby and Raj have the education, experience, and attitude that can really help couples to learn to, quote, keep the fights clean and the sex dirty.
Oh, yeah.
And to save being
sex nasty for your sex life, right? We're talking about arguments
nasty
tonight.
For your sex life, baby. That's right.
Most people, they're nasty over like, who's going to take out the trash or whatever. And then we get nice and vanilla or just ignore it when it comes to sex. But tonight we're going to be talking about how to do better in arguments, like how to not rehash it, but how to actually come back
And the six questions to up level after an argument without reaction. I'm so excited to up level after an argument in my relationships. Thank you so much, Gabby and Raj, for being here. Take it away.
Thanks, Robert.
All right, welcome everybody. Good to see you. Good to see you, Gabby. Are we going to launch the?
We are. So our format, I believe, for tonight we have about 40 minutes where we're going to give you some content. And really, this is a tool that really saved Raj and our Christmas one year. We developed this tool in the middle of one of our conflicts, and we want to share it with you as well. And it's a great way that you can come back to not just step over something so you don't sweep it under the rug, but that you actually address it so that you can move forward, not just move on.
Yeah, our arguments are a part of relating, and learning how to leverage arguments to continually up relationship instead of just getting stuck in the same argument over and over and over again is just such a complete game changer for your relationship.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Remember when we used to think it was a victory just to stop the argument and move on? Like that used to be the victory, but now it's like, wait a second. I love that line, experience is expensive, just make sure you get what you paid for. So we want to make sure that when you have an argument, every breakdown turns into a breakthrough. So this tool is called Argument Even Better Ifing. And what we're going to do tonight is create some alignment with you and your beloved, further alignment, I hope. Identifying any recent or common argument that you want to up level. So I encourage you to personalize this, be specific.
We're going to separate the argument from your relationship itself instead of collapsing them as one and the same.
Yeah, often we're upset about something and we make it about them, but really we can be allies together moving towards a solution. And ultimately, we want to leave you at the end set up for success so that you have some specifics, tangible. This isn't just like give you some great ideas, but actually have you walk through an exercise with us today and then declare what you want to do next at the end. Okay, so personalize it, as we said, to make it powerful. Now, who are you talking to? As Robert said, it's Gabby and Raj, but we never aimed at doing relationship work. This was not planned. When we got married, people told us not to do it at the engagement party, the day of the wedding. Things were not going well for us. But
people knew we had potential, but they were a little bit worried about whether it was going to work out or not.
It was pretty messy. We had some work to do, but we did such a great job that people started saying, hey, what is it that you've been doing in your relationship? And so about 6-7 years ago, we started teaching what we learned in relationship. Of course, we have quite a background in personal development. I have a master's in education. With an emphasis in counseling and guidance. So we applied all of that. Raj has a background in success in so many levels, sports, personal development, and we brought all of that together in our relationship and how we could help other couples as well, right? So that's the very first picture of the two of us. Our secret sauce. Something's off on our timing there. But really, this is our intention here.
Yeah, so one of the things that we really strive to do is help shift couples from being adversaries. Sometimes it can really feel like that, like Gabby used to say to me, I'm not your enemy. And it can totally sometimes occur that your partner is your enemy. But through these tools, you can really work through those differences and shift from being adversaries into being allies, and really turning inspiring visions that you might have desires for your relationship into reality.
Yeah. So most couples spend all their time fixing problems, but we're really into leaning towards what you want. And today that's a whole part of that process. Take the argument and be like, whoopsie daisy, that wasn't what we wanted. What is it that we do want? How are we going to do better next time? Okay. All right, so I think I didn't refresh this there because that part I fixed, but anyways. So your first, just to review these real quickly, these 6 steps, these 6 questions to ask. We're going to name the argument. We're going to score your argument in 5 key areas, total your score and get an average for it. Then you want to set a goal for next time, but rather than just setting the goal and having it disappear or be vague, want to create a declaration for some specific actions for the future, and then make sure that you set yourself up that those actions aren't going to be just aha moments and good ideas, but they're actually new habits, new practices that have you really lean in. So this is all about iterating your arguments.
Okay, so the first step is to name your argument. The simple step of like, oh, we're having that argument again. Which one is that? It helps you get some perspective and be like, oh, that's just that argument that we have recurringly, instead of like, this is a problem with our relationship. And when you can do that, you distance yourself a little bit emotionally from it, and you can then start going to work on it. So some examples of arguments that are regular.
Before we go to the examples, I just wanted to add to that. Once you name your argument and you have that distance, you're no longer in the argument. It's that thing that you're doing, that pattern. So this can be really fun. Now, make sure when you're naming the argument not to be too inflammatory. You might have different versions of what you're calling this argument. And I encourage you now, and if you're listening live, you may even put into the chat what some of your common arguments are. At least 2 or 3 of these were very regular for Raj and I in the first few years. Can you guess the first one? I can't get a word in edgewise. Raj and I even came up with little hand signals for each other about if we're speaking too loud or not enough. Or
how many couples out there in the audience have one partner that talks a lot more and the other one doesn't talk as much, and there's some friction there? It's been something that we've been working on for a while.
Yeah, with great success.
Yeah, with great success.
And yes, it's 15 years in. It's no longer, well, I shouldn't say no longer an issue, almost rarely an issue.
Yeah, totally.
Yes. So maybe not, folks.
No. It's like rarely an issue. And one of the things that you'll find is things that cause friction in your relationship, like this thing of not getting a word in edgewise. They're often areas where you can do work on yourself because you're getting triggered for some reason, and we tend to blame it on the other person. So actually working on the argument helps you do your own work. Okay, so another one is you're not doing your share, for example.
That could be chores. I see that a lot with couples with income, and who's bringing enough income, who's spending enough time with the kids, who's getting more alone time. That's mine, right? That could be about income. We never blink anymore. We never go on dates anymore. It's we're just at home, especially in times of COVID. Maybe you hear that one more often.
You might have the don't tell me what to do.
You're not the boss of me. And as Raj mentioned earlier, I'm not your enemy. We named one of them because Raj, when he used to get really stressed, and when he'd be stressed, he'd think it was against me. And I'd be like, wait, I'm on your team. I want to help solve this problem. And so we learned to resolve both of those, that I realized it wasn't me that he was upset with. And then he realized I really was on his team, and we don't have to be in that dynamic. But we got so hooked by it when we were in it. But as soon as we declared, I'm not your enemy, I even made a collage of the argument. And when it was happening, I pull out the collage so he could see what was going on, and just cause some alert to it.
She had this picture of me, what my face would look like when we were in an argument, and it would be this totally angry face. And when I got present to what that actually looked like on the other end of it, I was like, ooh.
So I saw in the chat, no, this is not the prompts yet. This is just for anyone, if you're watching, just pick your most common argument or your most recent argument, but pick something that happened recently. If it's common, it was probably recent as well. And name your argument, and feel free to put it into the chat if you want to. We'll even comment on those and bring a little fun to that. So these are the prompts that you want to ask. This is the second part where you want to score your argument. So you would say, how often does this happen? How extreme does it get? Did it get in that last instance? How long did it last? Were any tools used? And were any lessons learned? And we're going to look at each one of these.
Okay, so starting with how often does it happen, right? So we're looking at, do we have this argument all the time, or is this a new one? Because if you're having it all the time, then it's good to just notice that, oh, that's an argument that we're having all the time.
Again?
One time, we had semi-retired an argument. I can't exactly remember which one it was. Maybe around socializing or something. Gabby's a super extrovert. I'm kind of a combination, what do they call that? The combination of the two.
Semi-introvert, I don't know.
Controvert.
Controvert.
But anyway, we had it kind of flare up like a year ago, and we're like, that was so 2015. So
we don't need to do that anymore.
So if it's a brand new argument.
That's a good fight. That's when, imagine, the Olympic judges saying 10, really good job, right? So if this has never happened before, we think that's a good fight. It's new territory, at least, even if it got rough, at least it's something new. It's not the same old, same old. So go ahead and score your argument there.
Yep. And our objective here with your score is to get the highest score possible.
Yeah, we're aiming for a 10. Ambivert. Yeah, David, an ambivert. He's flexible with both. Okay, so let's look at the second one to score. Whoops. All right, how extreme did it get? Now, this one actually changes over time. What used to be extreme for Raj and I is like way extreme now. So for example, the first 3 years of our relationship, we used to swear at each other and call each other names, not all the time and not terribly, but it was on the table. And then at one point we said, that just doesn't feel safe, doesn't feel good. Let's build trust by just knowing we're not going to call each other names and we're not going to swear at each other. And so you might be doing something now that seems like it's, not that bad. But it might be that a year from now, you're like, oh, actually that one. So this number might change. You might, have to calibrate this over time. But for wherever you are now, like did the neighbors, were screaming so loud and something got broken and the neighbors called the cops?
That's a low quality argument.
That would be low quality. That would be a 1. Or if no one would have even noticed, like I have had an argument with Raj before at the dinner table, no one's even going to notice, right? That's not a very extreme argument. We didn't even get through. It was probably just something with me pulling on his pant leg underneath the table.
Awesome. So how extreme did it get? Okay, so the third one is how long did it last? So these are all different kind of looks at an argument. And again, we're kind of dissecting the argument so that you're observing it, looking at it, not so in it. And if you take these steps to look, you can then do something about it instead of just being stuck in it. So
yeah, we actually putting out a blog that tomorrow, actually, I think it comes out on reflection and the importance of reflection and the power of it. So this argument, even better ifing, is all part of that reflection of why do we look back so we can leap forward? Because if we just keep going forward, often we keep making the same mistakes, or the mistakes we've made that we haven't cleaned up, we end up becoming a big issue and it becomes a blow up. But we don't want a blip to become a blow up.
Okay, so a 10 would be, hey, it's super quick. We got in, we got out. And a 1 is it's been going on forever.
It rarely stops. So I mentioned that Raj and I came up with this tool during a real argument one Christmas. It's the only Christmas we'd ever spent just the two of us. And we called his mother, and his mom and him were a little more quiet. And I thought I'm doing them a favor by carrying the conversation. Meanwhile, Raj is fuming that I'm dominating the conversation.
It's like we have 15 minutes to get my mom on Christmas morning.
It's my mom.
And I'm like, I can't get a word in edgewise. Remember the first naming of your argument?
So that started, we got off the phone and he told me what he was upset about and things went south. And it really got a bit intense and ugly for about 20 minutes. And then we got through it. We're like, this is Christmas. We don't want to do this. Let's get it back together.
A couple of years earlier in our relationship, that would have ruined Christmas, plus a couple of days after.
We didn't have the recovery skills we had before. So at any rate, we're in the shower the next day and Raj said, we did pretty well yesterday, but and actually let me take the screen off for this one just because we're telling a story. So he's telling me in the shower, he said, we did pretty well, but I'd like us to do better. And I said, well, I really don't want to rehash the argument. So can we talk about it? But in the context, let's create some criteria of how we're going to measure it. And we'll just score the argument and see how we did. And so right there in the shower, we came up with these criteria that we're sharing with you now. So far we've done how often does it happen?
Or name.
You name it. Well, this is the scoring. I mean, after the naming, the scoring is how often does it happen? How extreme does it get? Raj?
Yeah, how extreme did it get?
There we go.
How long did it last?
Yep, how long did it last? And now let's go to your next one. Did you use any tools? Now, this is the one when I'm working with coaching clients, when I'm working with couples and I'm scoring their argument with them. This is the one they most commonly score low on. Now, if you get a 10 in this area and you're still having a lot of problems, then that's something that would worry me. But most often when I score an argument with a couple, they're not using very many tools here. And by tools, I mean, maybe it's a communication tool like nonviolent communication. Maybe you reached out and asked for help. We were tool ninjas. We had the nonviolent communication and, we called our coach and we set our shared relationship vision mantra and we played the ownership reconnection challenge. We tried everything.
We named our argument.
We named our argument. Or is it like tools? What tools?
Oh, right.
Okay. Oh, right. There's actually tools where you can do this thing called conflict better. We actually have gotten pretty good at conflict. I don't like the conflict, but the few and far in between conflicts we've had recently have been really enriching, I would say.
Can I share about the fuck one?
Yeah, you can get a word in edgewise, especially if it's fuck.
Well, it's interesting because sometimes these different things can play off each other. So how extreme did it get? So we had a super extremo argument, but it didn't last super long. So sometimes, you can be high in one score and low in another. Kind of at the onset of COVID, we were, experiencing a little bit of the tension that's related to that. And
it broke the decade-long rule.
What was that?
The not swearing.
Oh, the not swearing.
Yeah, we hadn't, remember I just got finished saying, well, we
Yeah.
hadn't sworn at each other in a year and we were fighting and I said, fuck you.
Yeah.
And what'd you say?
And so I was just getting more and more agitated and I had my own stressors going on and I was like, fuck. And I opened the door and I had my last fuck super loud. We're in kind of a pretty natural place here, but there are neighbors. And so that would have ranked 1 on the scale. The neighbors didn't call the cops, but they probably heard the argument.
They certainly heard. Well, maybe that would be like a 3 there.
A 3. Yes,
Maybe that would
not
be a 3 or something like that. Yeah. But of course you want to, just look, well, we'll look at that in a moment on where to elevate these. Okay. And just
yeah, the cool thing is after that argument though, I reached out to Gabby's dad, who's one of my coaches, and I looked at why I got so triggered and actually used it to do inner work. So that can also be a tool, is like Gabby said, get coaching, right?
Yep. Get coaching, always a good one, whether it's another couple, make sure it's someone that you actually respect, and don't choose someone that you're just looking to vent to. That's a different process. We've got a process venting for victory, but that's different. Because you don't want to vent on your partner. You don't want to get your emotional vomit. You want to get those things out and handled, but just be careful who you're doing that with.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last one to score is, did you learn any lessons? Was it like, woof, we got through that, who cares? Or is it, wow, we really looked at what we each could own. We looked at how we wanted to do better. We put those insights into our calendar. We wrote Post-its and put it on our bathroom mirror. We really leaned in to do better next time. So if you score these 5, and I think we have a little summary here. Well, not yet. We'll average your score. So we had how often, how extreme, how long, did you use any tools? And did you learn any lessons? So right now, if you're watching live, go ahead, or even if you're watching it recorded, go ahead and total your score.
For like one of an argument you had recently, just to get a hang of the tool.
Right. And then total it with your average. And now you can set a goal for next time. So you can look at what your lowest area is and you can declare, one way that you want to improve. This is not about telling your beloved, you've got a great idea on how they cannot be such an asshole. Doesn't work that way. Autonomy, the goal has to come from yourself. If you're really going to grow, you have to choose it, not have it forced upon you. So you can either look at your lowest area and set a goal from one of those areas. Ooh, I did really poorly in tools. I'm going to make sure I pick at least 2 tools and bring that into any conflict we have next time. And then of course you can also set a goal for the total score. Most couples, when they come to me and they first score an argument, it's in the 3 to 6 range.
Remember, higher is better.
Yeah, higher is better, sometimes really low. And I'm always aiming for arguments to be a 7 or better, right? And I don't want to have any arguments that are under a 6, then we're just not being intentional. And that just takes practice. Like anything else, you just make a habit. Your relationship happiness is going to determine your relationship habits are going to determine your relationship happiness.
Okay, so then the next step 5 is declare actions, and you can pick your lowest area. And
I did that twice.
You did that,
Sorry.
right?
Yeah, go ahead. I just put that in there twice there. So declare those actions and set the total score for your next argument. Yeah, that's setting the goal there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so pick your prompts. I do not like to work smart. Excuse me. I don't like to work hard. I like to work smart. And so I do that by picking my prompts and having things, whether it's scheduled into my calendar or me writing something on a Post-it. or just putting it on my bathroom mirror. I love using my screensaver or my home screen on my phone. So just take whatever you've declared and said, this is my new goal. This is my commitment. This is what I'm going to do in our next time we have this argument, and put it someplace where you can visibly see it. Because I promise you, just when you need this the most is not when you're going to remember to use it. So if you don't put it around you, so you see it and see it and see it for weeks or a month until it's really ingrained, then it's not going to be your go-to tool. And that's what you're aiming for. Make this not something that takes willpower and effort, but you want it to be a habit.
Yeah, there's some expression, you need to see an ad like 5 times before it sticks. Similar, if you're kind of advertising the argument tool to yourself, and what your goals are, and what you want to do next time. If you see it repetitively, then it will stick. If you don't, then it will just be a good idea.
It's like your personal propaganda, or what's Amber and Nathan's old company, Dharma Mix, right? They used to talk about their media vitamin, right? So you're just looking at what do you actually want to program yourself in your relationship with. Keep those reminders visible and alive. Now, this is a bonus step. I really love this step. And sometimes this is my way of sneaking this in with the couples that I work with. At the end, I'll ask them, now let's just go back to that extreme part for one moment. Where did you cross the line or just behave in any way that's outside of your ideal vision of how you want to be in a relationship? And you're looking for yourself, but in a way, it's a way of creating trust with your partner. I often am not upset with Raj at an action that I disagreed with. I'm upset that he's defending an action, and I'm worried he's going to do it again. So when you own something like, oh, I did this thing, and it could be something as small like, I didn't meditate. I can own that I didn't meditate today. I can own that I only got 6 hours of sleep last night and I'm cranky. I can own, you want to give an example of something you might own?
I can own that I didn't eat anything for breakfast and I was cranky.
I did see that today. So there's a game that I encourage my clients to create their own relationship games. We don't want this to be drudgery and fixing and we need to talk, but how can you create your own games? And one game that a client that I was working with came up with is called the Ownership Reconnection Challenge. And it's a great way to bring in, it's the opposite of blame. It's the antidote to blame. And just when you blame or your partner blames, the other person defends, right? And so this really brings you together because you're both owning. And so one person will own one thing. They'll say, hey, let's play the Ownership Reconnection Challenge. We're in conflict. I really want to get back to being in connection. I do recommend you create connection before you try to resolve the conflict, because trying to resolve conflict in conflict is very messy and not very productive. So you say, let's play this game. And then you say one thing, I can own this, they can own something, and you go back and forth 5 times or as many times as needed until you've restored connections. There's a little bonus tip just to try that one out, the Ownership Reconnection Challenge.
Yeah, it's a really powerful tool if you just try even just owning one thing. Whenever there's an upset, there's always something that you can own, even if it's how you reacted or whatever. Just look for something. And, if you're brave enough, you can ask your partner, is there something I could own here? Because sometimes we are so stuck in being right that we can't see anything.
That's true, but that's a ninja level question. But you're ninja level, Raj. You've asked me that before. I don't see it. I feel like I'm completely right here, but will you, I'm open to you telling me. But notice you can bring some play to it. I barked at Raj the other day through the door. And even a week later, we were talking about it because it's like, oh, we don't want to do that. And Raj was bringing play to it because I said, if you're going to talk to me like that, I need you to make eye contact. So now whenever he's trying to make sure, he's making eye contact with me, he'll do this. So again, just encouraging you to bring some levity and some games, whether it's the Ownership Reconnection Challenge or any other games that you make up, right? Okay, so let's review here. You named the argument. You scored your argument in those 5 areas of how often it happens, how extreme it gets, how long did it last, what tools did you use, and did you learn any lessons? Of course, the bonus round. Total your score, set a goal for the next time, select actions for the next time, and then pick your prompts so that you're not working hard, but you're working smart, right? And of course, the ownership reconnection challenge.
The ORC.
ORC. You down with ORC?
I'm down with ORC.
Yeah, you know me.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Okay. How much more content do we have?
That's it. That's
Okay.
it. That's it. Yeah. So you
So-
got time. We're going to do some Q&A.
One of the things I mentioned earlier, I'm working with Gabby's dad quite often. You know, he was OSHA's attorney. He was in Wild Wild Country that you may have seen. And such a great source of information all about consciousness. And this whole process is really about disidentifying for those of you who do consciousness and awareness work. You know, when we're stuck in being right, you're just stuck in your identity, right? I want to be right. I don't want to be wrong. And you are just stuck in being right. And there's no awareness, no visibility of what's going on, no getting above it. And by doing this whole ownership, the whole argument EBIing, you're
Even better ifing.
even better ifing, EBIing, you're taking a step to watching, becoming the watcher, and observing the argument instead of being in the argument. And when you do that, then you can go to work on your own your identity, and kind of your interaction identity. And it's just a great tool to bring awareness to your argument instead of being stuck in your identity.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so next, right? You have a choice. We love choices here. We love options. As I mentioned to Tani before, it's all going to come down to choice. So you could completely forget about this 24 hours from now. You watched it, you were here, you got it through osmosis. You could do that. Or you could post your goals where you can see them, set some reminders, right? That's one action you can take now. It's not going to take any more effort in the future, but you just take 2 minutes right now and go ahead and schedule a few reminders for yourself.
Yeah, and one goal might be sit down with your partner and name one argument that you have regularly, and then you'll know when it comes up again, and then you can take the other steps.
Yeah, we're all about baby steps, and progress makes perfect. Eventually, you're going to have these huge nonlinear leaps, kind of like the bamboo that grows and grows and grows underneath and then shoots up. So for us, it's not about what you're doing or how big it is that if you're investing ongoingly over time, having your daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual habits, that you're not, you don't want to use the habits as a weapon. You're not doing, our monthly summit, but you're actually using them to empower you. When they work, you use them. And when they don't, you don't. Public declaration can be really powerful. It's another opportunity. So if you decided, for example, how Raj and I said, we're not going to swear at each other or call each other names, no swearing or name calling. That could be something that you tell some other friends and family, you on social media. We are more likely to keep our word to ourselves, to other people than we are to ourselves. So it's just a little invitation for a bonus round. Raj and I are members of 2 different couples groups. One, we have a call every other week with 2 other couples. So there's 3 couples. And another, we have a couple with weekly, that's 1 other couple. And so we make declarations, even if it's not publicly to a large group, to other couples to keep us accountable. Otherwise, you start drifting into that relationship default.
Yeah, and forming some relationship couples is an amazing tool because for one thing, we often think that the problems we're having, no one else is having. And when you can share with other people, you're like, oh, we're not the only ones.
Yeah, people think there's something wrong with my relationship. There's something wrong with me, or more often, there's something wrong with them, that other person. But if you can see that we're all having not the same, but we're all having similar challenges, and we all have challenges. Nobody's relationship is perfect. Our buddy system, we mentioned the other couple we meet with weekly, we call those sessions the super duper duo sessions, right? So we're making it fun, and we have quarterly goals that we create for our relationships, and then we bring and we talk about them. And, some we share about how, what our sex lives are like and where we want it to be better, and just picking one couple that we can really trust to share with what's going on. We've been doing that for, with Jasmine a year, with Tobin for like 4 years. Mm-hmm. And the other group about a year now, Eden about 2 years. Mm-hmm. So yeah, get out there. And what's that phrase that they say? Don't hold it together, hold it together, right? Find yourself other couples or other couple groups or councils to support you.
Okay, yeah, one other option is to get support and coaching and play a 90-day game.
Yeah, we mentioned those quarterly goals that we have. 90 days on, 30 days off. We do that 3 times a year. Super inspiring. And we're not purists, again, and we don't use the game and the goals to beat us over the head with it. If we only achieve 30% of our goals, we're 30% closer towards what we said we wanted. Raj is a master at these 90-day games. He works with the companies mostly, and I work with the couples. But we're always looking at these 90-day games to play for how can it be even better? Not just your arguments, but how can your entire relationship be even better?
Yeah, and these goals have you be future focused on what you want instead of stuck in, why isn't it working?
Speaking of which, great segue, Raj. The bonus is just in general, I want to invite you to notice where in your relationship you focus on fixing something. There's a complaint, there's an argument, versus how much energy you spend on leaning in towards what you want. Gosh, I'd really love it if we had a date night every other Saturday. Or, I'd really love it if we had, 5 minutes of physical intimacy every morning, whatever it is, but that you're actually leaning in for what you want rather than trying to fix a problem. It's kind of my whole mission out there in the world is to have couples be playing games as aligned partners towards what they want, rather than the default of just kind of being roommates until you drift into such a place of conflict that you're over it. And, all of a sudden the light switch goes off. And one day people are like, I'm done. Because that's how it happens. It's usually not the big issues. It's one day people wake up and think, what am I even doing here? Death by 1,000 paper cuts. Don't let it happen to you. Lean in so you can up-level your love life. So I wanted to say, sorry, honey, did you want to say anything else about that? So I just wanted to say we're going to take some Q&A, but just to thank you to Camp Mystic and of course Burning Man. We're also sad to not be there this year. This would have been my, I think, 17th burn and your 14th or 15th, something like that. And we just love Camp Mystic. We've been there since before it was Camp Mystic, and we look forward to being back there in the Mystic Theater again. I think, yeah, there's Robert right in the middle with the purple right there. And then finally, our message is playful, peaceful, passionate. We talk about keeping the fights clean and the sex dirty, but the way you do that is bring play to your habits, to your practices. Look for peace, look for passion, look for play, and that's the trifecta of an awesome, awesome relationship.
Wow, that was just amazing. Thank you so much. As you were sharing, I was running back in my head through past relationships, like, man, what if I did this, X number of years ago? That would have been awesome. This is so valuable.
But there's a great quote. I love the quote, something like, if you aren't embarrassed of where you were 6 months ago, then you're not really growing. Right?
Wow. Boy, isn't that true?
The sun setting there and the sun setting here.
And what I love about Burning Man, it's like a year's worth of evolution crammed into a week, or really like a decade of evolution crammed into a week. And maybe you leave with like, a quarter of that or an eighth of that or a tenth of what you really got. Maybe you use that much into what you got during the week.
I often say that Burning Man is the most transformational field I've ever been to. And I've been to, ashrams in India and, waterfalls in Bali. And it's just, it's such a powerful place of transformation and such an opportunity. In fact, every year when Raj and I leave Burning Man, we consider that like our New Year's, and we set our goals for the next year. When we leave Burning Man, I was just talking to him saying, well, we're not doing that this year. And we're now going to go get an Airbnb for a few days and work on our goals for 2021. Because otherwise the default is terrible. It's just straight up. I default into being a cranky, selfish bitch, period. Bossy, demanding. It's easy. It's easy to be that. I don't have to work at it at all.
If only you could get paid to be that person. If only you get paid to be a cranky, short-tempered bitch. This would be great. You have to try to do everything.
I was made for this. No. Well, it does happen like I'm a natural, but it's with practice over time and my love for such a great man. He's so good to me that it's like a Burning Man when you want to one up for how good people are and people running up with cold watermelon and you're like, oh, I want to do something great for somebody. That's like our relationship, right? you know, he's doing something. I'm like, oh, wow. Even how he works out, he's in such good shape. He's 53. I'm like, you know, I really should probably work out because he's so much fun to look at. And, you know, I'm kind of letting things go here. Very different model than him criticizing me and telling me where to do better or vice versa.
He is fun to look at. I love being neighbors with y'all and seeing Raj rock around his underwear. I was just like, yeah, I'm in the right section of camp. Let me tell you.
Baby got back.
Thank you, Robert.
So if you have a question that you'd like to ask, feel free to unmute yourself or write in. I have a whole list of questions that I'd love to go through. My relationships have been fascinating and deeply.
Oh, nice. Bill Meyer's on there. Hey, Bill. And David, and CK's on there too. Great. Hi, CK.
And then we have people watching on Facebook and YouTube and in the Burning Man multiverse as well. Let me see here. And so I love what you said of giving us strategies to take this and use it. One was making a public one is Post-it note, right? Two is making a public declaration, either social media or telling your friends, telling your close family. What's another way to program these in? Because this is, I think, is one of the most difficult things to do, is to manage ourselves in emotionally heightened states, right? Go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't like to add in new things as much as possible. I like to look at what people are already doing or what their personality is already like. So, you know, looking at your physical flow of the day of where to put something physically, to look at your habits. Like if you're really good with your calendar and you look at your calendar every day, then use your calendar. I'm very much of the camp of use what works and use what comes easy and is most efficient, and you have high access to it. I want easy access on ramps.
Those are great examples. Could you give some more of those? That's really helpful to understand someone physically. They like notes. If they like a calendar. If there's a way to incorporate into a ritual.
Screensaver images. We have a whole host of tools that we're working on our screensaver rotation.
So quarterly, I mentioned these 90-day games that we play. So we do 3 seasons. I mentioned play, peace, and passion. So we just finished the season of play, summertime. We're going into the season of peace. So September to December, you know, it's the holidays, a stressful time. So we create our goals for peace during that time. And then passion is January, February, March, April, you know, Valentine's Day, the birds and the bees. So just being in this habit of setting these goals every quarter, I'll take like 6 to 10 images that are either I'll make a little, you know, image in a software or something like that, or just, you know, I could even draw a picture and take a screenshot of it, or just find images online and then turn them into, I know you can't show the screensaver there because I've got all those things on my desktop, but I'll pull one up, Raj, to show them. In fact, let me just do that, Raj. Why don't you tell them about the screensaver and I'll pull that up. So I'll pick like 10 and then they'll just rotate through whenever I walk away and come back to my computer. So I see my goals all the time, the same ones for 90 days, and then I change it again.
Yeah, so another practice is we create little 5-minute things that we do when we eat lunch together or breakfast together. Like we pick a way of being card. There's a cool app.
Oh, the Wheel of Names.
Wheel of Names.
I'll put that into the chat here. That's one of my favorite games to play. You could do that if you're in the middle of an argument. I'll give you the link here. That piece isn't coming in. There's a website called Wheel of Names, and I created one. You can just, it's a spinning wheel. I guess I could just pull that up and show it, huh?
Yeah.
Hold on here, hold on. Let's see here, pull up a window from here.
Oh, that's a good share that screen.
Share that screen?
No, the screensaver is right there.
Oh, the screensaver is right there, but I don't think it'll share that. I think it goes back to the other one, right? So I was just gonna show the Wheel of Names because I think that would be really fun. But for some reason on this, there we go, Wheel of Names. Okay, let me share my screen so you guys can see this. And I'll put the link in here because this is one that I made. So you'll want the actual link to this here. And so I picked these colors and I put in, these are all ways of being. And so every morning, Raj and I will click and say, okay, here's our wheel.
It's so cool.
All right. Now you can do this if you're in an argument and you're pissed and you want to practice being what you declare, not what your mood says. What does this one say? Be idealistic. Confetti. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. Right. And so you could enter whatever you want. Like right now I'm working on one that takes all of my tools. If you're in the middle of an argument, which tool to use, right? Obviously that's more for my coaching clients because they know more of my tools. But this is a great one if you want to interrupt what you're in. And I have this bookmarked on my phone. So if we're in a conflict, I just click the wheel. It's a lot of fun.
Cool, Robert. So
I want your wheel. I went there. I landed on Eric. I don't know how to be Eric.
Yeah,
but
let's see here. Share.
I want to be more compassionate though.
Shareable link. Okay. And so here I'm going to send you a shareable link of that particular one.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll put that in the chat there.
That's such a great gift.
It's super fun, super fun.
Boy,
and again, though, you can make your own. Like, let's say with sex, right? We'll take it to some sexiness here. You talked about it, that finishing the day with some sexiness. So with sex, you could take like all of your fantasies or the things that you like or each other's favorite foreplay. You know, you could interview each other and come up with, you know, our 20 favorite forms of foreplay, whatever it might be. And then put them all in there and just hit the wheel and be like, all right, that's where we're starting tonight. There's so many different ways that you can apply it. One of my mentors used to say, how can you use and adapt this? So I say, take the wheel, make it your own, and let us know what you're doing with it.
I love the fact there is even just like, you know, guaranteed foreplay for the day. It's like, if you're going to spin the wheel, you know, there's at least going to be foreplay for the day. That's really great certainty to know. It doesn't need to lead anywhere, but you just know, hey, at least we're getting some foreplay here. This is really good stuff.
We've actually been playing a game. There's a new game that we just created that I really, really love. It's called Name That Kiss. And Raj and I, you know, we've been together 15 years and we used to have habits like just before we go to sleep, we'd kiss. And then all of a sudden we noticed that wasn't in play. And so we said, let's bring that back. So we brought back the kissing before bed, but we're often tired, falling asleep. We mostly shower together in the morning. So I said, let's institute a morning kiss. So we instituted the morning kiss. But then I realized, you know, not all kisses are the same and we kind of be rushing. Let's play a game about what kind of kisses. So Raj came up with this game called Name That Kiss, like name that tune with the song.
Remember that? Name that.
I can name that tune.
3 notes.
Yeah. So I'll say to Raj, if I want a kiss, I'll say, Raj, name that kiss. And he'll say, 3-second lower lip bite with a tight pressure release dismount. Right? Or he'll be like a 4-second ear nibble, you know, or whatever it might be. Or he might say, I could just use a hug right now, right? So it brings in the consent and wherever someone's at, you're initiating intimacy, but not kind of putting it on them. But it's been one of our funner games. And the kisses, you now learn all these different kinds of kisses. Like I'll get out of the shower, I'll be like, you just got to rise out of me.
And so this is so you'll say to Raj, name that kiss, and then he'll describe, it sounds like in really great detail with really excellent words, excellent language, what he wants.
Yes.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing. What are some other ways to describe a kiss? I just the words are enticing. Like what you just said, I'm like, man, I'm getting hot and bothered over here.
You can also say, you name that kiss. If you're not like, if you're caught off guard or whatever, you can pass it back. But it's also really good because it works the request and expressing desire muscle.
It also creates an open invitation, as you mentioned, for the specificity of what kind of a kiss do you like, rather than just kiss me. It's like, oh, I'd like a very soft, tender kiss now, or I'd like a deep, passionate kiss now. And so it's just been a really fun game to play.
And one of the tools in our Keeping the Sex Dirty area of work is mastering mini seductions, like fueling the fire, just keep the coals hot. Keep the coals hot. And so by having this kind of kiss at least once a day,
we're keeping the coals
hot.
I want to, I mean, if we were at Burning Man, I would immediately walk around the ply, I'd be like, name that. I'm like, want to play a game? Okay, name that kiss. They'd be like, what? You're going to describe exactly how you want me to kiss you. It could be like, kissing your hand. It could be, no, I just prefer a hug. And it could be, you tell me in great detail how you want me to kiss you. And 25 to 50% of the participants would probably be like, sure, I'll play. So I'm going to see if I can put this to use tonight.
It's great. I did send Raj once at Burning Man to go learn some new kisses. This was about 5 years into our relationship. I was like, honey, the kissing's good, but I'd like it to be better. So, and we were going to go to a party at Burning Man and learn some new kisses. But instead, we had a couple that we knew in conflict. So I stayed with the guy to talk to him. And my friend, my girlfriend, he went to the party with her. I said, now, Allie, take Raj to the party and have him learn 5 new kisses and bring them back. And so we have the kisses. We have the Allie kiss. We have the Wendy kiss. So I'm very grateful to all of those ladies.
Deep bow and honor to both of you for you asking for that and for you honoring that and for that being a really good thing. Because I can imagine that going really sideways really quickly in a variety of situations. Like, hey, blank isn't as great as I would like, especially anything regarding the bedroom or sex or intimacy. Maybe you could go experiment or learn with somebody else or go to some workshops and then come back. I could see that not being taken very, very well.
Well, but we have a culture. I talk a lot about couple culture and developing that couple culture, because we had a couple culture. There's trust there's play there's that culture we hold very strongly, holding all is well, plus even better if. We have a great relationship, and it's awesome to improve. Trying to improve something doesn't mean something's wrong. Like the kissing was good, right? It was good.
Improvement doesn't mean something's wrong.
And mostly what it came down to is just when Raj was busy and stressed, I would get tight-lipped kisses. And I just wanted to slow down and have softer, slower kisses. But I didn't know how to really articulate that at the moment. So I was just like, I want something different.
I don't know what I want. I just know I want something different. I love you and I want you. I just want something different. You go play.
Even than the tight lips, right? You know what that's like when someone, and it's like, no tight lips. I want to feel
it's
him.
Like kissing your grandmother.
And now 3 seconds and we both melt because it's just the soft lip kiss. But that wouldn't have happened if we thought, oh, there's a problem or we can't talk about this, or, it's like, hey, let's have some fun. Let's make this even better.
Name that kiss. Do you have anything else like that? That is.
We only have about 40 or 50 other tips just like that.
Okay.
We only have 12 minutes. You tell me what you want to know more about, and we'll give you a tip for that.
So I'm single, and it's COVID, and so my game's got to be really good, and direct. But I'm screening people really hard. Only people who are really emotionally intelligent, who are very intellectually intelligent, who like looking at this kind of art. That's my screening process, right?
I like your criteria.
Thank you. And so it's difficult to navigate in this world where we can't go out and meet people. It's very hard to meet new people. And so Name That Kiss is a game that I can play with someone that I'm just getting to know, that really allows me to cross a couple thresholds right away. At least to get some emotional arousal out of them, that'll be fascinating. Anything else that I could use or couples could use in an early stage that could be fun and playful and allow them to because there's almost like some boundaries that are being played with there, right? Name that kiss. It's like, why don't you do this and this and this? It's like, well, maybe I could do this. Or what are you talking about? I've never had anyone ask me for what they wanted in a kiss. This is insane, right? So I know I didn't ask a specific question, but
yeah, well, like an easy one is a little less sexual, but 5 compliments or 5 acknowledgements, 5 gratitudes, any of that. Hey, you want to play the gratitude game, or you want to play the acknowledgement game, or you want to play, and you can have a topic area.
Well, and another a game that I like to play that I actually learned from Landmark Education in assisting, in the end, they would say, what would you like to be acknowledged for? Mm-hmm. And so I imagine if you're having a conversation with someone and you're wanting to know more about them and what's important to them, I like great questions. So, in early time with dating, that would be a question that I would find interesting to ask. But I do all the time, because I don't know what you're looking for, if it's just, a great time or if it's a life partner.
Well, I'm predicting, my crystal ball says there's going to be another restriction of movement come flu season. Whether or not it's necessary, I think government's going to test their limitations of requiring us to stay in one place, which I think is a perfectly reasonable thing to expect a government to do, whether or not it's necessary or beneficial. And so I would like a really fun sexual partner for the winter.
Awesome.
Because winter's cold.
Awesome.
And I would like to be warm and snuggly in the winter with a great sexual partner, without attachment, that it be a long-term thing, but more that it's an enjoyable time together during a time of potential loneliness.
Well, for me, the biggest question, because I often ask people, say, you know, should I stay or should I go? And how do I know with this person? And is this working out or is this not working out? And for me, I have two criteria that I look at. And one is, what does my gut say? So when maybe your question is, should I be pursuing this with this person or should I not be pursuing this with this person? I always listen to my gut more than my head. Your gut has the first correct answer, and then your mind in a split second is going to try and talk it out of it, right? So, but always listen for, where is the information coming from, a thought or your gut feeling? And then the second is, can you be more of yourself or do you have to be less of yourself? And so I'm one of those people that I've been, you know, my inner critic would call it too much Tammy. You know, I'm sure, you know, you've had moments of this, Robert, like I'm too this, I'm too bold, I'm too loud, I'm too talkative, I'm too, you know, whatever. And one of my advisors told me, well, fuck 'em, Gabby. Turn up the volume. You know what she say? Like, I turn up the volume and then some. And so there's this element of freedom in life, of self-expression and being yourself. So if there's ever a dynamic or an element where you feel like you can't be yourself, to me, that's like run for the hills. If I've been with men that were trying to have me be something different or have our relationship be something different. So when you know what you want, be authentic. I like to say authenticity is like cashmere, right? It doesn't matter what somebody says. If it's true, it feels great, because if they say something that's off in any way, we don't know why it's off, but we know that something's off. Our little spidey sense kicks up. So listen to your gut and be authentic would be my two tips. Now, primarily, most of the work I do, though, is with couples. So it's been a while since I've been single, but I did wait until I was 37 till I was 36 when I met Raj.
That fabulous. That is so helpful. Do you have any other sexual games like Name That Kiss that are
Ooh,
in that
yes.
category?
What about the sexual?
Ooh, yes, sounds like a good one.
Or the romp recap.
Romp recap.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We've got 7 minutes. We'll see if we can give you two. If you have another one, let me know. I'm going to jump in. Do you want to
go for it? Okay. Yeah.
So one of them I'll do is the romp recap. And that's if you actually are having sex and want to have better and better sex. And Raj and I just wanted, you know, we're conscious people, we're open, we talk about a lot of things, but there's just so much weirdness in sex that, you know, sometimes the conversations could be a little awkward. So we just wanted to make it a regular, habitual practice of talking about sex. So we made a game up called the romp recap.
Yeah. So like with anything that you do, like it's kind of like a sports analogy. Like they're always watching videotape. They're always analyzing post-game analysis. It's like, how can we do better next time? Not like it was a problem how we did this time, but how can we even better if, and so romp recap is basically reviewing the play and then seeing what, how you can up level it. Because mostly we don't talk about how our last sexual interaction
other
was.
than to say, how was that right afterwards? So this, and then someone's like, that's great. Yeah. So, you know, it's not right afterwards.
Have you ever done the liar liar where it's like, how was that for you? It's like, I've had better.
That might also have some triggers too. But we play this game not right after sex, but within 1 hour after to 24 hours after, often when we like go for a walk or be over dinner. So how was that last night? Like, what'd you think of the movie? Well, the direction was great. I thought the casting was off on that one character, and the ending though was amazing. So, but there's no like drama or weirdness about it, right? You just are talking about it. Or the restaurant. Oh, I really love the food, but the service was a little off. So, you know, but, and you're not judging each other. You're not even judging, you're examining the experience together. And so we scored in 3 criteria. You can come up with your own. Intimacy. So how connected did we feel?
Sexiness.
How hot was it? And technique. What were any of the specifics or the details or things that would happen?
And again, you come up with your own criteria, but that's a good 3.
And if you just from the get-go have a habit of not right after sex, but sometime afterwards, your next call, your next date, to be talking about it in this structured way, it just makes it in such a habit that it's not a weird thing. We needed kind of some oomph to get those conversations happening, not just because they needed to or during sex, but just have them over dinner, regular conversations.
Mm-hmm. That's a great one. Yeah. I was going to
fantastic.
Yeah.
That sounds like way fun.
5 minutes of anything is a great one. Our friends Rano and Sierra taught us this one, and it can be any minutes of anything, like 1 minute of anything. And whether it's, we have occasionally a habit of doing 5 minutes of touching every night. And
he'll massage my feet for 5 minutes, or I'll scratch the back of his head. Or now we don't have a timer. It's just we're looking for some point in the day to just be loving on each other, right? As a habit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes of anything.
And do we have 2 minutes of, or is that 4 minutes left? Can't see with my old eyes there. The one I wanted to share was the sexual archetype game, because that would be fun.
Oh yeah.
So the sexual archetype game, Brian and Jennifer taught us this one when we did their year-long program many years ago. And you're looking at a quadrant, and you're putting yourself and identifying these archetypes to then play with these archetypes. And so the first quadrant, the first box is what sexual archetype, or what archetype comes naturally to you, not sexual, what archetype comes naturally to you and you like it. In my case, it was Jackie Onassis, right? First lady, right? Elegant, regal. The second one is what comes naturally to you, but you don't like it. And for me, they gave me Hillary Clinton, the boss lady, right? The bossy, right?
Another first lady.
Yeah, another first lady, but very different. The third quadrant is it does not come naturally, but you do like it. And that's the one I got to choose. And I chose the slut. And then there's the one. Yeah, I like that one.
I love that one. That's off to you. That's right.
And then there's the one that is the does not come naturally and you don't like it. And for me, who's that for me? Maybe that for you. Victim. Oh, the rape victim. The rape victim does not come naturally, not who I would like to be. So Raj's were the healer, the Boy Scout, Sid Vicious, and Jay-Z. So what would it be like if the healer and the rape victim had sex? What would it be like if Jackie Onassis and Jay-Z had sex? Right? And so you just start playing around, and you could even bring costumes into it or whatever, but you're just bringing these archetypes, and it's the point is just to shift up your energy with sex, to play around and not be so significant, and see what happens.
We get locked into certain ways of being, and so it helps you play with and expanding and breaking out of those fixed ways of being.
So we did the argument even better ifing, but he promised sexy and we got sexy. So yeah, that's when you can thank Brian and Jennifer for. We learned that from them.
That is such a mind blower. I mean, just doing that exercise for oneself is really interesting. Doing it with another person is fascinating. Then saying, what if these people had sex together? What would that be like? And then you could score it on these things. What would the intimacy be like? How would the sexiness and hotness be like? What techniques would like? You could start like. This is just really, really fun. Oh man, I can't wait to come into contact with another human. Be like this, and then all these things want to play with you. All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
This is just amazing.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up here? This has been an amazing day of self-development and personal evolution, and this is such a perfect tie-on at the very end to take the personal development and evolution to the next level in our relationships. Which it's very sad that you'll the Jean Paul Getty Museum in it's in California. I think it's outside Los Angeles. I've read about him. He had like 5, 6, or 7 marriages. I don't know which one. It's a lot. And he was exceptionally wealthy. And then I love his art collection that was used from his foundation. But that I don't want to say poor man. That man, however rich he was, did not have a good life, or a life that I would want. He had challenges, I'm certain, with his family. He had challenges with his many marriages. And I think he left a lot unsatisfied at the end of his life. He's probably like, I'm rich and I'm unhappy. This is really fucked up. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of the things today, almost none of them touch directly on a relationship like this. And this is such an important thing to close out the day with. Of what really matters is how do you feel satisfied in love in your life? And so thank you so much for bringing this here to really close us out today.
Well, I guess my closing message would be what you water grows, what you give energy grows. And so that is my core mission, is that couples focus on what they want, not on what they don't want. Oh, Red's there. Hi, Red. And so I call it, just aiming for awesome. And so if you're focusing on the problems, most couples, they've got a relationship that 90% is great. And then there's 10% that is not so great. And they give all of their energy and focus. We need to talk. We need to fix this. And what if you created a culture that you just had an ongoing environment of, hey, how can this be better? Hey, I could be better like this. Hey, we could be better like that. So just really look at what is the culture. It's not any one goal or one seminar that you go to. It's going to be what are the daily, weekly, quarterly habits that you create that make up the culture of your relationship.
And also the frame that relationships highlight things in yourself that are looking to grow.
Amen to that.
Often we project the friction points in our relationship on the other person, but they're really just highlighting something in yourself that's really looking to grow and transform so that you can expand your intimacy and connection. So, if you take a frame of ownership, then you really are in the driver's seat. And if you take a frame of blame, then you're pretty much stuck.
Hey, Robert, look up here and smile. I want to take a picture of us. There we go. Hey, thanks for having us and for hosting. I really appreciate all you're doing. I know it takes a lot.
It was truly an honor. It's been delightful. There's this joke, at least this is my joke, that previous years everyone comes to Camp Mystic to build a theater for me. Right? Because I spend more time in
art tours and play classical music.
Exactly. I spend more time in there than anybody else. And I love the speaker series, and then I spend half my nights there looking at art and listening to music. I'm like, this is really great. All these people come to the middle of the desert and work their butts off to be able to be this amazing theater where I'm just like so happy. And so this year it's been an honor to be part of it virtually and to help curate the speaker series. And it's just so wonderful to be in virtual Burning Man with you, sharing this transformational knowledge and wisdom that can really help people. That's not only fun and entertaining, but it's transformational and really, really powerful. And it's been a delight to be a part of it. My evolutionary words are joyful creation this year. And I really feel like the helping with the speaker series has really embodied joyful creation. So it's been lots of fun on my end.
I'm passion and flow. I'm going by Passau or Flosion.
Passau,
yeah, passion and flow, right? I like the combination of the two. Well, Robert, you are such a lovely person. I look forward to when you are being properly loved up, physically, emotionally, all of it.
Thank you.
So may you and everyone else watching, your heart be full of love, play, peace, and passion. The world needs more of it. Thank
you so much. And these two are going to be on tomorrow. Tomorrow is Relationship Day. So this is theoretically the beginning of our relationship.
Yeah,
talks.
we're going to do how to keep the fights clean and the sex dirty, the 6 specific steps. So we're going to actually look at what are some of the unsatisfactory solutions that people resort to. And then we're going to give you like 10 tips on solutions that you can apply that might work better.
and I don't have my schedule up. Oh, there it is. It's on this tab.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Gabby and Raj are going to be there to keep the fights clean and sex dirty. We have a whole day of relationships for you tomorrow. So come back then. We're going to play some music. If you're in the virtual Burning Man MysticVerse Infinite Play, if you're there tonight, you'll get to enjoy that music. Otherwise, we'll see you at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Gabby and Raj, thank you so much. Such a privilege and honor and so much fun. I can't wait to play I hope someone plays the Kiss game with me tonight. That'll be so much fun.
Name that kiss. I love you, Robert. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Take care. So we're going to sign off for now. Thank you so much for being here today for Virtual Camp Mystic at Virtual Burning Man. It's an honor and privilege to spend time with you and to share these wonderful speakers with you and their transformational knowledge and wisdom and experience. We'll be back on later this evening with some really enjoyable music. I don't know what's going to be playing yet. We might play Murray Hidari's some of his piano music that he designed specifically for the art in Camp Mystic, and that's going to be playing tomorrow night. So Friday night after the speaker series, so 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Friday night is going to be the Murray Hidari's 3 hours of piano that is designed to go with the art. It's visionary art like what I have behind me. You can just listen to music. You can listen to music and enjoy the art. You can be mentally expanded. You can be completely sober, but be in a positive mood. His music is beautiful and transformative. It'll be a delight. So that's tomorrow night. And tonight we'll play something beautiful for you to enjoy if you'd like to come back and join us. Drink lots of water, give yourself great sleep so you can process some of the information that we had today. And we will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you so much and happy burn to you. Love to you.